And welcome back as we are about to get going here at the 25th edition of the SKUSA SuperNats. We're getting underway for qualifying, or pre-qualifying, I should say, with practice. Group number 2 making the way on track. This now is going to be the fast group for your KA100 junior category as they're making their way now. As a little bit of earlier in the morning warm-up, there's been a little bit of issue with some colder tires. It is a little bit colder here than what some may be expecting for Las Vegas weather as they're making their way around now inside the hairpins across us at the start-finish straight. Here's a beautiful backdrop. You can see the strip just off in the distance. There's Caesar Palace off into your left as we are back at the Rio for the SKUSA SuperNats.
Here we are, as you say, at the Rio. It's good to be back here. Kind of have that, like you've seen on e-karting news, the home away from home for the SuperNationals, 25th edition. Right now, our quote fast group for the KA Junior group. If you're watching us online, we've already had the 5th practice session this morning. This is the 6th and final practice. This is a 12-minute session, and this is the second half of the KA Juniors. We still have both KA Senior groups as well as the micro Swift drivers to finish up their practices before we get into qualifying that will kick off KA Juniors later on this morning.
And we can't forget about it too. KA100 Master is going to be underway. If you've been watching anything on our live stream, you'll know that the man, the myth, the legend, the voice of SKUSA SuperNats, Rob Howden, will be running this weekend in the KA100 Master category. So that's another storyline we're going to keep up with right now as we continue to watch here. There's a beautiful shot all the way through. You can see him heading into now. This is what's called the S's section here of this layout. They're going to make their way down into this little bit of a hairpin of turn number 6 coming up here shortly. Down this little bit of a run into the hairpin of turn 7. There's the curbing off to your right. And they have this almost wide open but not quite sweeper of turn 8, a quick right-hander. There's a good shot of that straightaway heading down to it before they make their way into the set of hairpins. There are 2 sets of 9 and 10. What's going to be probably the best passing opportunity before they get this long run down the front straightaway, making the way towards where they're going to start them at, but the actual finish is going to be after that second hairpin in front of us at the start-finish line. So we're going to continue to watch now as practice number 2 well underway as we are 2 minutes of 12 in right now. There's a good shot of that long straightaway. There is turn 8. Heading into the hairpin at turn number 9. Well, not quite much of a straightaway, so they have to set up a little bit quick before they make their way over to the second hairpin.
Right there, you can see coming out of the final corner, or the second to last corner, but the final corner before the finish line. Again, the finish line after the final hairpin, but the start line at the end of the long straight, as you can see on our screen right now, that is turn number 1, 827.
That is Elio Meza.
Meza has been quick.
Yeah, he's been quick all season long in the Pro Tour and here as well in the SKUSA SuperNats practice yesterday. There's a good back and forth here heading into that hairpin of turn number 1. And as you said, that's probably one of the better passing opportunities that we have. We got that long straightaway leading up all the way down to it, especially in the single speed class when they make their way out of the hairpin. They got turn 1, which is almost flat, going all the way down that long straightaway. So if you make a bonsai move, that's definitely a corner to do it.
And one of the other upsides about turn number 1 and getting the pass done there is because those S's immediately follow it, the ability for you to hold on to that spot's really, really good. Unlike some of these other scenarios where that over-under might be able to happen, or you make the move and then they can attack right back. You get the job done in turn number 1, get a good drive off, you can probably hold on to it all the way to turn 6 or even 7.
Yeah, and 6 and 7 is another decent passing opportunity, but I think the best ones we're going to see is probably going to be in this final corner and also into turn 1. I think 7 may be a better opportunity, but if you make the pass there, you got that entire straight and that run down into turn number 8 where you're going to have to defend. They're going to have that outside, more momentous run lined all the way to it. Turn number 8 is almost a flat-out corner. So there's definitely different opportunities that can happen all the way through here. I know a lot of guys were worried about maybe passing wasn't going to be something that could happen here from looking at the layout online, but I think as we've seen from practice, it's going to be far from the truth.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be some spots where you can definitely make some things happen, and others where it's just going to be about rhythm, like making sure you get through there and not making any mistakes. And again, we talked before the broadcast was on live that the ability to have that clean air and not have that traffic in front of you really can help you out on that lap time. And speaking of lap times, right now we are working the 5th lap for some of these drivers, and if you're trying to do a mock qualifying run, that's about all the laps you're going to get. It's only a 4-minute session in qualifying. About 4 or 5 laps is probably all we're going to see. And this right now is about as quick as you're going to be able to make things happen. The flip side of that, maybe these drivers are on a little bit lower tire pressure, and they're actually trying to work on what their racing setup might be like. So, two different things going on here in this 12-minute session.
Yeah, and that's what's awesome about it. It's longer than most sessions that we've had. Again, this is the lead up for qualifying. What's going to happen next time we see these kids on track is going to be for the qualifying runs, maybe last-minute test sessions, and maybe there's something you think you want to try, like you said too. Another perfect opportunity for almost an identical heat race that we could have as we continue to watch the crew making their way down this straightaway. Beautiful shot that we have here. This is that run from turn 7 into turn 8. What you're watching now is the hairpin in turn 1, and already a little bit of over-under for practice. They're already trying to get a little bit antsy.
Yeah, I see Jesus Vasquez right in there, and that might have been Caden Chrisman. I'm not sure if I caught the helmet right there, trying to stay on top of these helmets and these liveries. It's a bright green helmet.
Yes, there's a good shot making the way out of turn number 6, heading into 7 right now. There, you can see a couple guys already getting that right rear up in the air as they're trying to get as much bite as they can. They got that run down into turn number 8, almost flat out, and then it's that quick setup for turn 9, which has caught a couple guys out so far. Most of the spins we've seen happen in that corner. Let's make the way out of that hairpin right now, coming onto the straightaway, heading down into turn number 1. Looking down on the order, looks like we have a couple of movers over from practice that we saw earlier this morning. Ernesto Rivera was the fastest overall, trying to see where he lines up, and I don't think he's inside the or he is 10th right now. Oliver Weldon was the second fastest yesterday. Looking on the board right now, I don't see him inside the top 10 either.
Yeah, Ernesto Rivera, Oliver Weldon, Max Garcia, Caleb Gaffera, Cameron Brinkman, top 5 from the session just before this one. Right now, Ivana Richards, fastest 46.492 time to beat. Max Garcia and Alex Mercado, your top 3, which will, I'm sure, quickly change as drivers continue to come across. This is definitely going to be fast laps as these drivers are getting the most time on these tires here that they've been able to have the entire week.
Yes, this is going to be the closest thing they can get to a test heat race run. But again, a lot of the times they're going to set this one up for the qualifying, which is going to come up next for these kiddos, as we had a couple kiss the wall coming out of that hairpin just in front of us, as we are currently 8 laps in. Again, 12 minutes in total is this practice number 2 run, as we're currently sitting at 7 minutes in total. So here in about a few minutes, we're about to bring them in, and I believe the next group to go out after this is going to be the KA100 senior class. There's going to be a couple flights in that one, and again, they're going to get 12 minutes before they go to their qualifying run up next.
On screen right now, coming across the line and onto the back straightaway, that is Charlie Smith leading the group. Onto that straightaway, down into turn number 1. Little moves there, some RPG drivers making things happen. Again, trying to find the most out of their rides to go through the S's. That's that tight S's section. Do the right, left of 2, 3. Then the fast entry there of turn number 6. Down towards the hairpin here of turn number 7.
Yes, I believe that's Ernesto Rivera leading that pack out in front of the RPG. Right behind him is Oliver Weldon, and there is an entire line of karts from behind. And we're talking about the name of the game here for qualifying is clean air. If you have clean air, it seems to be running better than if you're in a tandem or maybe even a trio with someone trying to work the draft, whatever draft you can get from 1 all the way down to the hairpin at turn 2. But as you brought up, I don't think there's going to be a huge factor when it comes time to bump draft, but at the same time, you're going to try to have to get some clean track. There's a lot of karts packed in because we sold out every single race that's here so far, every single class, I should say. So it's going to be kind of hard in 4 laps to get a clean air and then try to do a fast lap.
Yeah, the nice thing about qualifying is they do split the groups up again. So as you have 40 or so in your group, you're still only going to have 20 or so on course. So you are able to kind of have that little bit of clean air again. We've got a full house right now on course. 34 drivers on track right now. That will be split in half once again when they start doing qualifying. Again, this being the fast group of the KA Juniors.
So right now we're sitting just under 10 minutes, so just under 2 minutes left to go here for the second practice for your K100 Junior. Again, right now how they did practice for Group 2, you have the quote-unquote slow group, and then you have the fast group. So we're now watching the quote-unquote fast group right now, as that is Max Garcia leading a couple, making the way through the S's right now. He is rolling on that MPG Kart Republic as they make their way now into the couple of hairpins. And not a whole lot of back and forth we've seen in that front group. They seem to be trying to just get their laps in. Maybe some guys trying to use this as a test run for how it's going to run in a heat race, especially in a pack. They've been in a pack all week long, or sorry, yesterday I should say, for when it comes time for practice. But now it's probably the closest thing you can get to a heat race is, Oliver Weldon getting turned. as we have another one off here as well over in the S's. Looks to be a speed sport. Couldn't quite get a number or a helmet for you guys, but there's a little bit of back and forth happening all over track right now.
On screen there, I think that was Christian Cameron going through the turn number 1 complex. You can see who they just got around. I did see Jesus Vasquez just behind. It's a bit of negotiation for space out there that's ending in failure for some of these drivers. And it's not really what you want right before you go qualifying. Fast times right now coming out of Max Taylor, 46.164. Max Garcia making it a pair of Maxes at the sharp end, 46.223. Top 2 times, only drivers. Actually, there's a 46.3 on down. Ivana Richards and Alex Mercado. Cameron Brinkman bumping up, and now even more fast laps coming. Ernesto Rivera now up to 3rd place.
Yeah, so now we got about a minute left in practice right now. And again, once the checkered flag comes out, this is going to be the last time they're on track before a qualifying run. And as we were talking about a little bit earlier, I think before the broadcast, is that the way how they do the heat races here is typically called the SKUSA heat races, where you have different groups. You have the A group, the B group, the C group, the D group. Every single flight will race each other. So A will race B, B will race C, C will race D, and it'll go all the way down. We'll take your average from that. Now, however you start in qualifying, however you qualify overall, will be your starting position for those heats. So if you have a poor qualifying run, there is hope for you because you still have time to make up those positions. But at the same time, you're going to have a lot of work for you cut out all the way through.
Yeah, actually, I qualified. I ended up starting 10th in my heat races or thereabouts. I think maybe actually 12th or 13th now that I think about it. And when you're back there in like 10th, 11th, 12th, everybody's got that antsy feeling of trying to get to the front. Top 5, maybe they're going to work together a little bit, at least let the first few laps go. But right out of the gate, you're going to go hard if you're back there 10th on back because it's time to go and make things happen right away. So qualifying, immensely important here at the SuperNats.
Yeah, the heat races are only 10 laps long, so it's going to go by a little bit quicker than what some of these guys who maybe towards the back would like. But like you said, if you're up in that 10th area, you're not going to have a lot of time. So you're going to have to possibly be a little bit antsy. You don't have to worry about yourself. Everyone else is going to be antsy as well around you.
Exactly. Checkers out on the session here for the final practice session. We're seeing fast laps coming right at the end. We talked about people trying to line up and find clean air. Right now, Caleb Gaffera gets it done on his final lap here, 46.103, fastest lap. To see if any of these final drivers coming across are going to be able to beat it. It looks like Gaffera pulls one out of the hat right at the end. Again, personal best out of Max Taylor as well. Final lap, 46.144.
Yeah, so that was practice number 2 for your KA100 junior class. As we're about to go underway here, we got our K100 senior still yet to go. A little bit of track pickup has to come. But right now, we're going to send it to commercial break. When we come back, we still have the rest of final practice before we get qualifying here for the 25th edition of the SKUSA SuperNats.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
Four-time champion Ryan Norberg winning SuperNationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com.
And welcome back here to the 25th edition of the SKUSA SuperNats, back at the Rio as we're about to get underway here as we're finishing up practice number 2. This is the longest practice we're going to have here today, 12 minutes in length as opposed to the 7 they had earlier for practice number 2. And once we get done with practice for all the groups, the KA100 seniors, the masters, and the micros are still yet to come. We're then going to go into qualifying with your KA100 junior class. We just watched them last time by, the second group doing their second practice run. Now we are watching the first group of 2 for your KA100 senior class. And then we're going to go to group 2, then the masters, then the micros, and then it's time for qualifying. And I got to say, everyone's getting a little bit excited here. Back at the Rio, 25th edition of SKUSA SuperNats, the hype is continuing on.
Yeah, I mean, there's already hype around going to the SuperNats and trying to win that thing, but you throw a little round number like a 25 on there, a special moniker like that, like when the 20th was around, right? You just have that little bit of a different feel to it. 25 years of this thing, this is definitely a trophy a lot of these drivers want to have.
Yeah, and for all 25 years, it has been the Lockheed event that everyone's wanted to win here in the U.S. and some even across the world. We have multiple countries represented. If I remember correctly from yesterday, somewhere in the 30s is how many countries are being represented here at the SKUSA SuperNats. Close to 600 entries. Almost all the classes were sold out all the way through. And like I said, 25 years, the hype has continued all the way through as everyone's getting just a little bit more antsy now coming into Thursday for qualifying and then all the heat races leading up to Super Sunday.
And on track right now, we do have the quote slow group for the KA senior drivers, and that's not literal because there are a lot of talent in this group here. Just the way the group broke up is how you did in your final practice yesterday. And I did actually hear from a few other drivers that maybe not everybody knew that was the case, and there was a few drivers that actually missed it on weight. And so because of that DQ on scales, and this actually happened to me in 2019, you just kick yourself for it, you end up in that slow group. So there's some names in this group right now that I would not consider slow in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, as I believe we have an interview coming up here shortly. Our Kendall Hedge is cutting up to some of the drivers here up on the grid area, so we're going to send it down to our very own Kendall Hedge, who is cutting up to someone we've seen a lot this weekend. Kendall?
Having a few issues there with Kendall, so we weren't able to get that interview. We're going to keep working on that. Again, final practice for the drivers. Final practice here for us at Kart Chaser, trying to get all of our little things buttoned up and fixed. On track right now, fastest. He was fastest in the first practice this morning. Fastest right now, again, Blake Nash. Certainly one of those drivers that I would not consider slow in any way, shape, or form. 46.4 time to beat right now. Josh Campbell, followed by Hunter Kelly, Alex Zaragoza, and Austin Jur is your top 5 right now.
Yeah, some big names that we've seen, and like you said, a little bit of back and forth of what happened there. Some guys didn't even know that this was going to set them up for the practice groups. Austin Jurs is someone who we've seen a lot of all season long. He finds himself in the 7th overall in this first group of 2. So, again, 12 minutes for this one, 12 minutes for the next one. And then after that, we're going to go to the Masters class. And sorry we couldn't get the audio there for Kendall. She had gotten up to a few of the drivers. We're trying to work through that PA problem right now so we can have it going into qualifying and the rest of the week heading into Super Sunday. But like you said, not slow by any means. It's a very stacked class and not a lot of separation between all of it, not just this first group and the second group, but all of them combined together.
Yeah, we were talking about the split in the groups, and then once again in qualifying split again for these double groups. So what's going to happen is with the AB versus CD and things like that, when they go out and they start running, you're going to have that split of where you're from qualifying. So again, if you're 20th, you can divide that by 4 and kind of see where you're at. So what we're trying to do right now in this final practice session is go as fast as you possibly can so you at least get in the fast portion of your group. So looking at our almost 40 drivers on track, if you're in the top 20 right now, you're going to qualify after that first 20 does. So there's still absolutely something to go get. And right now that bubble mark of 20 has got Travis Varney, 20th right now. Travis Varney on the bubble of being in the, quote, faster half of his group right now.
And the boards are shuffling all the way through as they've been going back and forth. It's now Caden Bell just outside the top 20. Now he actually gets down into the 22nd position, as now we have Henry Wheeler going up to the top of the board, up into P2 right now. Hunter Kelly, P3. Ryan Vincent, P4. Austin Jers running out of P5, with out in front Oscar Prest is currently the fastest one so far. Again, that is your top 5, and as you said, 20 is the bubble mark. It's not for a qualifying run, but it's going to separate the groups out.
Yeah, speaking of qualifying run, only being 4 minutes, we're now past that mark. We're working lap 7. Fastest lap of the session right now, Oscar Priest, 46.122. That happened on lap 5. That's a possibility. That might be doable. 4 or 5 laps, I think, is all we're going to see in qualifying. So anything that happens after that is really just you working on your ride for what we're going to see in the race.
Yeah, so definitely a little bit of last-minute stuff going to happen here, as we're still sitting at about 4 or 5 minutes is all they're going to have left here in this practice group number 1. And looking back in the previous groups that already went out for the 12-minute run, not a whole lot of people pulled off early. It seems like everyone is sticking all the way through it. Even if they feel like they've done their fastest lap, you're still learning. Like you said earlier in the week, you can get your baseline figured out, but then you still got to fine-tune it from there.
Oh, exactly. Now we got Ryan Vincent to the top of the chart, 46.091. Remember earlier this morning, the fastest lap came out of Jeremy Fletcher at 45.90. So we're really close to the fastest lap we have seen so far. Ryan Vincent, quickest of this group, and only about a 10th off the overall fast time. But you got to assume that's going to get beat in this next KA seniors group.
Yeah, so we continue to watch here. A couple of these guys making their way around. Currently watching the 9:56 as we're looking down to the board right now. That is Oscar Prest in the 9:56, who's making his way through, running on the Rollison RPG Cosmic. There's a good shot of everyone through. There's back to Oscar now making his way into that turn number 7. A little bit of modification happened to that. If you remember, looking at the post that they made when they announced the track, a couple of guys raised a couple of concerns there about how the Bears are set up for it. They listened to them, they widened it back out, and now they've created probably one of the better entry points of a passing opportunity, at least a run down to it before that's actually the leading into the longest straightaway before we get to the tighter hairpins. Yeah,
Neil Strickland, race director, event director here for SKUSA, is actually making the adjustments on that deal, listening to the competitors and trying to make the best track possible here for SuperNationals 25. And as you say, that turn number 7 hairpin, certainly one of the best passing zones on the entire circuit.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of guys already trying to maybe get their elbows out a little bit, because not only are you learning the track, you also have to learn your passing portions as well. You can figure the track out, but if you haven't quite attempted to pass anybody, or maybe not even thought about it, when it comes time to, you're going to be behind the curve when it comes time to the heat races.
And as you say, that the entire time up to this point, maybe just working on finding some speed, finding some pace. But now with 12 minutes, it's certainly the second half of this 12-minute session when this is not qualifying. This is going to be better than that. And now it's really about how can I go make some things happen? How can I carry with a little bit more speed through the corner and go attack down into the corners a little bit more? You see some things starting to line up a little bit less of the argy-bargy, a little bit more of the methodical. Where am I better? Where do we need to start working on the ride to carry the most speed and be able to get to the front?
So now we're sitting roughly about 10 minutes in total, and the exact number is 9 minutes and 40 seconds. So roughly about 2 minutes left here for this group number 1 practice for the 12-minute practice session. Once that is completed, they are done until they come back on track for qualifying. So this is make or break time. If they got to figure anything out, now's the time to come down to that crunch. Currently 11 laps in total of what they've completed. And like you said earlier, 10 laps is what going to be the heat races are. So this is the closest mock-up they can get for on-track action, or on-track time, I should say, for their heat races.
And we're seeing some of the fastest laps, and certainly actually the fastest lap. Henry Wheeler now at 45.878. Oscar Priest had it just before that, 45.906. Only 3 drivers in the 45s right now, with Noah Rosser going 45.994. Ryan Vincent 46.0 from earlier in the session. Elliot Cox rounding at your top 5, 46.144. With now Blake Nash finding something here just as he goes across the line up to P3. Another driver, our 4th driver in the 45s.
Yeah, Austin Jers made his way up, not quite into the 45s, but he did move his way back up to the board inside the top 10 to P6. It looks like we have one off heading into what appears to be turn 7. So they got his car out underway. So, again, mechanics they're also stressing just as much as the drivers are, because if they have some wild change they want to make, they don't have a whole lot of time to do before quali.
Yeah, it's nice if you can do a little bit of a wild change or make something happen or whatever, but not when you're fixing the go-kart from being in the fence or something like that. So that's what's good to see. A lot of these senior drivers keeping things clean, not hitting anything like that, and making sure that when they go back, it's all about fine-tuning for qualifying and not trying to fix things up.
So it's coming down to the wire. 11 minutes and 17 seconds have been completed so far, so we're going to anticipate the checkered flag here roughly in the next 30 so seconds, as there's going to be about one more lap for everyone making their way across the stripe. The guys that are making their way into the hairpin right now that you're watching on your screen coming into turn one, they're probably going to get the checker this next time by as one bounces off the barriers and the hairpin right in front of us. Looking down at the time right now, 40 seconds. So my guess is probably the next 5 or 6 karts or so are probably going to get the checkered flag. There's a good run from the turn 7 into turn number 8 before you head up into the 9-10 complex, as it looks like a couple others bouncing off the barriers in front of us as well. There's Austin Juris going by the bottom of your screen, making his way into the right-hander. Checkered flag is now out, and that is going to put a wrap on this practice session here for practice number 2, the longest practice that they get for group number 1 of 2 for your KA100 senior class. We still have more still yet to come here, another 12-minute session for your senior before we get to our masters, followed by our micros. So still more practice still yet to come here, as we have a couple put it in the barrier. They're going to have to do a little bit of a track cleanup, maybe reset some barriers. So we're going to send it down to commercial break. When we come back, we have group number 2 for your KA100 senior for practice number 2. Stay tuned and don't go anywhere as you're watching the 25th edition of the SKUSA SuperNats.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SKUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at mikedotyracing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule is support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TKNA Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the SKUSA Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you.
And welcome back here. There's a good shot of down on grid next to the mechanics stand, as we anticipate there's going to be more and more mechanics coming onto that stand later on. As you can see on your screen, this is the 25th edition of the SKUSA SuperNats, brought to you live on Kart Chaser. As we're about to go in here for group number 2 for your KA100 senior class. Like I said before, there's them stacked up on grid. 12 minutes is all they're going to get before they go to their qualifying run this afternoon. And as you were talking about earlier, this is going to be important, because if you're in that top 20 for the fastest overall in this group, you get divided up into a subcategory.
Yeah, so exactly. We've got, looks like 40 drivers getting ready to take the course right here, and man, if you can be in that front group, just even that little bit extra to be able to have a little bit better track conditions, etc., it's definitely going to make a big deal to get to the front in the heat races. And Jeremy Fletcher was the one to beat this morning in fast time, but Ariel Elkin, Zachary Clem DeMello right there in the top 3 as well.
Yeah, so it's something we have to keep an eye on all this next practice run here for group number 2. Again, 12 minutes is what they get to try to go into that top 20. As they believe the engines have been fired, the command has been given for the mechanics to exit from their carts and their drivers. You can see them now making their way to that mechanics stand. And again, we are back at the Rio. It is nostalgic for most. When you think of SKUSA SuperNats, 9 times out of 10, the one thing you think of is being in the Rio parking lot here in Las Vegas. But it is a little bit colder than I think some of us are used to. It is in the high 60s of the high here for today, but we are in Nevada. So if you're inside the sunlight, you're probably nice and warm, but if you're covered up like we are, it's just a little bit chilly.
Yeah, I think I was looking at the weather, and we were in the right around 60, 65 for a high this week, and a low of even like 37 or 38. I'm like, what happened? This is going to be chilly this week. Yeah, I didn't do anything different. I still got my shorts on.
Yeah, I don't know how. I'm in jeans and a sweatshirt, and I'm still a little bit cold. There's a good shot of the Rio Hotel. Again, something that most people are kind of happy to be back here at the Rio as well. Just something that just has a special place in people's hearts. And as you're talking about the weather, someone was telling me, I think I was talking to someone in the hotel who was a local here. They said that they got snow in northern Nevada last weekend. So I don't think anyone's used to this right now, but we're adapting and we're going for it. And it's going to be a little bit entertaining for you viewers back at home, because when you have a colder track on a temporary circuit, driver racecraft definitely comes into play.
Driver racecraft and drivers getting used to their tires being not up to temp as fast as they'd like to have it. And this practice session right here is dual form, as we talked about already, finding out what you have in those early laps, perhaps for qualifying, and then seeing how that setup develops over the course of the 12 minutes. It's going to be 10 laps in their heat races. So once we get to the end here, these drivers are in the mid-teens as far as the number of laps they're doing. They get a little bit of information from both qualifying and what they can expect when they start going wheel-to-wheel for the first time tomorrow.
And as you brought up a good point, getting used to the tires, 4 laps is all they get for qualifying. So you're only going to get it maybe 1, possibly 2 laps at the highest temperature you can get, as there's the track cleanup going underway from previous practice of group number 1. Once they get their way inside the scale area, as we are now sending out the second group. Big names up in the second group who we're keeping it close. As you said, Jeremy Fletcher was the quickest overall, one of the only to improve from yesterday on to today. Other names to keep an eye out for: John Burke, Oliver Hodgson, who I believe is leading this group out as well. I believe Miles is in this one, is in that front group. Trying to see if we can't get some other names for you guys. Well, Fletcher just went by us. So Nicholas Terlecki up in this group as well. Brent Cruz, who's doing double duty. He is running in the KA and the shifter class as well. He was one of the bigger names in karting the past couple of years, and he went over racing cars. He's getting his name as that, and he always finds his way back here at the SKUSA SuperNats. Alexander Kardashian, another big name that we've been keeping an eye on as well. He's been up in that front group yesterday and coming into today as well. And here comes all the Rawlson Performance across Tribe as well. Chase Hand leading that front group out right now.
It's going to be interesting to see how quick these tires come up. Fletcher was, like we said, was the only driver to go quicker than what we had saw yesterday. Again, this track developing a lot since the last time these drivers were on course yesterday. They ran this morning, and only getting the morning session and having all the X30s and shifters go on course in the afternoon. The track's going to develop quite a bit. But again, even David Cole talked about on the e-karting news 1 minute flat that the grip is still not where everybody expected it to be. Certainly in the under the lights scenarios, but these drivers now starting to really attack the corner, so they're definitely up on the tire pressures. I see Oliver Hodgson leading the group out of turn number 7. We should see some decent lap times coming through here fairly quick.
Yeah, some other names in this one to look out for. Alex Stanfield, who our very own Kendall Hedge caught up with before. We're still working through a little bit of audio with the pit interview microphone, but he is in this group. Chase Jones also finding his way in as well. Aiden Levy, as looking at the order right now, looks like Stanfield went purple towards the top just for the moment, because Connor Zilich, another big name, he goes to the top of the board. And like you said before, a lot of these guys maybe doing a little bit higher on tire pressure. Jeremy Fletcher currently sitting P8 right now. Actually finds himself back into 9 as Chase Jones goes to the top of the board up into P2.
Yeah, with 4 minutes in qualifying, I want to really keep an eye on these things. We've got 2 laps in the books. A few drivers finishing up their second of those 2 laps. Chase Hand is going by right now. Lupian right there. RPG drivers, we talked about that tandem thing. They're the ones who are doing it right now, and that's fairly typical for the RPG drivers to kind of wait and kind of go out together. They're all trying to make things happen right now. Fast time, Connor Zilich just eclipsed as everybody else comes through, and that's what you would expect here every lap for the next couple of laps. 3 laps in the books right now. Connor Zilich back to the top. Alex Stanfield and Christian Miles, Oliver Calvo, John Burke. Top 5 with about half the drivers finishing lap 3.
Yeah, and Dalton Haynes cracked inside the top 10 just for a moment. He got bumped down a couple positions. But something interesting for him, when he came out here and he left for the road on Sunday or Monday, he only anticipated to run in the X30 class, but he got a call to try to see if he couldn't run someone's KA for him. He didn't have an engine. All he had was a chassis and an entry. So he had to go around making some deals, managed to find an engine, managed to find everything else that goes with it, all the parts and components. So he is not going to do double duty, racing KA in the morning and X30 in the afternoon. Some others that are doing double duty, Connor Zilich, both running in the KA and the X30 class as well. And this is kind of an advantage they have over everyone in the X30 class. They're anticipating what the track is going to do going forward into the qualifying run that they're going to have later on in the X30 class.
Yeah, the only real difference there is going to be the tire, right? They're on the Evinco Blue right now. When they move over to the 125s, they move over to the Evinco Red. So a bit of a softer tire, a little bit more grip. And as the drivers start coming across here, we want to see what we have here with 4 in the books. RPG drivers coming across. Cedric Lupian moving over and letting his teammates go by. Fast lap, Connor Zilich. That 45.902 would be P2 if we were doing qualifying. Fast time is an 8 that we saw from the previous session from Henry Wheeler. And that has just gotten eclipsed by Zilich himself once again. 45.727. Fast time right now coming out of Zilich.
Aiden Rudolph also making his way inside the top 5. Haven't seen a whole lot from him this week, or yesterday in practice. He's now starting to come up into the typical Aiden Rudolph that we know and love. He's usually in that 10th position and makes his way up towards the front a little bit later on the weekend. I think they got it figured out now, so look for Aiden Rudolph to maybe be a bigger factor than we've seen before in the SKUSA Pro Tour. I think now he is finally going to come out into the limelight and try to see if he can't imprint his name here at the SKUSA SuperNats. Again, this is his first year in the K100 category. Already doing a fantastic job of being smart, learning as much as he can, and look for him to possibly make his way up through as well. Looking some other big movers. It's still Zilich out in front. Christian Miles goes up into P2 just for the moment, because here comes Jeremy Fletcher right behind him in 3rd. Clayman DeMello goes into 4th. And try to see if there's other big new movers who weren't in the previous group that are now in this one. Chase Jones is one who is inside the top 10. Chase Hand, who was 5th yesterday, now finds some, or for practice group number 1, now finds himself in 12th. And he is in that Rollison Performance group as well. And it looks like they may have split up just a little bit so far.
Another name that we haven't been talking about very much, but seeing him here in the top 5 right now is Ethan Lampy. Ethan Lampy now in the 995, moving up to P5 after 6 laps. Lampy coming out of the HRT driver development group. Seeing him up there in the top group as you now see even more names find a little bit more as we go. Brent Cruz up into the top 4. Christian Miles bumped back to 5th. Jeremy Fletcher is actually working through traffic and still putting up top 5 times. That's going to be another thing too, is where you're at on course. You know, we know these drivers are going to get spread out a little bit once we go qualifying, but right now they're definitely trying to figure out what they have for race pace.
So we're just a little bit over halfway right now for this second group of the practice number 2 here for your KA100 senior class. As now it's Zachary Clayman DeMello. He went towards the top of the board. He is now leading the way over Stanfield, made his way up as well to P2. And there's Connor Zilich back up to the top of the board. So he is continuing to be a little bit dominant here. Gia Cicero also making her way into the top 10. She goes to P number 8. Chase Hand right behind her in P9. Taryn Odom rounding out your top 10 so far in that back group. But it seems to be around the same names up towards the front, just in different orders when they make their way by.
Brent Cruz now to the top, 45.390. Give you an idea how close everybody is. It's 45 seconds all the way down to the 29th spot. So only about 0.6 separating almost 30 drivers.
Tell you someone to keep an eye on who I'm now trying to see if I can't find him on the order. Alexander Kardashian went out way behind everybody, not in a tow, tried to get clean air for himself. He finds himself down the order in the 30th position. He was one of the front runners yesterday all weekend long. He finds himself a little bit farther down the order. Oliver Hodgson also dropped off just a little bit. He finds himself in that back group, along with your Gavin Bailiff. Aiden Agrada, who made the transition over the senior, finds himself in the 32nd position. Jake French in 35th. Frankie Mossman 36th. So a lot of front runners that we normally see aren't inside the top 20. And that could be due to multiple factors. It could be maybe they're trying just something different than everybody else. Again, it is hard to do a qualifying setup here when you get 12 laps on track. As we see in the qualifying run, it's going to be 4 laps in total. So a little bit different factors here, but some of these guys maybe trying to not show their hand just yet before it comes time for qualifying.
Two drivers we just talked about, Frankie Mossman and Jake French, are actually line astern here as they go by the announcing tower right now and onto the back straightaway. Those two drivers we've seen at the sharp end on a regular basis. Jake French putting up one of his final karting races this weekend, and we saw him right there at the sharp end in the last couple of practice sessions. But right now, as you say, back there in the 30s.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see how qualifying is going to pan out. With again, we're going to divide it up even more so. The top 20, and let's see who we can get on that bubble spot in the 20th position. It looks like it's Parker DeLong currently holding on to that last transfer to split the two groups, and then Dalton Haynes just outside of it in the 21st position, but that's probably going to change about 5 or 6 more times as we're sitting at about 9 minutes in right now, so about 3 or 4 more to go before we get the checkered flag. And again, whoever ends up inside that top 20 is going to have just a little bit more of an advantage when it comes time for qualifying.
And a lot of these drivers, too, if they can, they'd like to see maybe those tires come in a little bit sooner for a race because lap 11 is going to be too late. So this could, again, it's just about grabbing data and seeing how your car develops as you go. It's like, all right, well, let's go a little higher on the pressure. You know, we saw you what we did on lap 4, lap 5. We see what we did on lap 10. You know, we need to go a little bit higher, maybe a little bit lower if it's coming in too early.
Yeah, something we just saw on the screen is there's a good shot there of the run down from a 7 into 8 on that static camera. There's Alexander Kardashian we're talking about. He was well inside the top 10. Like we said, find himself back in the 30s. As there went Stanfield, looks like Connor Zilic is pulling in a little bit early. He pulls himself off to the bottom of the screen and makes his way through. As we got one in the barriers. That is the 906 stuck in the barriers coming out of 7 heading into 8. So we can't find out who the 906 is for you guys.
That's exactly what we were talking about you not want to do, right? It's right before qualifying. You wanted to test stuff out and be in the barriers there, especially with only about 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, that was Luke Sawyer finds himself inside the barrier, and that is, if you're a track worker, that's not the most optimal position for a car to be stuck because that is on the racing line. You can see everyone trying to peel off and go around it. The driver was able to get out safely. He jumped over the tall orange water barrier, so he is safe. Now they're going to see if they can't try to pull this cart out. A couple track workers running over now to take care of the issue that they have at hand. There's a good shot coming into the S's right now before they make the way towards that 6-7 complex before we get that long run down into turn 8.
And with 40 drivers on course, they're all spread out pretty well, and the corner workers are going to have a hard time actually getting back over there and making that happen. To your point, right on the racing line. Drivers still going around it, and you can see fairly close. They're not really backing off. These guys still putting down some fast laps. Speaking of fast laps here with now only 1 minute to play. In fact, Aaron Likens, checkered flag in the air right now, the 902, getting it first. But Ariel Elkin, been quick so far last couple of days. Fast lap right now. Ariel Elkin, 45.305 to Zachary Clement DeMello's 353, Grant Cruz 390, Christian Miles 392, and Jeremy Fletcher a 401, your top 5. Searching on back here at 20th, Jake French. A few more drivers just going to come across the line. If you want to try and be in that top group, if you can, that would be 20th spot. Jake French has it right now. There's going to be a few different RPG drivers coming across right now. See if they go quick. Not enough. So Jake French, 20th. That should be the bubble spot for the quicker of the two halves, and he has a 45.653. Just about 3/10 separating first to 20th.
There's on your screen right now is the unofficial results here from practice as we come with new updates for you guys here. Again, we're going to carry this over into next year. But there's the results now going down through your screen as Parker DeLong, Peyton Phillips, 16th and 17th all the way through. It's going to cycle all the way back up to the front. We're going to sit to another commercial break. When we come back, we still have practice number 2 still yet to go here, 12 minutes in total. So stay tuned and don't go anywhere.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading-edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products EasyGP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. To see our products online, go to odenthalracing.com. The 2023 season is just around the corner, and if you're looking to buy, sell, connect, or learn, make plans to attend the 37th Annual OVK Go-Kart Swap Meet, February 4th, 2023. Register online at ovk.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials, engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at revperformancematerials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
Welcome back. We are getting ready to get the KA Masters drivers on course. KA Masters brought to you by RLV. This morning's session, it was Renato Jardavide put the fastest time down at 47.368. Lorenzo Mardan, Ryan Castro, Billy Musgrave, Danilo Ramajo, your top 5 from this morning. Our Masters drivers now on course. In total, 48 KA Masters for a class that didn't exist last year. That's a hell of a good start.
Yeah, I'd say so. And there's a bunch of big names who are making the transfer from the senior into the master category, one of which is, if I'm not mistaken, let me just double check and make sure I'm right. That is Billy Musgrave. They went from the senior category and shifter, now coming over into the master category for your KA 100 senior class. He has won this event multiple times here in the shifter division. Now he's going to try it in the single speed. Some other names to keep an eye out for as well. Aside from Billy Musgrave, Mario Barrios, one of the most veteran drivers here, along with Yader David as well. Laurentiu Mardan is another one to keep an eye out for. Looking down here as well. Making sure we can call out all of them. Obviously, Rob Howden is back into his seat for the first time here at the SuperNats, the man who's been the voice of it for 25 years, now taking a shot at driving it. He finds himself on track. Zach Schiff has won multiple divisions in his younger days in both shifter And now Anthony Stifler, who was running last year in the Master Shifter category, now finds himself in the KA100 Master class. So lap number 1 now in the books. Again, 12 minutes is what they're going to get in total. Currently about 2 minutes in, so about 10 minutes still yet to go, as it is Wes Steege currently finds himself out in front.
Wes Steege with the fast lap the first time around, but fast and just because, well, the least slow, because the first lap's not going to be the quick one. 52 seconds, certainly not the fast time that we're going to see. Oh, and I'm already seeing one driver, looks like a bent axle. Yes, indeed, the 476. I'm going to say that might be, yes, David Fedler. Oh, that's too bad. David Fedler loaned me his ride on Tuesday to do the Kart Chaser lap. And we got Rob Howden with issues in turn number 9. A couple of drivers spun out. Howden was one of those drivers spun and had somebody else just get into him.
Yeah, so the yellows are out right now. As looks like Howden is just now going to have a gap to make his way back through, and he is now.
And he joins the bent axle party.
He does. Looks like he has a bent left rear on his axle. The entire car's vibrating. That's going to be a long ride back into the pit area. Let's see if he decides to pull over and stop. That's, I guess you could call that a back massage at its worst, and he is going to come to a stop, and I don't blame him because that just does a toll on your ribs and your back when you have an axle bent like that.
Yeah, it's not. We just talked about this is literally the exact opposite of what you're trying to get done in these practice sessions, right? You want to stay out of trouble. These early laps, these couple drivers spinning out, not getting under the getting the car underneath them with the cold tires, and getting caught up with stuff like that. That's not what you want right before your qualifying session. Now these guys are all one group. They're not going to be A versus B or anything like that, but you're still going to have a fast and slow portion. Howden, Fedler, and some of these others are going to be in that slow group.
Yeah, so it's unfortunate to see, but there is, it's going to be almost identical track conditions. The only thing that's going to be different is obviously the time. They're going to go about 4 to 5 minutes behind the second group. That's going to go out in front of them. So we're going to keep an eye on the top of the boards. There's a couple guys still, it looks like that barrier system coming out of the hairpin just in front of us of turn 10, catching a lot of guys off guard, as I think we've heard more barrier contact today than we did all of yesterday. So we're going to be a little interesting going forward here for the rest of practice and into qualifying. Mauricio Mardan currently the fastest overall here, as we are 4 minutes in of 12 for practice number 2 for your KA100 Master.
We talk about the barrier hits on the exit of turn number 10, the final hairpin before the finish line, and as the grip comes up, you're able to get back to the throttle sooner, and so you want to keep getting on it sooner and sooner and sooner to drive off the corner. And now the back end starts to chase as you get to the outside, and you don't want to lift. You don't want to lift until you get that little bit of a barrier tap. A lot of these drivers playing with fire right now, getting done early.
Yeah, a little bit of a high risk, high reward. If you're able to make it stick, you get that much more momentum, because that is a long run from that turn 10 hairpin all the way down to turn 2. You go to the longer straightaway. So do you want that extra tenth or two in practice, or do you maybe want to risk bending the bent axle club and just kissing it just a little bit too hard? The barriers do move. They have a little bit of give to it. You can push them back ever so slightly, but anything more than just a love tap, so to speak, and you may have some more damage you have to take care of.
And one of the things you got to watch out too with the barriers is as they get tapped, sometimes they're in a weird position. So you come around, hey, it's a street course, it's a temporary course. The barrier was there last time, now it's not, and then maybe it's there again. So you kind of have to keep those eyes up, and if those barriers are skewed just right, you can actually just barely grab it a little bit more, and that's when you can get that axle.
Yeah, something, especially some of the guys who come from maybe a street racing background. I know Billy Musgrave, who has done a lot, not only here at the Rio and the SKUSA SuperNats, but also at the Lancaster GP, and I believe at the Rock Island Grand Prix as well. Someone who's used to being around those barriers like that, you know what to look for when you come up to it. If you can see it's flat, you know you can give it just a little bit of a kiss, but if it's bent at a certain point, and again, this is all happening so quick, you know maybe I should stay away from it, as it looks like we have a couple of solos running around the 428, making their way through. It looks like they are now back up to speed. See if we can't find some where the big names are. Martin Stone is someone who's usually very, very quick. Finds himself in currently P17. Billy Vincent just outside the 20th spot in the 19th position as well. And then outside of the slow and fast group, the 21st position is going to be Sean Scott running in 21st. And again, this is all subject to change. This is just how it updates right now. And I believe that as far as the heavy hitters go, that is going to be the last of them outside of the top 20 as we continue to watch Mauricio Mardan out in front, fastest one on track, with Gator David in P2 and Miguel Meyer in the third spot. Well, I say that. Billy Vincent just went to 4th. I'm sorry.
David fastest this morning with Mardan P2, Ryan Kastner. Then Billy Musgrave and Ramajo, your top 5. Well, Ramajo just goes to the top. 46.8. Mardan, David, Miguel Mir, and Billy Musgrave, your top 5. Few of the same names just stumbled around a little bit. Some of these drivers get a little frustrated with each other out there too. I saw some your number 1 out there for a few of them. You just need to stay calm. Just need to relax. It's just practice, right? Stay on your game. Find as much as you can. But getting upset here early in the week is not going to do you any favors.
Well, especially still have a long week to go. We are on Wednesday, so if you're getting a little flustered right now, you're going to have to pace yourself back down, because if you're getting all emotionally distraught now, you're going to be emotionally worn down by the time it comes to Sunday.
David to the top, 46.7. We'll see these times continue to go down. We are running lap 8 now, so we're beyond what qualifying speed would be. We talked about that in all these longer sessions. We're now talking about racing pace, how fast these drivers are going to be, and this will be towards the end of your heat race. Quick races, only 45 or so seconds to get around these things, and only 10 laps. So it's not going to take long to get everything done.
No, not at all, and we continue to watch on track. There's the good shot of making their way down the run between 7 and 8. Again, that's probably the second longest straightaway that we have on track, just barely over the one between 6 and 7, as there's a run between 6 and 7 right now. And again, it kind of opens back up before we make that right-hander of turn 7. So that's a good passing opportunity we've seen so far. There's a good shot of the S's making the way through. Again, the quick left-right, as you're talking about, it narrows down, widens back up. It's caught a couple of guys off, I guess you could say, off guard so far, as they've had a little bit of trouble with that this morning.
Yeah, as the grip has come up, right, this is definitely a higher grip than what we had in the morning session. You can just tell by how much drivers are attacking turn 9 as they start going to that corner harder. Now they're having to play the game between, do I go flat out and go hard into turn 9, or do I give it up a little bit and try to get better run out of 9 and into 10? And you can see the different ways people are taking 9. It's going to be interesting to see what happens when we go to racing.
Yeah, the moment there for the camera to see Laurencio Mardan pulling into the pit, so he decided that either one, he had an issue, or two, he learned all he was gonna, and he decided to pull it into the pits as we got one turned around there into turn 7 right now. Looks like to be a magic card of the 418. There's a good shot of the rest of them. I believe that is Mario Barrios now trying to run down the one right in front of him. And it almost looks like he maybe just trying to follow in his toe. Tries to take it a little bit of a practice qualifying or practice heat race here. As another one turned around again, coming up into the hairpin of turn number 9, and that's not a good area. And as we were talking about all day today, that run of turn 8 is not quite flat out, but you're definitely not slow by any means. It's probably one of the faster corners that we have here as opposed to turn 1. But you're coming in, and if you hit that curb just wrong, you're going to be in the middle to the inside of the track coming into a tight hairpin. So if you're stuck there, it's almost like a blind corner. Talk about sight lines. Well, the barriers sometimes are taller than the driver's heads, as we had another one turned down there in 8. But you have to rely on the flag ones more to have the flags out. And when it comes into it, especially in a high-speed corner like that, you just have to be prepared for what you're going to see.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, that's one of those spots where you really, really don't want to be there. We've seen that in years prior when actually that direction the other way, right? Same corner, but the other direction, there'd be an issue there. As you came out of the hairpin, you really had nowhere to go. And this one here, you can at least kind of move over to the left, but that's a tough spot to be having an issue there coming out of 8 going into 9.
Yeah, especially when you're driver in the seat, and if you get turned around, you're definitely holding on to the wheel for dear might, hoping that you don't get T-boned, because that is such a quick corner. But again, it's one, not only making some good shots for us as far as footage goes, but two, it's definitely a good setup to try to follow someone in to get a good run into the hairpin into turn 10 to make a move. Looking on the board right now, just over 10 minutes in, so we got just under a minute or 2 minutes to go here for the final practice before qualifying here for your KA 100 Master Class.
New driver inside the top 5, Christian Vermeer. What you saw in that Techno Kart, teammate to Laurencio Mardan. Mardan already in, as you mentioned earlier, in 3rd. Barrios is 4th. Vermeer 5th, but our top 2 still Renato Jarder David and Danilo Ramajo. Further down in the top 10, Billy Musgrave 6th, Miguel Mir 7th, Jaime Labastida in 8th, Kyle Uchinsky in 9th, Andrew Fallon 10th, with the checkered out on the session. Final practice in the books here for KA Masters.
Yeah, so now they're going to make their final lap right now, and again with the yellows all the way over there with what happened in the hairpin of turn number 9. I think there was something else into turn 1 as well. So these laps probably aren't going to be quicker than what we have seen before, but the checkered flag has come out here for the final practice, so practice number 2 this morning for your K100 Master Class. Up next, we got your micros getting underway here shortly. There's your unofficial results on your screen right now. Then that is going to rotate all the way down from the top to the bottom of the running board. So our Micro Swift is going to take the track on next, and once that is concluded, we're going to go into qualifying here for your 25th edition of the SKUSA SuperNats, and that is going to get kicked off with your KA100 Junior Class. So don't go anywhere and stay tuned. We still have more practice yet to come, followed by qualifying here for the 25th edition of the SKUSA SuperNats.
Lucky Design USA, one of the most recognizable brand names in custom helmet painting. Lucky Design has been used by drivers from karting all the way to Formula One. Offering attractive pricing and 12 to 16-week completion times, Lucky Design is unmatched when comparing quality and speed. Lucky Design USA offers a variety of options for you to get a uniquely painted helmet that suits your style. Contact Adam at Lucky Design USA to get started.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
We are back with Micro Swift taking to the track for their sixth and final practice session. Second of the day. And their last chance to get ready for qualifying coming up later on this morning. Alexander Perkuna, the fastest this morning. Put down a 50.949. Let's see what we can get here in this 12-minute practice session. The longest of all of them so far, only 7-minute sessions. This one a 12-minute session opening laps is going to be all about what's it going to be like for qualifying, but once they get beyond that, they start figuring out what race pace is going to be like. Heading down into turn number 1 on our screen now. That's Jackson Porter going through there, 21. Indeed. A high V ride. Porter out of Arizona. One of the fastest drivers so far last couple of days has been Rocco Simone. And currently fastest just with this opening lap. So cold tires and Rocco getting along pretty well. Antonio Pizzonia, Nato, followed by the 21 of Porter, and then Simone on track, 1, 2, 3, and also leading the charts. Clean air, I think, is going to be the name of the game. Those drivers getting a chance to kind of do a mock quali here without any traffic in front of them.
Yeah, I definitely think, like you said before, clean air is definitely better than running in a tandem. And I just want to point out, too, how cold it seems to be getting right now. And I don't quite know how you're doing this in shorts. I had to put my winter coat on because it's a little chilly and windy up here in the booth. But as we said before, especially being out here in Nevada, if you're in the sun, it feels like it's 40 degrees warmer than when you're in the shade right now. But we're in the shade, and kudos to you for being in shorts and staying through it right now as we are currently about 3 minutes in right now. Rocco Simone, the fastest out in front as we got lap number 2 completed so far. From practice number 1 today, Alexander Pecunia was the fastest overall. And again, only 3 laps in, so this is kind of a little bit of a wash as we're still waiting for tires to come back up. But Pecunia currently sitting just now outside the top 10 of the 11th spot. But I have a feeling as the tire temps start to come up, then we're starting to push it just a little bit more as we got one in the barriers coming out of turn number 6 heading into 7 right now on the straightaway. And, man, there's been a couple karts who are just stuck in the barriers on the straightaway more than I think that we thought we were going to see.
Yeah, and I wonder if that's just I mean, if it's coming right off the corner, it could be a scenario where they just exit out too far, like we just talked about when you're trying to push the envelope coming out of the corner. These cold tires, though, just a little bit of a slip. Maybe you get a tag it a little bit, bend that axle. We saw that in the Masters group that just went. To be on the straightaway, though, it also could be just a fight for real estate, right? You're not trying to give that up. You want to have that shot, and maybe the door closes on you. We saw that a little bit last night as well.
Yeah, definitely different scenarios making the way through right now. It's still Rocco Simone, the fastest out in front right now, as Cameron Marsha makes his way inside the top 5. He goes to P4 this morning. He was currently P3. Jackson Gibson also up there as well, P5. The earlier practice now finds himself in P4. Pasha Ali finds himself well inside the top 10, currently sitting in P8 right now. He was not inside the top 12 from practice this morning. So maybe some of these kiddos and their mechanics went and found just a little bit extra in the karts, maybe added some more grip or maybe made an adjustment to the gearing and able to get just that little bit extra out of the kart. Looking down in the order right now, I think somewhere in total we're in the 40s as far as entries, 46. So I think there is going to be a split like you were talking about between the not going to split the classes per se with the A versus B, but there will be a split when it comes time for qualifying.
No, exactly that. They won't have all 40 some odd drivers on track at the same time. They'll split them in half. So, as you say, about 43 drivers. So, 46 drivers. So we'll have 23 in each half as they do split those things down the middle. Right there, we've got 5 laps in the books for a lot of these drivers with a 50-second lap time. I'm not sure that we're going to see 5 laps in qualifying, maybe 4. Fast time right now, 50.8. Luke Giglio, fast time right now, the 50.8. Troy Ferguson now going to the top, 50.6, and again, that's their 5th lap. I don't think we're going to see that. Now, the thing is, you can go back and look at your Micron and go, oh, hey, we hit that lap on lap 5. We up that pressure a smidge, we can get it on lap 4 and get that inside our qualifying deal. So this is the best the track's been for all these drivers, as close as it's going to be for what they're going to see for the early laps and certainly for qualifying. And they can start fine-tuning what they do for for that 4-lap session.
Yes, we continue to watch now. We are currently about 6 minutes in, so just at halfway. Got 6 more minutes to go, and in total they've done 6 laps. So probably about 12, possibly 13 laps is all they're going to get. As you can see, Cameron Marsh now on the left-hand side of your screen doing a dive bomb move there. on the Paralympic driver, I believe, of Rocco Simone, who currently finds himself in P3 overall. And like you were talking about, if you can make a move there into turn 1, you got him single file behind you heading into the S's, gives you a little bit of breathing time before you get to the tighter hairpins. And you could arguably say, even into turn 7, it's easier to defend than it is heading into turn 8. But if you got that point, you can maybe try to recoup your momentum through the S's, then through turn 6. But heading into 7, you really have to be on it if you're trying to hold off the field.
No, for sure. If you're going to try to hold anybody off in turn number 7, the risk that you run is that you don't have the exit speed, and then you're going to get beat as you go down to turn number 8. That over-under can get you, or someone carrying that speed a little bit off the corner.
And we continue to watch now as there's Cameron Marsha going by at the top of your screen there in the all-black orange suit as they make their way into the S's as they make their way out of turn 1 right now. There is the rest of the field. Rocco Simone going by on your screen as well, making the way through that hairpin at turn 1. And the interesting thing about turn 1, that's kind of the classic turn 2. It's going to be turn 1 on the start. The classic turn here at the Rio is you got kind of a dog leg heading into a hairpin. And so something we've seen a lot of times, especially on the screen, is you have to start braking right as you're turning, and that back end kicks out. And a lot of guys try to dance with it with the back end kicked out, dance it all the way down to the hairpin, let the brake off, and then try to hope you got the momentum and the grip to try to roll it through that hairpin.
Yeah, and you can see the entries being a little bit different for everybody as they go in there as well. I mean, the fastest drivers are certainly all the way out to the barrier and under control as they get over there before they start arcing in the corner, while some other drivers still trying to figure some things out, maybe a little bit more shallow as they go in there, or maybe don't have that car control to have that back end underneath them, and as you say, under the brakes, and they've choked it up as they've gone in there. One of those things that you go through there, if you are side by side, as you can see right there, is you really need to make sure you give it up. You don't want to lose a ton of speed right through there, because then you're going to be in a tough spot for the S's.
Yeah, and especially with this lower horsepower with the younger division category of the micros, they're almost flat. I bet you they can take it flat all the way through those S's. When you get to the shifters, if they don't hit the curbs quite right, maybe they have to trail brake or let off just a little bit. But it can be a little intimidating just about how fast you're going through there and how fast you can carry the speed. And like you said, the curbing through there is one thing you got to look out for, as it seems to be one of the shifters maybe going to work for them, as they almost went 3 wide there through turn 1. Heading down that straightaway as we are now looking at the times. It is currently about 9 minutes in so far of 12. So we're coming down to the closing laps right now, as we got 9 in the books right now. So here in a few laps, checker flag is going to be out for these kiddos, and we're going to get going with qualifying again. Next one up is going to be the the KA100 Junior Division. I have a feeling if you're someone who's not quite sure about how the track is going to come in, I'm sure they're looking at the timesheets and they're going to be watching the track here if you're running in the latter half of this day.
About 9 minutes in the books here. Now it's just going to start going down the list. It's Rocco Simone back at the top, 50.119 new top time. Antonio Pizzoni Manedo's in second. Alexander Bracuna, Jackson Porter, Troy Ferguson top 5. Jackson Gibson, Royce Vega, Luke Giglio, Oscar Leonardo Padilla. And it starts to move from there as we work out the top 10. Only a couple of minutes to play here for these micro drivers. Definitely a difference of opinion as far as where to slow down for some of these. You can see a lot of accordion going on. Different lines being taken, especially right in front of us here in the final corner.
Yeah, I think that's one thing interesting about this track is if you go to some of the permanent tracks, especially the bigger ones, it's kind of a one-line fits all. Maybe you go offline if you're trying to make a pass. Here, different lines work for different people. As far as when you start to brake, when you start to get on the gas, and like you talked about the hairpin right in front of us at turn 10, some guys wait way late, get on the blinders, and then try to arc it down. Some guys try to apex it off of it early, and they all come out about the same. But like you said, different lines for different people, and it's not just in the hairpins, it's all the way through. The only time it seems to be about the same is through the S's when everyone runs the same line.
Yeah, and that's what we talked about with those passes being made in turn number 1. If you can get the job done there, you're in pretty good shape, at least until turn number 6. The final corner here, though, especially with the lower horsepower with the micros, they're the ones where you see a lot more of these over-unders happening. A surge move, getting in there deep, but then we're seeing a lot of, sorry, as I was talking there, I saw one of the little guys just decided to give a little hip check to the driver next to him. Not sure where he picked that up from. Nobody here at SuperNats will do that, I don't think.
Oh, but yeah, like you were talking about, that hairpin over here, and again, that is going to be the final corner when it comes time for the checker flag. And I mean, last year you talk about photo finishes coming down to the stripe. We were running in the backwards So basically this same track but ran backwards. So you had that entire run out of that hairpin down the straightaway to draft off of someone, and then a couple of guys would pull it up on the inside line and make a pass. Now what the name of the game is going to be is look for guys to maybe arc the corner, late apex it, and try to do a mega crossover, come across the stripe now. But I think some guys, that's going to come later on in the heat race to see if they can't figure that out.
Yeah, and I'll be curious to see what happens with that turn 9 to turn 10 program, those final 2 hairpins, because I bet everyone's going to anticipate seeing that move in the final corner. But maybe you do a little surprise attack there, try to get them to mess up that other corner, get to the inside. They might not have enough coming off to counterattack. If there's enough room to get it done, though, it'll be interesting to see what happens as we go racing.
Definitely a lot of question marks up in the air of how this track is going to race here going into tomorrow with all the heat races. We're about to go with qualifying. 10 seconds are left here in the second practice for your Micro Swift, as I believe that was the last kart to come across the stripe, as we are now just at 12 minutes. The checker flag is going to be out, and that is going to wrap it up here for the second practice for your Micro Swift qualifying run. Checker flag is out, and it is still Rocco Simone the fastest right now. Let's see if anyone else can maybe top him off the leaderboard. Is not able to improve on his time. Looks like Pizzonia Nato was able to go faster, but not faster than Rocco Simone. Just about half the field still yet to come across the board. I don't think there's going to be any major movers. Jackson Gibson locks into P3. Luke Giglio in P5. Percunha still in 6th. So I think that may do it here for your micros for the second group. Let's look at that transfer, or not the transfer spot, the division spot of the 23rd position. That is going to be Oscar Leonardo Padilla is going to be, Pasha Ali is going to be the last one in the split between the two groups. So that is going to wrap it up here for the second round of practice on Wednesday for SKUSA SuperNats. We're about to get going with qualifying here shortly, and that is coming up next with your KA100 junior class. Going to be multiple groups of that one, but that is set to take track for the qualifying run when we come back from this commercial break. And welcome back here to the 25th edition of the SKUSA SuperNats here back at the Rio as we are now green and underway for qualifying. The first group out is going to be your X30 Junior category. They're going to split the groups up even more so. So you already had the fast and the slow that we ran in practice. So now they're split into four. That's A, B, C, and D. So Group D goes out first, then Group B, then Group D, then Group C, then Group B, then Group A. So that's going to be the four that split through. They're going to have 4 minutes in total for their qualifying run. And I think it's going to be a little exciting. Again, these are going to be this probably the lowest amount of karts we're going to see on track all throughout the weekend. But that's allowing for what you were talking about earlier, the clean air. That's almost essential that you need to put in a good qualifying lap.
Well, and that's just it here. We got, again, as you say, the KA Junior group by think60.org on course right now. 4 minutes. And you need that clean air. Some of the drivers in the back letting people go a little bit to get that clean air. Drivers out front just getting after it, trying to put in as much as they can. Drivers weaving to get some heat in the tires. 4 minutes, not a long time. First driver to come across the line is the 897 of Diego Ardiles. One driver spinning around.
Yeah, so with the 4 minutes we were talking about, as far as laps up to temperature, so to speak, for their tires is only about 1 or 2. And they're probably going a little bit higher in tire pressures. It's probably going to come down to about 4, maybe 5 laps if you're lucky for this qualifying run that we've seen with the lap time so far. So it's going to come down to that 4th and 5th lap if you get it of when you're going to put in your best optimal time. So in those 2 laps, you got to be perfect. And not only that, you have to have the people around you be perfect too and no one slowing you down.
Yeah, I would imagine if you're not getting your best lap on the last lap, you probably made some kind of mistake or were held up in some way. That last lap is going to be your best shot for a fast time. And getting that clean air is exactly what drivers want to do. And we got racing going on here, which is a bit nuts here in qualifying. If someone gets around you, it might be better off just to let them go and not keep fighting. But if you are going to fight for position to get that fast lap, the early laps is the time to do it, not the fast ones right at the end.
Yeah, so we're going to watch now and see who can possibly get the fast lap. Again, the first 2 are probably going to be a wash as we are currently 2 laps in right now. And as you already went through the running order, Oscar Iliff is also up in this group, so someone to keep an eye out on P3. Braden Domingue is currently the fast one out in front. And I didn't think we were going to see any passing or maybe minimalistic, but it looked like a couple of guys were starting to go back and forth here in the 2 hairpins of turns 9 and 10. And if they don't calm that down quick, then they're just going to not only ruin their lap time, but the one that they're passing as well.
Exactly that, and it was actually Oscar Iliff that was trying to get around and try to find that clean air and get to the front. Right now has the Nash driver just in front of him. And now to the inside, you can see on the screen going to the inside there, turn number 1. This is the time to do it, to try to get it done, to get that clean air. Iliff getting the job done now, clean air. The 2 drivers that got nothing but clean air in front of them, I believe that is Ardiles out front, nobody around, and Iliff now in the P2 spot on course and going for fast laps here with only less than 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, so they're probably going to get just about 2 laps. Maybe Ardiles is going to get 1 more.
Yeah, the checkered almost ready to go here. It's going to be close.
Yeah, you can see the lead flagman. He's got the stopwatch. I think he's going to go down to the exact second. And what we've seen before in the SKUSA races in the Pro Tour, if you're in a pack of 5, that time goes up, that checker comes out on whoever the time goes up with early. So we're going to be keeping an eye on him as well. But I think Ardiles may get 2 laps leading here out in the front group. as like you said, it's at 3 minutes and 47 seconds. Sorry, they're all going to get probably about one more lap this time by. You can see this watch is out, and he is walking onto the track. So this is the final lap. Make or break here. If you're the 20 who are on track, it is currently Adilas out in the first right now as far as the running order goes, and then Eli Warren in P2, Oscar Iliff in P3. They're going to have to hold on for one more lap to see if there's going to be an upset.
Coming to the line here, it's going to be checkered flag. Again, we've got 4 groups going to be on course, but your first provisional time is what we're going to see right now. Ardiles, 47.1. Now across lines, a whole group of them. Iliff got out to the 47.352. Braden Dominguez going to be up there, 47.202. More drivers coming across there with a little bit of traffic. Again, this is the first half of the, quote, slow group. It was smart of Iliff to get in there. Third on the charts, nipped by Braden Dominguez there. But Ardiles, top time, the first half of the slow group here, 47.125, time to beat.
Yeah, and then it's, like you said, Dominguez P2, Oscar Iliff in P3, Colton Adkin in the 4th position with Eli Warren rounding out your top 5. So we're going to keep an eye on that. It's probably going to get it is subject to change here as we still have 3 more groups to go out. We're going quick here. As soon as that first group comes in the pits, they send out the second one. They want to keep the conditions as close to similar all the way through that they can. As the green is now out, time is now running here. So another 4 laps before we see how the second group ends up. And we already have the top 20 in the books right now. What's going to happen here is the next couple of laps, as their tires are starting to come up to temperature, these guys are probably going to sit in the 21st on back position, and then as they start putting in their better laps, that's when you get the mix between the 2 groups to figure out who's going to end up where. As we now continue to watch here, again, lap number 1 is probably not going to be anywhere near competitive to the top 20, and then as the time continues on, as the tires continue to heat up, that's when you get the mix between the 2 of them, and that's when not only gets confusing for us, but it gets exciting for you guys as we get new mixes up into the group.
Yeah, and this is just the first half. Again, the quote slow group, the fast group is going to be following, and so we'll see even more drivers move on through as these times get merged together. Across the line here, the 8.48 of Diego Guilloit. Have to work on that name right there. Diego, the first driver, across the line.
Yes, that's Diego Guido was the first one to make his way through. And again, I don't think let me see what the times were as we're looking down through the order. There's the 21st position. So Diego Guido went about a 50.9. So roughly about 2 seconds or to a second and a half off pace of that first group. And again, that time is going to continue to drop here. And I have to say, this group looks a little bit more spaced out than we saw in that first one.
And we actually already had 2 drivers having issues here to complete that second lap. Peyton Westcott was one of them, now in the very back of the train. Didn't see who the other driver was. But that's not what you want to see in qualifying, is any barrier hits. Got to get a good time in. Start as far up as possible here in qualifying. K.A. Junior. Right now, again, the time to beat Diego Ardiles, 47.125.
No. Stay on the pre-grid and all that. Okay. We'll send it down to you guys. You should be 3, right?
8.48 now. Across the line, we're already seeing faster times. There it is, a new top time here. We'll let everybody get across the line. We'll start carrying on down the list. But after just the 3rd lap, Alexander Gonzalez, provisional pole to 47.0. Again, this is fast time for the slow group. Xander Clements now back up in the booth here after running around doing other stuff for the broadcast. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, man. It's such a big operation here, right? Obviously big for SKUSA, big for us too, so that's what's got me in and out and abound. And I think we've got everything sorted, at least for the stream side, to be able to get our interviews going. We're just going to get the PA dialed in here in a moment, and should be up on the Jumbotron and the VIP suites really soon, which will be cool with the live stream. So last couple things is kind of all about Thursday, right? Final practice as well. We did a dry run through all of our camera work yesterday. Got some new graphics here on the screen. I was reading the comments a little bit earlier. One person had asked if we could show the class name on the graphics. So during the lunch break, we'll make a little adjustment, make sure we can show that as well. But lots of running around, lots to make everything work, all to make it happen here for the coolest event in the world, the 25th annual SKUSA SuperNationals.
And right now, qualifying underway for KA Junior, brought to us by Think60.org. And the time to beat is going to be coming across on here shortly as Aaron Likens has the checkered in the air. This will be the last shot for the slow group. Enzo Vidmontien's got the fast time at a 46.827. Let's see if he holds on to it or somebody else gets it here for provisional pole.
Here he comes across the line. The Motaz Sport Kart Republic driver does improve again. Keeps its top spot for the moment. The rest of the field will cycle on through here as the session comes to a close. A couple passes here in the final corner as well with the checkered flag flying there on the left-hand side. But Vidmontien's time will hold, and that time, again, decent enough. A 46.542. 10th and a half up on Gonzalez. Austin Olds late in the session throws down a good time, gets to third. De La Vecchia gets to fourth. Then we go Martin Molnar ends up rounding the top 5, and you can see the rest on down the order here. Quite a few drivers have already turned time so far. Again, that was the entirety of that first half of the grouping. 30+ have turned laps so far. Plenty more still to go in the 65 total driver KA100 Junior Division. So again, now we're going to see the drivers that were in the upper percentile, the 15th, 16th or so, back to about probably 32nd in final practice. We'll head to the racetrack, and then the super quick group coming out later here for qualifying. You can see that live shot there down on the grid as they get set to go. So we're continuing to roll through, and I will say, Mike, temps starting to come up just a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. The sun's been out now and beaten down on the track for a little bit. Kelly said earlier, if you're in the sun, you can feel it. If you're in the shade like we are here, it's a little bit cooler, but the breeze is a little bit died down, and as the heat starts to come up, the grip starts to come up, and that's exactly what these drivers are looking for here in qualifying.
Well, here they go. They're looking for it right now, right off the bat. One of the Speed Concepts Racing drivers will be one of the first ones to lead them across the line and begin the lap times here for that group. Again, about 15th or 16th. Down to 30th or so in final practice. Couple kids who have had some big runs on the national stage in this group as we get closer and closer to the quickest kids at the end of the sessions. Oliver Weldon finds himself in this session as well. Again, the 807 was the first to cross the line here in the first of the two groups for the second overall section from K100 Junior. 4 total qualifying groups, so you could call this one, I guess, Group B. We had C just finish up. B, and then the top 16 to 17 drivers in final practice pushing their way up to the grid now. Here's that look of the first few drivers coming out of turn 7. We don't imagine the top times will change too much as the outlap gets completed, but we'll wait to see what they do on laps 2 and 3. Overall, everybody going quickest on that final lap. It's still a cold enough morning with the sun out, with the track heating up, that last lap's been the quickest for these guys in those Avinco Blues.
No, exactly. And you saw the drivers as they were going from 7 to 8, still weaving back and forth, trying to get some heat in the tires. Now they are on that main straightaway. They're not doing so much weaving. They're just trying to get as much speed to keep the momentum up and carry it lap after lap, because now if you have that clean air, you want to hold on to it. Weave back and forth too much, so you start going racy, and you don't want to be in traffic here when trying to kill a good lap time.
Yeah, I'm surprised a little bit, maybe not too surprised with the KA Juniors. Granted, you've got such a small group to go on the racetrack, and only 17 or 18, that nobody wanted to go in their own little pack and wait about half a lap to fully get some clean air. I mean, there's still some battles going on around the racetrack. The kids out front seem like they are okay. We'll watch them come around the final corner here. I believe that might be Hudson Schwartz in the 807. Indeed, he was the first one out across the line. Then we go back to the 834 GFC entry of Keegan Kaminsky. Schwartz setting the benchmark there over Anthony Martella. Then Cooper Shipman will jump up the order. That's one driver I was surprised to see not in the fastest overall. Cooper Shipman, what a standout into the summer stretch he had in that Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart, going all the way to the Miami USA Grand Nationals back a month ago in October. Put it on the pole there in K100 Junior. He and his team at Elio Mesa have been really strong all through the 2022 season, and he's seeming to be coming into his stride even a little bit more as the session goes on. But he's not quickest. That is still all in the SCR red speed of Hudson Schwartz. He looks decent headed to the final corner. Let's see what he does on lap number 3 as we come to put about 3 minutes in the books. Schwartz across the line does improve. 47.272. Kaminsky will go quicker, getting a little bit of a toe behind him.
Yeah, and 46 is where they want to be, because remember last session, the one that we just had there, the first part of qualifying, they were already in the 46s. The provisional pole time, a 46.542 from Enzo Vidmontien. That's the time you need to beat right now to get inside the top echelon. Enzo, that 46.5, still about 4/10 clear of Keegan.
I think Keegan Kaminsky could be on a burner this time. You can see on the live stream here, he's closing up about 4 car lengths back from Hudson Schwartz. Got a little toe on him here coming into this section, turn number 8 and 9. Here we go to the final couple corners. Keegan Kaminsky down to the final turn, 2 car lengths back, headed out of the final corner onto the front straightaway, and that time will be quicker. Does he go quicker than Vidmontien? Across the line, a 46.61. Not enough. Elio Meza, though, goes better.
Yeah, the question is going to be here is right now on screen, you can see Keegan closing right up to the back bumper there. Is he going to get held up, or is he going to get just enough toe? And even further back, actually just behind him, is Landon Skinner. Skinner actually may get the toe on both of those drivers, and if he does, he might be the one with the top time. Aaron Likens with the checkered flag in the air. This is going to be it. 46.542, time to beat.
Well, Kaminsky's got down to a car length and a half back from Hudson Schwartz, maybe even a little bit closer. So as they go through turn number 9, over 10, and out of the final corner, Kaminsky onto him. Hopefully didn't catch him too late or early in the lap. As they cross the line, it will be a decent time, 46.51 for Keegan Kaminsky. Elio Meza waiting on him to come across the line. There he goes in the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart. Does not knock Kaminsky back off the top of the order. So Keegan Kaminsky, again, this group not nearly as much quicker as we would have expected based on the way practice ended out, Mike. With more drivers, you would think beating Enzo Vidmontien's time. It's really only Kaminsky right up in there. And so out of the 17 that we're able to put in a time so far, Keegan Kaminsky, your quickest in the first half of the quick group. Here comes the second half. Caleb Gaffera leads them out onto the racetrack over to turn number 9. He'll bring behind him a number, Max Taylor, Max Garcia, and it looks like Leonardo Scorpioni in the Zanella Racing Tony Kart will be the first 4 as the gaggle behind them is 2 and 3 abreast, trying to find some clean air.
You talk about that clean air and how you were curious, how come someone didn't lay off a little bit, maybe get that clean air before? Maybe it's because it's so close in lap time. If you lay off too much, you might lose that last opportunity to lap.
It could be. It could be depending. I'm not sure if anyone stopwatched it to see roughly how many laps they think they would get, and you definitely don't want to be 1 lap shy with how cold the temperatures are here. The other part, of course, we're talking 100cc racing, restricted 100cc racing at that with juniors, so the draft is pretty key. We saw that right there with Keegan Kaminsky towing off Hudson Schwartz. Schwartz towed him around there at the end. Kaminsky might have been a little bit quicker, but he definitely benefited a tenth or two by running behind him. And with this long back straightaway that we got that the field will start on, that's going to be crucial. So you've got a 4-car pack here leading out of the final corner. We've got problems on the screen. Looks like that might have been Cameron Brinkman in the LN kart for Mike Doty Racing. He was slowing, I believe, coming out of turn number 7. So Cameron Brinkman's going to be all on his lonesome in the 889 to try and put a lap together. Caleb Gaffera, Max Taylor, they're running in this pack of 4 headed out of turn number 2.
RPG drivers 1-2 on course right now, and they're hoping that they can just be nice and smooth and start pulling away from the couple of drivers just astern. Fast lap times are going to be coming if you can get that toe, but you need to have the clean air. Drivers further back are actually fighting for position. Again, I said it earlier, if you're going to do the fight, you got to do it in these first couple of laps, because if you're doing any kind of jostling for position in the final couple, that's going to be the laps that you want to go fast.
So Caleb Gaffera and Max Taylor have Max Garcia still close. Leonardo Scorpioni got close to Garcia a little bit earlier in the lap, then kind of faded away in the back sector. And Gaffera lays down a good lap to start off the qualifying session. It will not be enough to really move him too much up the chains. He's still down outside the top 15 on the opening circuit, but again, we'll imagine by lap 3 that this group right here very well could be the top 4 starters for heat number 1 tomorrow morning, as we've got a spinner in the back. That was one of the RPG Cosmics. That is the 818, and I think that might have been Emma Scarborough that went around on the back hairpin turn number 2. Indeed, Emma Kate Scarborough in the 818, 23rd currently, and scuffing the tires with a spin there. That's going to be a big blow there, Mike.
Yeah, and actually another driver that was having a hard time, actually the 833, lost a little bit from that lead group. They were going to be right at the sharp end, and now they're actually having to fight for position.
That was Max Taylor there, indeed.
Exactly.
He's fallen behind Garcia and Scorpioni on the screen. So Scorpioni, I think, went around Garcia. Garcia's going to go back on Scorpioni, or try to in turn 2. They're going to be side-by-side coming out, and it kind of all bottles them up there into 3. They'll stay single file there over to 4 and 5, but ultimately, not a great second lap for Max Taylor for the way things all shook out. And now Caleb Gaffera doesn't have any help from behind. He's by himself. Garcia has a rabbit to chase at least. And this will probably be the final time by. The checkered flag in the hand of Aaron Likens. Won't come this time, will come next time. So one more time around, I would imagine, for your KA juniors in the fast group. Here, the final half of it. Still trying to knock off Keegan Kaminsky.
Fast times coming from this time by, and is still searching for a little bit more time, about 2/10 off. We've got drivers that just got it right there. Ivana Richards, new top time, 46.492, new provisional pole for Richards with one more lap to go here for the fast group.
Impressive for Ivana Richards. The Mexico driver has had a good bit of speed at a number of the SKUSA Pro Tours here this year. She has yet to come up with a first career main event win. It would be huge to do that on the stage of SuperNationals 25. And a pole position starting spot, well, that's a good way to start it. I think Max Garcia here has closed a little bit to Caleb Gaffera. He might be in a decent spot. Here he comes onto the front stretch along with Gaffera, cross the line. Gaffera goes up into fifth. Garcia to the pole. Max Garcia in the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic will get beaten, though, by another KR, Stephen Miller, in that Chad Dawkin Racing Alonso kart to the top overall.
Final driver across the line, and that's going to be it for qualifying here.
Check.
It is indeed Stephen Miller with the
Check.
fast time.
Christian Cameron ends up third. Leo Escorpione fourth. Max Taylor rounds your top five, and we'll bring up the results fully here for KA100 Junior in the fast group. Again, you know that Enzo Vidmontien at a 46.51. That'll put him up into the top 20 overall. Pretty good rebound after looking at it would be over 34 karts. So indeed, inside the top 10 rows for his heat races for Enzo Vidmontien and a number of drivers in that first group as well. But Stephen Miller, 4 thousandths of a second over Max Garcia, 200ths back to Christian Cameron, Leo Escorpione, Taylor, Rivera, Richards, Mercado, Glendenning, and Keegan Kaminsky. Round your top 10 in qualifying for KA100 Junior. We're going to take a commercial break. When we come back, it's time to keep it on rolling. KA100 Masters, I believe, should be next up onto the racetrack.
Group KA 100 Senior by AMR Medic West is the first half, the lower group from qualifying for KA Senior. KA 100 Senior here getting ready to put in their first hot laps and already won in the barrier out of the S's. I believe that was the first driver out onto the course. Again, cold tires. These Avinco Blues take a little bit of time to get up to temp, and they don't have a lot of time to do it. A few drivers into the barriers there. The S's have got a few drivers stationary. That might be Luckenbill down there. Or Palmquist. A couple different drivers down there in the S's are not going to get a qualifying time in. That's not at all what you're looking for. SKUSA officials still working on it. No yellows in the air though, so maybe it's clear. There's a yellow there now. So these first couple of laps will be hindered, but drivers still coming up to temp. Single yellow and a debris flag there for the S's as drivers circulating here in KA 100 Senior. First of 4 on-track groups for qualifying. Again, these groups were set from practice yesterday. The final practice session yesterday was how these fast and slow groups were created, and the split from one half to the other of that group from final practice just a few moments ago. Early fast time coming from Brett Rivetta, a 48.493. We expect these drivers to get 5 laps in during qualifying, only a 4-minute session. Cross line first, the 914, Ava Agonitis. First driver leading the whole field. Has clean air just behind. It's Travis Varney, but actually getting in a bit of racing now, and now more drivers having issues in the S's. It's a single file section through there, and when you go double file, that fighting for real estate is really going to end up hurting you, especially when you're trying to put down a fast lap time. Some of these drivers just need to get a little bit of space. This is going to complete lap 4. There's only going to be one more after this. Ava and Travis leading the rest of the field. Alex Doncho, actually the top time right now, but we're going to head over to a quick interview, make that happen.
Down here with Christian Miles. Christian, you're in the top of your practice group and you're about to head into your qualifying session. How are you feeling right now?
Well, I mean, it's just another session, but it's one that actually counts. So I'm just hoping to get in a few fast laps.
So we're having a hard time with that interview, so we're going to get back to the lap times with the checkered flag out here for this group. Only a couple drivers left to get across the line here. Brett Rivetta, 46.536 fast time right now in the slow group. First half of the slow group with Travis Varney, a 46.620. Ren Palmquist, 46.758. Alex Doncho, 46.787. And Ryan Persing, 46.817. Your top 5 here. First half of the slow group on course. Now the second half. Drivers are making it through, already jostling for position. You want that clean air. Again, how they leave the grid is based on what they did earlier. One of the first drivers I've seen actually backing off to get that clean air from the back, that's Dane Idelson. Just talked about that in the previous session about maybe backing off a little bit, getting clean air if you're in the back. And will it cost you a lap doing it? Dane Idelson, the first one to try to test that out. One very late driver to the track. The 936. Henry Wheeler. Henry Wheeler was actually fastest earlier in the slow group. Last one on course here. Going to lead the field away, but with very clean air.
Try it again. Yeah.
And already getting swallowed up by the rest of the group. They'd already had heat in their tires. So Wheeler late to the group. Now getting swallowed up by the on-track action. Time to beat 46.536. Oscar Priest, Blake Nash are the first ones across here to try to get close. Nash is going to make it up to 11 on his first shot. Ryan Vincent up there as well, into 12th. Priest only 19th there as the lead group. Nash closing in on him. So Nash right now the fastest driver of this group. Closing the back bumper of Priest now as they come out of turn number 7. I would imagine Nash is going to want to try to dispatch Priest here as he's obviously got his kart rolling. His best shot at getting top time of the group. Is he going to look to the inside? Yes, there it is. So there is Nash up to the front group. This could help out Priest though too, because he could stay in line. If Nash has got things rolling on the straightaway, yep, there's the push. So Priest gives Nash the push. I think he's got a good shot at going quick. Top time right now though is coming out of Ryan Vincent. Vincent a 46.282. Nash 46.298 with the pass. 5 timed laps is all these drivers can get in the 4-minute session. They're about halfway through lap 4. Big tuck out of Blake Nash. He's got Priest right there with him. Vincent's actually the 4th driver in line. And the current provisional pole across the line. Nash to the top of the charts. Blake Nash, 45.762. Stablemate Ryan Vincent in second, 45.776. Only 14 thousandths. Nash is doing it out front. Vincent with a little bit of traffic. This is it. Aaron Likens with the checkered flag in his hand. This is going to be the last shot at it. Final corner of this group, of this session. Blake Nash coming through. He will go no quicker. Nash does not go faster, neither does Vincent. Can anybody else bump him off? Personal bests from nearly everybody else. Last driver through. I think that was Farhadi. So Blake Nash, your provisional pole right now, 45.762. Ryan Vincent, 45.776. Nash actually went a couple of tenths slower on the last lap, so perhaps a mistake out of Nash there, but they had that kart rolling early. Good enough for best right now. We're actually going to get down to the grid for another shot at an interview.
This group and you're going into your qualifying session. How are you feeling right now?
Feeling super confident. This CRG's really fast. We got a great motor by Switch Engines. I just want to thank everybody for this opportunity for this amazing go-kart.
How do you feel like they're going to stack up in these 2 qualifying sessions?
I think it's all gets their tires warmed up and who just is a draft ride. Just matters whoever plays the game right.
And also, back to you guys.
Still got one more KA Senior group to go. We're going to take a quick break. Before we do that, we'll come back with the fast group, KA 100 Senior. Back here for the first half of the fast group in KA 100 Senior. Brought to you by AMR Medic West. Already a few drivers having some issues in the corner at the end of the main straight. See drivers weaving, trying to get some heat in those Vinco blues. Again, this is the first half of the fast group here in KA 100 Senior. Fast time right now is Blake Nash's 45.762. That is the provisional pole, the one to beat. We've only got 5 laps to do it here again.
But I would not be surprised. See that driver on your screen right now, Eduardo Villa, to go to the top of the boards. He was quickest in final practice yesterday for X30 Pro Senior. He is running double duty like many drivers are in the single speed senior divisions and junior as well, running the KA Senior in the morning, double duty with X30 Pro Senior in the afternoon for that $15,000 payday here on Super Sunday. Eduardo Villa is already a SKUSA winner. He won at the SKUSA Winter Series round number 1 earlier this year. And the TB car driver leading around here. He's got, I believe, one of the RPG Cosmics. That might be Graham Tremel in the 943 right behind him. Then there's the 954 in tow as well, as now Aiden Rudolph will go quickest here so far in this group. Taryn Odom, Aiden Ingrata, Dustin Salavaria, Nicholas Terlecki, the top 5. Then Alex Feldstein, he'll get bumped back as well as a late lap in for Dylan Wilkins will go up into 4th. But Eduardo Villa, I would bet, would be really, really quick. Right now he is not, so we'll see if that TB kart finds a little more speed. That leading group still shuffling a lot behind him. Ingrata now again closing on to Villa as they head towards turn number 8. So here they go, working again another lap. Then back from Ingrata you'll find one more of the Speed Concepts Racing CRGs, I believe. No, that's one of the Sodi kart entries there. And I believe that might be Wilkins as we go across the line this time here. What does the next lap look like? There's Villa to the top. There's Ingrata a little better with the toe off him. And then it'll all shuffle through. But Aiden Ingrata and that Speed Concepts Racing CRG trailing the international pilot Eduardo Villa, who has already gotten a number of wins overseas, a SKUSA Winter Series X30 Pro win, leading the rookie here. Aiden Ingrata's only had about 6 months in the senior divisions here, Mike. He's right now top of the boards in the first of the 2 sessions for the fast group.
Rookie in the class, but not an experienced Ingrata, one of the sharp end drivers through the junior ranks, and now obviously showing that they got the pace here in seniors early. But you talk about Villa doing a lot of work in those opening laps, working the needles, working the tires, now trying to get a little bit more. Going to start lap number 4, one of the final 2. No, Villa over to the side. Villa just pulled over to the side right after. Problems, perhaps, for Villa here in qualifying.
Right after he finishes the lap, the yellow flags will fly at the finish line here. Problems for Eduardo Villa. He just put in a decent lap time. It'll bump him down to 12th in the group, though. Ingrata got bumped a little bit further down. Connor Ferris and the Team Ferris Racing Kart Republic now has gone to the top of the boards. Middle of the pack headed through. So Connor Ferris right now trailing one of the Sodi entries as Gavin Bailiff is up to 2nd on the TKG Kart Republic. You mentioned the time by Blake Nash to beat. Have we beaten that already here with Ferris? That time, a 45.762. We have Ferris, 45.705. So Connor Ferris provisionally on pole, and he's in a great spot. Look at him, 3rd in line. He'll be a kart length away
checkered flag in the air. Ferris, that was a burner of a lap. Great final lap for Connor Ferris. 45-55, nearly 2/10 up on the field.
Only one more driver to cross the 991. Is it going to be there? No, it's going to be Connor Ferris. A 45.553 is your provisional pole right now. What I think is very interesting, too, we saw it with the juniors, and again right now, the slow group is not getting burned too hard on being, quote, the slow group.
Not at all. But as you mentioned here, we were talking about this off the air, Mike. You know, there are a lot of drivers that show up on Wednesday and maybe had an issue in that final practice session, like Blake Nash, who was underweight in the scales at the end of the day. Blake Nash is a kid who was running inside the top 10, top 5 all week last year in his rookie KA senior season. He's now a sophomore driver in that. He's moved up to X30 Pro in his rookie year there this year. And he's not a guy that you would, be surprised to see on the podium come Super Sunday to be in that slow group. So interesting to see that while we thought maybe it might be more of a death sentence to not make it into this second group, the fast group at the end of Wednesday, it's not been too bad. He's still, again, top 3 overall.
No, exactly. Yeah, Blake Nash with that time earlier was pretty dang solid, and that puts him in a good spot right now. We'll see what the last group here in KA Senior, the fast group, let's see what they can do. There's a few drivers further back trying to scrub tires in and also get a little bit of clean air.
Oh, we got problems for one of the HRT pilots. That is the 995, Ethan Lampy here. Oh,
He's
and that
done.
is
That
broken right front tie
Yep.
rod.
On the outlap.
Oh, man.
What if he got too much curb? I mean,
it could be. I mean, the thing is he was putting his hands up, so I got to imagine there was some contact and shuffling there. We saw that pack 2x2 at the end of the back straightaway.
Yeah, they might have been waving them, going back and forth, and there was a difference of opinion in where everybody should be when that happened. So Ethan Lampy, the worst case scenario for him, a 0 time here in qualifying.
Terrible to see that. Here's a look at a big number of big names. Connor Zilich making a pass on Jeremy Fletcher. Two drivers who have had almost identical storylines throughout their careers. In 2021, the superstar rookie on the scene that won at everywhere he went, an X30 in KA, Connor Zilich. And the kid who's done that here this year, the KA Senior Champion, third in the X30 Pro, SKUSA Pro Tour's final standings, Jeremy Fletcher. So two careers that have mirrored each other 1 year behind, and this is the first time in a long time that those two drivers will go head-to-head. And I'm sure there's a little bit of stuff to prove, especially on the face of Jeremy Fletcher, because he believes that he's been the kid to beat all year, and now he's got the returning superstar kid back here in Vegas ready to go at it.
And on track right now, it is actually Zilich just in front of Fletcher, and those two have got traffic in front of them. They start making things happen down there into that corner. That was Zilich making the move, and now Fletcher trying to get around there too. They're going to run out of time. They need to get that clean air like the drivers in front of them already have.
That is Brent Cruz on that Speed Concepts Racing CRG that Zilich was able to get around. Now Fletcher's going to need to get by him here. Maybe turn 7, not close enough there. They'll slot in line. They're trailing the Mike Doty Racing, Brandon Jarscock Racing LN kart of Christian Miles. Miles leads them here into turn number 8. They're all trailing Ariel Elkin, the TB kart driver, or actually no, that's going to be one of the Race Lab Jacques Villeneuve karts headed out of turn number, the final corner, the 915. We'll see where they update here, and he's not even going to go anywhere near the top of the board. John Burt, quickest in the group, he'll go 4th, but that time from Connor Ferris still holding here with a lap and some change to go as there's Fletcher, move turn 2, trying the inside on Cruz. Cruz is going to let him go there into 3, and we'll see, they might get one more time. So hopefully Brent Cruz and Jeremy Fletcher can kind of link up decently. Everyone's bottlenecking. Look at this. There is all kinds of chaos at the front of the pack because it looks like the leader was starting to drop back. And now a guy like John Burke, who is way back there. Here's all the shuffling. Look at that. Zilich going to pull out of the line. Levy's going to go by Oliver Hodgson.
They've all got just one more shot at it. I think Zilich is going, I can't be in this gaggle to have a shot. Look at all this fighting. This is for the last shot. This is it.
This is terrible stuff for everybody that was in that group. You got a lot of big names. Might be starting pretty deep in the field. Look at Alex Stanfield, the vice champion here at the SKUSA Pro Tour, USPKS champion going by. Here's Fletcher trying to move down the inside. They're all going to shuffle through turn number 2. This is, again, awful stuff. Great stuff for Connor Ferris on the hot seat right now. He is still pole overall, or was. Alex Stanfield just beat him the lap before, but Ferris still second overall, and what it should have been by the math of final practice, 17th. So great run for Ferris. He's loving this battling they're doing on the final circuit.
Another driver having a good session right now is Chase Hand. Chase Hand up to 3rd, and we got John Burke still hanging out there in 6th. Final corner. This is going to be your last shot for pole here at SuperNats.
And Alex Stanfield's on a great lap as well. He stayed behind this entire pack this entire time. He's going to get a big run up to Chase Hand across the line. Does Stanfield go better?
He does. Alex Stanfield hangs on, and Connor Ferris, through all the shuffling, all the passing here in the what was supposed to be the fast and most experienced group. There's John Burke, going by. He was a little bit frustrated there at the end with all the shuffling going around. His decent lap early on in the session then got bumped back down the order a little bit. He finds himself outside of the top 5, down in 8th overall in this group, and I don't even know where that'll put him overall compared to Blake Nash. Looks like Nash's time will be a little bit further down. So Alex Stanfield, what a great time on his third and then his final lap, lap number 4, positioned himself well. And the leaders, the first group that looked really promising with, again, Connor Zilish, Jeremy Fletcher, and more, they're going to be way down the order with all that battling. Stanfield goes quickest by a 10.5. Then Ferris, Chase Hand, Alexander Kardashian with a good run. A driver who is, as his dad described to me earlier this week, not even part-time. Less than 4 races on the 2022 calendar for Alexander Kardashian. He puts it inside the top 5 here, goes 4th, and Gavin Bailiff ends in 5th. He was also in that first of the 2 groups for the fast group. So Gavin Bailiff, by the numbers, should have been 18th or 19th. He ends top 5 overall in qualifying. A great run for the TKG Kart Republic, and unfortunately, a few drivers getting pulled on in. There is Eduardo Villa, so a decent lap for him early, but he's 33rd in the group, and that means he's going to be way further back when you merge them together, because that first group that went on the racetrack was still pretty quick too.
We talk about drivers who did not get the session they want or be in the traffic with those guys are racing so much. I'm looking down here at 32nd, Jeremy Fletcher. I feel like these drivers are just doing this to put on a show because you know they're coming to the front.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome for us to watch. Maybe not the best morning here for Jeremy Fletcher and Ryan Perry Motorsports, but hey, we are going to be excited to watch him tomorrow. There is Ethan Lampy in that HRT Cosmic, unfortunately, with that broken right front tie rod. He'll ride in on the Cruiser as well. So that does it for KA Senior's premier group, with a lot of big names that'll be coming from the rear of the field. We move on next here. Coming your way, RLV KA100 Masters. The voice of SuperKarts USA SuperNationals for 25 years is behind the wheel in it. He's getting ready to put some laps in. We said over-under on the top 20 for Rob Howden because there's that many former legends, returning legends, back into the 30 and over, or 32 and over. I can't remember the exact number on it. Is it 32? 30 and over. Yeah. 30 and over, yeah. So 30 and over, still active, still good to go. And again, a lot of big names from the past. That is the coolest part, I think, about this 25th Super Nationals, is so many drivers who have been a part of this event 5, 10, 15, some even 20 years ago that were at the front there in the senior classes and are back here again racing in the streets of Las Vegas. Such a cool opportunity, Mike.
No, and I was talking about it earlier during the practice sessions for a first time for this class. KA Masters, brand new to the list here at SuperNats, and to have so many new faces come in here, and by new I just mean from lately. You know, looking at some of these drivers that have been racing for years, but took a little bit of time off, and now they're back and they're having a good time. Yeah,
it's again, you know, you've seen that in we get to see it so much in karting compared to other forms of motorsport, where you have legends of the sport that have headlined the senior, the pro categories for years and years, and then you get to see them race again against the same generation they had back in the current day. It's a cool part about it. It's a cool part about the event, having Master Shifter, X30 Masters, KA Masters, all at near capacity or at capacity fields of 44. The good news for all these former legends and returning legends is that they will still be, I shouldn't say former, current legends and legends of the sport, is that all of them coming back, you know, they're all going to get to race on Super Sunday. There's no big name that's going to have a bad deal in the LCQ, unlike the kids trying to make a name for themselves nowadays in Pro Shifter and X30 Pro, and even KA Senior over 44 are going home. So with all that in mind, again, KA Masters coming next. We'll take a commercial break live from the Rio All Suite Hotel and Casino here in Las Vegas. It's the SKUSA SuperNationals live on Kart Chaser.
Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule is support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TKNA Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the SKUSA Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
Four-time champion, Ryan Norberg winning SuperNationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com.
Hold on, as soon as I come back, I think.
All right, we're going to send it on down trackside here while KA Masters gets set to go green for qualifying. We've caught up with our top qualifier in KA100 Senior. Alex Stanfield avoided the madness, and the Team GWR Tony Kart driver, P2 in the Pro Tour. He'll be P1 to roll off the heats here in Vegas. Kendall?
Down here with Alex Stanfield, who went P1 in KA100 Senior for qualifying. How are you feeling right now, Alex?
Feel pretty good.
What are you expecting the heat races to look like for the rest of the week?
Turn.
Well, you said you had no draft in the qualifying session. How'd you get it done?
It's provided the best engine and racing products with the motor mounts. It was all a great package.
Well, congratulations, Alex, and good luck the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Kendall, and again, congratulations to Alex Stanfield. We'll keep on dialing those interviews up a little bit more. Apologies to those on the live stream there for the little bit of choppiness as we continue to sort things out on the last couple pieces to come together. But what a great shot here of the grid as the KA100 Masters begin to make their way on up here. And live from the Rio All Suite Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, the green flag waving. Here we go, the first of the two groups for KA100 Master Qualifying coming your way live here on Kart Chaser. To everyone tuning in around the world, we've had thousands of you already starting to tune in over 400 at any given time. And just for Thursday, Mike, that gets us amped up what kind of reach we're going to have for this event by the time we get to Super Sunday.
It's SuperNats. Everybody wants to be a part of it. They can't be here. This is how they can do it.
This is absolutely the way they can do it. So keep on sharing and liking and commenting. And again, keep that live chat going on. We got the live chat on YouTube and on Facebook where you guys can send us your live thoughts and any shout outs and picks you got us. We've got a spinner already. One driver's gone around here in the first of the two groups on the outlap again. It's warming up. It's still probably in the mid-50s right now. It's supposed to maybe touch 60 degrees ambient temperature by the time we get to the afternoon, but it's cold enough with a brand new set of Avinco blue tires that a lot of drivers are pounding the barriers here. Another caution flag back over in turn number 6 while we watch the first few cars head into turn number 9 and 10 through that fast, flat-out kink at turn number 8. The last corner, pretty straightforward here. Obviously crucial, Mike, that we've talked about to being able to get a good run down the straightaway, but that flat-out kink at turn number 8 that the drivers went through prior to that, that's probably one of the more technical parts of this racetrack, I would say, if you would agree. I mean, you're going full speed, 90-degree corner, then you got to keep it pinned all the way to the right-hand side as much as you can without scrubbing too much speed to get through that hairpin turn number 9.
What's so tough about the 8 to 9 complexes is you're taking a right-hander, all the weight's on the left-hand side. You need to get that cart settled so you can get back the other direction. If you don't get that thing settled, you're just going to want to push as you go through there. And one of the things I'm looking at here is the drivers start going through. We just talked about how it was kind of maddening, and actually the madness continues here in turn number 6 as drivers are going around. But we're talking about how much fighting there was in the KA Senior group. Some very, very wily veterans in this one in racing. Billy Musgrave, Laurentio Mardan, and others there waiting and getting that clean air early.
And here's the thing. I already gave Billy Musgrave a little bit of heck person to person earlier this week, so I got to call him out on the broadcast as well. I said, Billy, you're still on the Pro Shifter entry list. You're still one of the favorites to go win. You're a 4-time in your prime, still Pro Shifter SuperNationals winner. What are you doing beating up on these old men here in KA 100 Masters? I don't want to say old. It's 30 and over. You still got some young, spry guys in there. He said, Xander, after my last X30 Senior race, I retired from single-speed racing, so that's what I'm going by.
Yeah, well, the guy still knows how to wheel a machine, doesn't he? And speaking of doing so, he's right there trying to stay in the coattails of Mardan. But that's the back part of the circuit. The front part, and the first driver to come around here for a fast time is going to be the 426. Let's see what he can put in. 426 there of Daniel Costa. First time to beat, and more drivers coming across here to put in their fast laps. This is, again, only lap 3. They got 2 more to go. Even with some of the spins and some of the hectic couple of laps, they can still get 5 laps in.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 kinds of hectic, right? There's the hecticness that we saw in KA Seniors qualifying session where they were all bottlenecked up on one side of the racetrack. And then you have on the flip side here, the group is at least spread out now here for the key laps, but a lot of guys probably got some damage from the spins on the opening circuit. But the spins at least have spread the field out to take up about 2/3 of the circuit. Mardan quickest, Musgrave second, and like you said, both drivers going out near the back of the grid, and 2 drivers you would not expect to find in the bottom half of final practice yesterday, or even through, I guess it would be practice number 6 today.
I wonder if it was another one of the scale programs. Again, Mardan certainly wasn't cutting those kind of laps. Neither was Musgrave. They're both at sharp end, so perhaps both of them getting nipped at scales and putting themselves at the bottom part of this group.
Yeah, you go for Laurentio Mardan. He's undefeated when it comes, it's almost undefeated when it comes to 100cc Master Racing in Vegas at the Rock Vegas event back in 2021. As we've got the checkered flag already flying for all the yellow flags. These guys are down even a few more sessions.
I wonder if, so I talked about it earlier, I wonder if they waited too long and didn't get it in with the other hectic stuff that was going on, because Mardan already has the checkered. I believe Billy Musgrave already has the checkered, and the rest of these guys are getting the 5th lap.
Well, so for those guys at the top of the leaderboard, they're at least looking good in the group right now, but we'll see if anyone else with that bonus lap goes any bit better. Anthony Stifler does not improve. He's 8th. Looks like Zach Schiff in the Hardin Motorsports group. TB Kart 5th. Andrew Fallon in the Tillotson Racing Kart as well. Not really going to do much more damage. He stays even there, 4th. So for this slow group here, those 3 guys that went out on the backside, Bryn Nuttall, Billy Musgrave, Laurentio Mardan, the times at least are going to hold for now. This might be the first group that we see really a big delta from that opening group to the second group to go on the racetrack, Mike.
Yeah, certainly Mardan and Musgrave, and then like you said, Nuttall, they were all in the back there. They didn't get that last lap. The question is, it didn't hurt them here. They're at the sharp end of this group. But the rest of the fast group's getting ready to go right now.
Yeah, they'll be set to go here shortly, but it's going to take a minute here, too, as we've got a couple cars taken off on the far side of the racetrack, including one of the Tony karts, and I believe that might have been our first one that went out onto the racetrack in Daniel Costa. No, he was okay, so it's one of the other OTK machines as the Fast Group will now head onto the circuit. So let's see what everybody does in this one. The first one out, Renato Yater David, who has been a force to be reckoned with. You talk about his history, legends and top-tier drivers in the Masters class. Renato Yater David, Mike, he made it all the way up to GP2 on the ladder. Had some family issues and funding issues that cut him out. We're talking about a guy that could be we could be watching on Sunday in the F1 Grand Prix in just a little bit time, and he's over here racing KA Masters in Vegas. And again, last year I talked with Fabio Ursula, his team owner. He said, man, it's so good to win here. We've won in Vegas before. Last year we were 2 corners away in X30 Masters. So close to getting that big-time win. Just unfortunately made the wrong decision, and really you can't even fault it saying wrong. It's just left, right. One of them ended up working out, and it's luck of the draw.
No, it was arguably the best race at the end, coming right down to the end with all those Masters X30 drivers. And David didn't get it done there. Well, now he's going to go for 2. Now he's going to try to do it in 2 different classes. One of our
we got some gamesmanship here. David, Romalo, Barrios.
And nobody wants to go.
Nope. Eric
Molinati, the first one.
He'll say, all right, you guys want to play games? I'm going to go. Take my RWR, CRG. I'll go away from all of you guys. That is a madhouse 2x2 down the back straightaway as David's going to tuck back in line behind him. He's still going to be leading that group. He waited up, I think, a little too much as he's outside the toe.
I wonder. This is the first time we've actually seen the gamesmanship happening like this. And between that and maybe Musgrave Mardan missing that lap, is there too much overthinking going on perhaps in the Masters group?
It could be, right? I mean, you got guys with experience and knowledge, right? More than maybe the young kids and that 15 to 20-year-old age bracket that just know to hit the gas and go, which is a lot of what we see in that KA Senior class. Here in Vegas, you see more of the veterans in X30 Pro and maybe Pro Shifter kind of running double duty, but that KA Senior class, kind of like a lights class. A lot of kids like Blake Nash take that ladder, go straight from junior to KA Senior, and then go up to the X30 Pro class to compete with the likes of Marian Kremers and Ryan Norberg. But here in KA Masters, experience, knowledge, maybe hurting them is, Mardan! Wow, that was a lockup in turn number 2.
Vormir, I think, is Mardan. Vormir, his teammate, yeah. And actually, another driver you can add to the list of having a bad deal, Tim Meyer just getting the meatball flag, rear bumper coming off. So Meyer's going to be out early as well.
So a lot of shuffling here. We'll see where the times end out. Laurentiu Mardan's time still holding, like we said there, my mistake. His teammate Christian Vormir locking up going wide. Molinati's already got David. I thought David was going to be too far back. He's all over him here. Looks like they'll get another lap, but he's going to pass him on it. So both of these drivers probably going to get burned here on their final lap. Renato Yater and Eric Molinati as they head through turn number 11.
It wasn't bad enough for David not to take provisional pole, but as you say, he's going to have to make the pass, and here it is, down in the first corner. David to the lead, and I don't think he's going to lose. In fact, he might make out on this one because he got the toe, and down into turn number 1, David already your provisional pole sitter here on the final lap.
So Renato Yater David in that Ursuline Racing Tony Kart tops the boards. Mardan, Musgrave, Bryn Nuttall, Andrew Fallon, all still from the slow group, hanging inside the top 5. Everyone's going to get one more shot at it. Couple passes back behind the camera. Here's one of them on screen through turn number 7. We saw Mario Barrios, Danilo Romalo, 2 other Masters names. Barrios, the SKUSA Pro Tour champion. Romalo has won a number of races here this year as well. Let's see what they can do on the final lap. They're kind of in some traffic. David across the line. Was it better for him, Mike?
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. 46.702, and now he is in clean air proper. Let's see if the air pressures are exact perfect for him. A lot of other drivers. In fact, you might as well call the entire session green. Everyone hitting personal best.
And everyone's going to get one more lap. We thought that might have been it. Aaron Likens with that checkered flag down by us. He's going to bring it this time. So, checkered flag will fly. David's already pulled long away from Eric Molinati. He's going to have to do this one all on his own. No tow, no passing though, no traffic. Renato Yater David trying to stay on top. Romalo, he's got a little bit of draft, or had some. Don't think he has any now. He's third in line. So, they'll head through turn 8. Here is David going into the final corner. Renato Yater David, Danilo Romalo, a couple of Brazilians who have been at the front of the Masters field in North America this year, across the stripe. David does not go quicker. Romalo does not go enough quicker. He does improve. He stays second.
You know who the big winner was there? Eric Molinati.
Yeah.
Molinati not only got maybe a little bit of toe, but what he really got was a chance to put the toe hooks out there and see what he needed to do. Molinati bumps up to a top 5.
Top 5 result for him. Laurentiu Mardan out of the slow group hangs on to 6. Martin Stone, late lap in. puts him up to 7th. Then we go down to Kyle Uchinsky in 8th. Roman Padan's in 9th. Johnny Blair rounds the top 10. But again, joining Romalo and David up front was Bobby Kelly, Kyle Walter, and again, like you said, Eric Molinati. But Renato Yater David, heck of a lap there on the second to last lap with the toe, with the pass. You can see as he locked the brakes up, such a great amount of control there as he was able to move himself back to the outside for turn number 1. Set up for that corner really, really well. And where does Mr. E-Karting News Rob Howden find himself?
35th.
Oh, a little work to do.
I think he was trying to go for 37th, though, just to match the number, and it didn't quite work out.
Not exactly here, but work to get into that top 20. We called it on Happy Hour. You were good to him. David Cole was good to him. I was a little bummed he missed out on Tuesday night. Would have been great to have him on to chat a little bit of his SuperNats preview, but his drive to 25 for Rob Howden will start a little bit further in the field. He talked this week, though, game plan, make every session from 35th in terms of raw pace. You can absolutely crack the top 20 by Super Sunday if your nose is clean. Pick up a couple spots, just a matter of attrition through the heat races. You can still end up with a pretty good result because it's going to be crazy when we get to tomorrow. Qualifying already has been hectic enough, no doubt about that. But when we get to heat racing, that's when everything is really going to get battle tested and who can survive it all the way through. Like we said, though, at least for these KA Masters, all 40 plus are going through to the big show Sunday afternoon. That does it for them. We'll take another commercial break, and we've got some young guns coming our way next up here following these K100 Masters. It's Micro Swift presented by Paralyn USA next, live on Kart Chaser.
Lucky Design USA, one of the most recognizable brand names in custom helmet painting. Lucky Design has been used by drivers from karting all the way to Formula One. Offering attractive pricing and 12 to 16-week completion times, Lucky Design is unmatched when comparing quality and speed. Lucky Design USA offers a variety of options for you to get a uniquely painted helmet that suits your style. Contact Adam at Lucky Design USA to get started.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USBKS, SKUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at mikedotyracing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule has support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TKNA Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the SKUSA Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there.
All right, welcome back here. About to get underway with the final round of qualifying for the morning session. We are underway with B group for the Micro Swift, followed by A group. And that is going to be it for qualifying here for the AM. And then we're going to go off for our lunch break and come back later in the PM with our warm-ups and then qualifying. Again, that is going to be all of our X30s along with our shifter category as well. But right now, we got 2 more qualifying sessions. Again, 4 minutes in total, roughly about 4 or 5 laps is all they're going to get, and it's already been kind of a hectic qualifying session already.
No, it has been. Between drivers trying to get heat in their tires and maybe fighting for the same piece of real estate, not everybody's getting those clean laps, and I think there's drivers further back in the charts. They're certainly going to be working their way up, but long road to go.
And I was talking to a few of the drivers down on grid when Kendall and I went down to get a couple of interviews, and they said that this morning the track was borderline too slick, and they said that they felt the same this morning that it did last night, but they said that they did feel the grip starting to come in, not just from the heat, but from the rubber being laid down. And a couple of them said once those shifters go out in the afternoon, there's nothing to worry about the rest of the week.
Yeah, I think that's going to be just it. We're talking about how the track's going to develop and keep getting better and better and better. And the trickiest conditions are probably going to be qualifying. It's only 4 minutes. It's still very cool, at least here in the morning group. But when the afternoon hits, I suspect they're not going to have as big of an issue. That being said, we are going to be qualifying under the lights.
And that is going to be where it gets interesting. Like everyone who is running in the KA category said that going into tomorrow they have nothing to worry about because all the grip's getting laid down. However, if you're the group where the grip is getting laid down, especially under the lights and the shifters and the X30s, that's when it's going to be entertaining for us, but a little bit troubling for them. As we continue to watch now, lap number 1 is officially underway for their 4 minutes. Again, about 4 to 5 laps is all they're going to get, especially in these slower categories. And this is the B group. So it's split between the two. They went down to the 23rd position, divided to A and B. B is now out on track right now, and lap number 1 is going to be a wash. So lap 2 right now is when it's going to start to come in. Tires are just now starting to get to tip as Drew Walls goes to the top of the board just for the moment, as it looks like Jamie Garcia is now going to overtake him and make his way up to the front right now. But again, that's all subject to change. Tires are going to be coming in all the way up until lap 4.
Yeah, it's going to be about getting that clean air. And right now, the person with the clean air is going to be the first 2 drivers on course. Braden Wagner was fastest the first little bit, being out front and actually heading towards turn 7 all by themselves. And there's another driver just next to him, well behind, but in clean air as well. They should have a good spot. Then it's a huge gaggle from 3rd on back for the on-track stuff. We'll see who actually gets some clean air. Is already some issues there coming out of 7. Drivers trying to get in position to get clean air. That we just keep saying it. That's what's so important. Big move to the inside for turn number 9. That's a 77 of Bo Casagrande. Casagrande trying to make stuff happen there to the inside now onto the straightaway. There's the clean air for Casagrande, so I think they are going to be one to watch here this next couple of laps.
And now we are just over 3 minutes in, so approximately probably about 1 more lap for the top 2. They're going to make their way across the stripe. As of right now, it's still Drew Walls sitting in the purple position. He is the fastest car on track in this B group. And again, once Group A goes out, that's when it's going to mix in between the two of them. You're going to see the faster guys from A start to make their way up the board. But there for a little bit, if you're up in the top 5, there's hope that you could be well within the top 10, maybe even 15 if you can put it in just a good enough lap. And as of right now, the best position is Drew Walls. Look for this time by. You can see the flagman's got his watch out. There's 20 seconds left. They go down to the exact second. So if you're in a group of 5 or 10, they throw the checkered on whatever car comes across the stripe. Looks like the top 2 are going to get 1 more lap. Here comes that gaggle of carts you were talking about.
It's close. The first group's going to get through. Looks like it's going to be the back half. We talk about the 2 drivers who are cutting the fast laps. Drew Wallace, the second driver on course. Checkered flag out. First one to get us the 84 of Nathan Ramirez. So Ramirez on back will be done. But the about 10 to 15 carts in front of him They've all got one more lap. Drew Walls actually closing in on Wagner here. I think could be another purple lap for Walls.
Yeah, he's not quite in the toe distance on the straightaway between 7 and 8 like we've been talking about before. But as you said, it's all about getting the tires up to temp. And with that extra lap, this is probably going to be a quick one for the top 10 or 15. Looks like a little bit of a pass there towards the back of the field. Let's see them come in the final hairpin now. Let's see, they got to be perfect out of it. Cross the stripe. Let's see who moves. And it looks like Wagner went to the top, and then Walls went right back by. He moves up his time. Can anyone from the second group make their way up in the top 5? It looks like it is going to be a couple. Jamie Garcia moved up a couple positions. Henry Williams could not improve.
Mika Baruch up there into third.
Yeah, he also made his way across the stripe. I don't think he improved on his time, but he definitely got that extra lap in. So now we're going to send out Group A right after. And as soon as that second group made their way into that hairpin, they sent out the Group A. And the reason why is they want to make it so close in time that no one can argue and say, hey, there was a 15, 20-minute break in between. It's straight into one, right into the other.
Yeah, we talk about fast or slow, but the reality is it's more like B, A, so on and so forth. And, yeah, there's not much between these two groups, and there's no argument to be made about conditions being one way or the other.
So they now make their way onto track. Again, the first 2 laps is going to be a wash for these guys with the tires coming up to temp. So 3 and 4 is when it's going to get crucial to see who can maybe make their way up the field just a little bit more, get those tires up to temperature, who set the tire pressures maybe a little bit higher so it comes in sooner. But if you're in that top 10 or 15, again, as we saw from this first group in Group B, that checker comes out as soon as it hits 4 minutes. So if you're able to make your way across the stripe, you get that extra lap. If you're the only one, the rest of the field comes in, you still get one more lap. And as we saw from Drew Walls, that lap is crucial.
Interesting here at the sharp end, I'm watching drivers actually let other people go. I think that's Rocco Simone letting the other driver go, or maybe a bit of a bobble, but it looked like a lift to me. Simone been the one to beat here in the practice sessions, at least, fastest this morning, and just let Antonio Pizzonia by. Yep. So, could it be now that we saw some mental games or some working to try to get the draft go your way in Masters? Could it be happening here in Micro as well?
Yeah, so there's Simone leading that first 3 group. He may have let him by to maybe try to see if he could get a toe, but I think what we've seen overall is that clean air means more than the toe on the 2. Count almost 3 straightaways. So we're going to keep an eye on him. And as you said, he has been one of the fastest almost between yesterday on Wednesday and today in the morning warm-up on Thursday. So let's see if it's going to pay off for him. He is closing in up on him. He may have done it 1 lap too soon, though, because if he catches him now, the tires are still going to be going up to temp even next lap. So he's going to have to hope that this is a good one, because this time by, he's going to get held up a little bit.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be the best lap there. The last couple laps are going to be the best ones. Pizzonia is going to go across. Then you got the number 1 of Simone. And the time to beat right now is a 50.650 from Walls, and already we're seeing fast times. Alexander Percuna is actually the quickest right now of the group, already up to 3rd. So the A group laying it down early.
And Rocco Simone went up to P5, so he was able to improve his time, but it's not as much as Percuna, who had that clean air to his advantage. Now he's going to be under attack as Simone and company is closing up on the back bumper, about a car length and a half. Is the difference there. You can see Percuna just in front. Now he's going to have Simone on his back bumper. Now for Simone, here comes the mental games. Do you want to pass him now, or do you want to struggle this next lap, hope you can get that 4th, and then try to dispose before you make your way into the hairpin? Let's see what he does. Into 10 right now, not close enough to make a move. They are going to get one more lap, as it is now it's going to be 3 minutes and 54 seconds, so the checker is going to come out relatively soon as they make their way down into turn 1. Let's see what Simone does. Does he try to pass from hairpin? He's going to stick on the back bumper. He's trying to do the tandem and see if he can't make that work.
Yeah, and you also have Jackson Gibson up there at the sharp end. Percuna actually rolling around in 5th behind everybody else. Royce Vega putting in some good fast time there as well. All the A drivers now at the top of the charts. He goes Simone, Gibson, Percuna, Vega, and Ferguson, your top 5. Pizzonia back to 6th, then Porter. Wall still holding on to 8th, Hodge in 9th, and Ramajo in 10th.
So here we come. I'm sorry, that was the 2-minute mark. They just came up on the 3-minute mark now. 3 minutes and 30 seconds. So this entire first group is going to be locked in for a second lap, as they are going to have plenty of time. And I think almost all the field, except for maybe the stragglers in the back 4 or 5, are going to get another. Across the line they go. 8:43, 44, coming up on the final 15 seconds. I think the second group might get split.
Watch for Percuna and Porter. Percuna and Porter have got clean air. The front group of 4 just got bottled up from a little mistake from Pizzonia, and now they're not really getting onto the straight as well. If they get bottled up here, they're not going to be able to get as good of a lap, but coming on strong is Percuna. I think they could be the ones to get the pole.
You make a great point. They are definitely closing up to them, and now they're going to have whatever little bit of a tow they can get coming off now as they make their way out of 6, heading into 7. The only carts that did make it across with a back 3. We don't have any numbers for you right now, but they are not going to get another lap. But the heavy hitters are in that first 2 groups like you were talking about, and that bobble may be crucial because this is going to be the best lap as far as temps go.
I think here it is. They're going to come across the line, and the only person able to get clean laps right now is the number 60 Percuna. Across the line, what's it going to be? Pizzonia. The 23 of Tony Pizzonia, he was actually getting pushed the entire time. I think it was the front of that group. Pizzonia with a 49.758, 1/10 better than Percuna. Able to get clean air in P2. Rocco Simoni will have to settle for 3rd. Jackson Gibson 4th. Troy Ferguson also in that front group in 5th.
Yeah, Cameron Marsh is going to come home in 6. Mateo Sermalho is going to come across to P7. Jackson Porter 8. Bowen Green able to crack the top 10, goes to P9. Nicholas Orbezo rounds out your top 10. There's the rest of the order. 16th on back, and that is going to rotate through. And that is going to be the final round of qualifying here for the morning session. We are going to go on a commercial break. And Xander Clements back in the booth.
Well, I just couldn't let you guys have all the fun without me. You know, I had to come up here and chat with you guys just a little bit. So, yeah, as you said, qualifying for our morning groups, all racked up. But to summarize it all here, Mike, Caleb, you guys have been in it even more than I have here, seeing everything through the morning. Mike, your thoughts here first of all.
Well, I think we keep beating that dead horse about clean air. It is all about being able to hit your marks, not get held up. But then here later in the session, we started seeing a little bit of gamesmanship, a little bit of work towards trying to get the fast time and get those toes, and it is beneficial for you when you can get it right.
Absolutely. Caleb, your thoughts?
Well, I think the morning session, it kind of went where it was slick in the morning, where everything was colder, and then it came faster as it went through. When it comes time for the shifters, as we've seen before in the X30 as well, the ones who ran later had the better track preference, I guess you can say, but now it's going to be reversed because the sun's going to be going down. So if you're going out early, you're going to have the heat of the track and hopefully can stay through it. But if you're in that later group, let's say we get to the shifters and the X30 Senior, that's when it's interesting because the track is going to slick off.
I thought the one thing the same as well. I think the one thing that's a little bit different in Vegas versus some of the other environments we are is the temperature. It doesn't really, spike. You kind of are a small gradual, just a couple degrees down hour to hour. So as much as we would think on paper, right, and absolutely the track's going to be way better for some of those first groups in the morning or in the afternoon session than the last couple groups like Pro Shifter. From that one group to the second, 15, 30 minutes, not a huge difference here in the track temperature, which again, going back here this morning, what was the most interesting thing was seeing that, again, that first group, so many guys out of that first group, Mike, you and I thought, man, no way are they going to be able to get maybe the top 20. That'd be good. And we see guys starting top 5, top 10, a lot of guys out of that first group. So as much as we thought that was a death sentence, and then again tonight on the flip side being a little bit worse for the fast guys, I don't know if it will be as much.
Yeah, the difference between the first group going and the second group going is it's been just a couple of tenths. Now, granted, a couple of tenths can make a lot, but we're not saying, to your point, a death sentence where you end up back there in 30, 40, way back. Actually, once we go into light, so you can almost call it a moot point, right? It's going to be about you getting the most out of your equipment, your tires, and the track position.
Absolutely. Well, all that comes here tonight. We're going to take our break here during the lunch break live on the racetrack here. We'll keep the stream up so you can save the link. You can stay right here. It'll be live on the Jumbotron. You'll be able to see the sun slowly go back behind that big Rio All-Suite Hotel and Casino building. We'll come back with final practice for the afternoon groups on the commentary side and on interviews and reporting and more. And then, of course, qualifying for all of our night sessions here going all the way until 6:20 p.m. local time. That'll be 9:20 p.m. Eastern time, which means we come back on this live stream here at 5:30 p.m. Eastern time with the first group for final practice. So stick with us if you can. Take a little break if you can. Run around, grab some wings, grab some burgers, American food for the American biggest race here of the year and the biggest race in the world. And we'll be back at 5:20 p.m., 5:30 p.m. Eastern time, 2:30 p.m. local time. Thank you, guys.
Heart, determination, and dedication to making you the best driver you can be. Are you ready to get speed racing through your blood? That is the formula for HRT Driver Development. For more info, go to hrtdriver.com. Wait, before you do, think 60 seconds about all the consequences before you act. That is what Think 60 is all about, teaching the next leaders of the world. For more information, go to think60.org.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission. teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
We are back on the live stream here. If you've been hanging out waiting for the break to be over, it is indeed over. We're going to cover our final practice sessions. This is practice number 6. Kicking things off with Mini Swift, brought to you by Speed Concepts Racing. Drivers have fired up here on the grid in Mini Swift. We're going to have them on course. Again, this is a 12-minute session. Everything up to this point has been 7 minutes. And somebody who's been doing just that lately from behind the wheel and up here in the broadcast booth, getting a chance to hang out with us finally, Mr. Rob Howden.
Mike, great to be here, and obviously a very unique experience for me so far this year for the 25th anniversary of the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. Get a chance to do some driving. It's a very different perspective. I know for you, kind of the opposite last year, joining me for the first time. You've been a racer all your life. We brought you up into the booth last year, so that was new for you a bit, not so quite as new, but yeah, for me to be able to get out there and have some. It was the earliest I've ever gone to bed last night, and the earliest I've ever woken up. I was up at 5:38 this morning.
It's a double whammy.
It's odd. I was asleep by 9 o'clock last night to get ready for the morning sessions, but I've had so much fun. This track is a lot of fun to drive. I'm having obviously thrill of a lifetime working with the guys at Rollison Performance Group. You got Mike Rollison, you got Ben Cooper, Ryan Norberg is in there, obviously dealing with a bunch of different guys that are kind of working on our side of the tent, working with the Masters drivers, being Ben Cooper and working with Jace Denmark as well, a young racer I've been able to follow for many years now into, of course, the USF Pro Championship Series, the former Road to Indy program. It's been a great day. It's been a great week so far.
How's the, this is now something I can talk to you about a little bit. How's that track developing a little bit? Obviously, you're in the morning session just before the very end as our drivers are now getting on course here for Mini, but how's that track changed from those early sessions?
I'll say, obviously, the grip level going down. You can feel it in the morning when it's still cold. It was interesting because we were all kind of going to those fresh tires before qualifying, so we had some fresh tire runs. I had used tires this morning with the fastest I went all week this morning at 8:40 in the morning. So the rubber's obviously coming in. It's still, and we've seen drivers have some issues. When you roll onto this racetrack with brand new Evenco tires, the grip level is so low. You almost have to tiptoe around a bit. Really got to work the fronts to try to get some heat built into those tires, especially when later on today we go into the short qualifying session.
Yeah, and under the lights, which is going to make what you just said even worse.
Yeah, amplify it, right? Yeah. Because we go under the lights. Thankfully, my qualifying session was, I think, at 11 o'clock or something like that this morning. Tonight, these guys are going to be qualifying anywhere from 4:20 all the way to 6:05. Temperature's going to plummet again. It really will show the drivers they can really be super, super aggressive. Those are the drivers who are going to step things up in qualifying this afternoon.
Yeah, and to your point, we've actually seen several drivers have problems actually in the final corner as they come onto the straightaway already, and it's getting used to those tires quick. And right now, we talked about in the morning sessions, this is the longest practice session. The final, it's 12 minutes long. All the rest have been 7 minutes. This is kind of maybe I can ask you. I was assuming that we would be having a bit of a split strategy here. The first couple of laps, you want to see what qualifying might be like, but the last bit, you want to see what your race pace is like.
Yeah, I wish I would have had the opportunity to do that in my extended session. The final practice here, I had an issue on the opening lap. Driver spun in front of me, and I had nowhere to go, so I ended up being out after the opening circuit. But, yeah, what you're saying, the strategy, I think, would be to go out there and run those first 5 minutes as if it was a qualifying simulation. Go as quick as you can. Really push the tires. You have to know that because, you're going to get one good lap, probably, maybe two, but likely your last lap being the best in the qualifying section. Then from there, once you've got 5 minutes in, then you maybe start working with some guys. Get some more draft running in. Making some dive bomb moves. Start thinking heat races, which is what we'll be doing tomorrow and Saturday.
Yeah, and one of the things that I kept echoing the entire time we were talking about qualifying was clean air. It seemed to me that, you got that draft, but if you're not with the right people, it's almost better to have your nose clean. Otherwise, they're in the way through all the twisty bits.
Yeah, I had that trouble as well. I got there's some drivers that had some issues early in our qualifying session, and kind of held you up a little bit. You have to find open racetrack right now to be able to get extract the most out of this final session. Because again, for majority of these drivers, almost everybody is going to put fresh rubber on here right now. That's the key. This is really about seeing how that kart's going to handle for 4 laps.
Well, and that's the other half of it. You're just talking about fresh rubber and getting a chance to be in that faster half of the whole group for qualifying and try to be in a better position to put down the best lap.
That's the two things you're juggling right now. You have to leverage and optimize all the opportunities of this session to dial the chassis in, but you've also got to qualify. You got to be in the top half of the grid, because when they split these things for qualifying, you want to be in that faster group, right? You want to be in that A group. You want to be, or the B group, I guess. What are we doing? They call it B or A. What do we call the fast group?
A is the less slow.
Okay, there you go. The B group, you want to be in the A group. That's the key. I was in the B group, didn't work for me. You got to be in the A group because you're going to be around drivers who are going to lift you up. They're going to go deeper into the corner maybe than you were doing before. You're going to be able to learn a lot. So being in that B group, I think, is crucial.
Yeah, we saw there wasn't really a traffic issue in qualifying, but to your point, have those drivers lift you up, but have the tow hooks, have the carrot out there. And speaking of which, we've got 4 laps in. We're starting to get into what would be the fast laps in qualifying. Most drivers getting 4 or 5 laps in qualifying so far, and right now it's Alessandro Truchot with fast lap 49.654. Truchot also fastest in the P5, the practice session immediately prior to this. So Truchot early leader here.
Yeah, confidence, right? He knows he's quick. He's been able to balance it back again. And once you start, when you're a driver like a Truchot who's raced so much here, both at home and a lot in Europe this past year, running with Parolin, you get that opportunity to do some high-level events. When he comes in here, he expects to be up front the whole entire time, right? This is where he wants to be. Truchot P1 with a 49.654. Not for long, though, as Turner Brown now has gone to P1. Ashton Woon into second. Truchot retakes the top time, 49.244. Brown, Woon, Max Christia, and Michael McGow rounding out the top 5. As we said, though, coming into just not even the halfway point of a longer session, but really probably the end of what would be a qualifying simulation.
Yeah, exactly that. You've got Truchot just put down his 5th lap, but Turner Brown had the top time for just a second. He's still working his 5th lap. We'll see what he can do as he comes across the line on the 136. He'll be coming around here pretty quick, and if he can get that a little bit more, he'll know what he's got on the data for that 5th and final lap in qualifying. After that, as we see lots and lots of racing going on across the board, it switches over to, as you said, making those moves, doing some racing out there.
Yeah, a lot of drivers kind of dicing it up as well. We said that. We're going to see them get a feel for where they want to be on the racetrack as well. If I may, let me take a quick opportunity. It's been a really cool couple of days for me here. On track for the first time, actual driver. This is the 25th running of the SuperNats. Got a lot of great messages from people. My inboxes are blowing up, whether it's text, Facebook Messenger, Twitter, DMs, and lots on Instagram. I want to just thank everybody for dropping messages. It means a lot to me and kind of motivates me a little bit here and puts a bit of more pressure on as well. I want to make sure I don't let anybody down, but I'm having a really good time so far. Even though today didn't go as well as I had hoped, it's just fantastic to be able to put the suit on and be on the grid, right? I'm not walking the grid taking pictures. I'm actually suited up and ready to go.
For someone who's been a part of the event for all these years, what does it mean to get behind the wheel? And I mean, it's not like you've never done a kart race before, but now you get to experience the SuperNats from the seat.
Well, I've always called this my Christmas, right? This is kind of my karting Christmas. This is the race that I've looked forward to for the last 24 years, now 25 years, right? This was the big one, whether it was when we first started the magazine, Shifter Kart Illustrated. I was there at the very first one in 97. I kind of got into the PA booth there. A little bit more in 98 when we launched the magazine, Shifter Kart Illustrated. I took over the booth completely in 1999. But going from that to that race, it was just so cool to get back together with everybody. Back in the early days, there wasn't so many national events where everybody came together 20-something times a year. Really, a handful of times maybe it was when everybody got together for those big races. So that's why the SuperNats was so big. But again, for me, when you transition now to being able to drive, it's been 24 years of kind of a little bit of jealousy, right? Like, man, I would love to be able to do this one time. Man, it would be awesome. But back of my mind was always, no, it's just never going to happen. I'm getting older, number one. My position, my place is in the booth. That's what I do here. But when everything kind of spun around with the, and I could never drive, there's no way I was going to drive a shifter kart in the shape I was in. But then KA Masters gets introduced. Yeah, I think I could probably drive that. David says you should do it. We bring in Nate Dean, so now I'm not taking away from, it's still a two-man team doing the e-karting new stuff. Kart Chaser comes in, you're here, Xander's here. Maybe I could take the mornings off. Maybe I could miss a couple of races on Super Sunday. So really all the stars align. This will be a one and done for me. You won't see me, I don't think, back again doing it unless I retire and come back. That's a possibility.
That's the thing now.
That's a possibility.
Do, yeah.
But for me, it's a treat because I think I have so much respect for all the drivers that come here. And I'll tell you, maybe I'll be a little less harsh in terms of some of the emotion when people are playing the negative emotion, because I was not happy after I got taken out in the final practice session. I was yelling in my helmet a bit, and then I realized, hey, hold on, you're the guy on the mic that says, hey, you got to keep yourself calm. I'm the one that's saying that stuff. So I had to kind of heed my own warning and take a deep breath and remember I'm lucky to be here.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that's just it. You talk about the hype and things like that. It's an emotional deal, getting a chance to come out here and make this thing happen. And going back to our lap times here, as we are starting to get down to the last few minutes of this session, minis, again, a 12-minute session. Turner Brown at the sharp end actually just cut the fastest lap. Isaac Malcott right there, and then Lucas Palacio, your top three right now. And you can see some of these drivers, Turner Brown actually going just a tick slower that last time by, but he is still the fastest. Now they're starting to see what they've got in the long run, and we're getting close to what would be the end of the heat race. The heat race being 10 laps long. So again, that second piece, or maybe even third piece of what this session's all about.
Turner Brown, very impressive here throughout the day, as Mike said, was up top in the top 5 in the last session as well. Alessandro Truchot was P1 in the 5th session, so Truchot still P5. Final practice session before we head into qualifying, so a very crucial opportunity here for drivers, as we said already, kind of a split strategy. Do that qualifying sim out of the gate and then really run your way through to the end of a race event, really forcing them to push hard right out of the grid to get those tires warmed up as much as they can before we get set to go qualifying this afternoon. That's set to roll somewhere around 4:20 this afternoon.
Yeah, we've been pretty good on staying on time.
Yeah.
I don't want to knock on something over here to make sure it's all good. But, the time's getting down to the end here. You got 10 laps in. We've still got a couple minutes left. And seeing some of the same drivers towards the sharp end. But Turner Brown, I mean, he was down here a little bit in 9th at the last practice deal. So, he's finding a little something. We actually saw a bit of this in the earlier practice sessions from the other groups. Is you've had some usual suspects, and then a few people just find that little extra in this session. You almost wonder if they've saved a little bit or really grabbed those new tires for that session.
I think sometimes it's who you kind of hook up with on the racetrack as well. When you leave that grid, it's a bit of chaos, right? They're all jumping out on, and somebody might jump ahead of you. You get checked up a little bit. You get hooked up with the right driver, and the two of you, 3-4 drivers can line up and potentially find some more pace. You could get caught up in a place where you get caught behind a slower cart, whatever it may be. It's all working right now for Turner Brown. Isaac Malkin, as we said, expecting him to be up front. Max Tristia in 3rd. Alessandro Truchot 4th. Lucas Palacio has been near the pointy end of the grid all weekend long. He's P5. David Ybarra in 6th. Ashton Woon 7th. Gabby Gadera, Felipe Benito, and Ty Fisher, the Canadian, rounding out the top 10.
Starting to get down to the end here. I keep looking over at Aaron Likens. He's on top of that stopwatch. You're never going to get a second beyond the session. And that's one of those things we talk about in qualifying some of the other sessions is waiting for that clean air and maybe not getting that final lap. It actually happened to a few guys in Masters. Didn't seem to burn them. I mean, Billy Musgrave, Laurentien Mardin, they were in the first session. They actually were 1 lap shy of the full distance because of holding back a little bit. They still ended up having good qualifying. I think Mardin was still in the top 5.
Yeah. One thing to point out, we are essentially at the high of the temperature trackside. The sun, of course, it's been 61 for the last little while, and it feels a lot warmer than 61. People that aren't here with us will see that and go, maybe not that warm. The sun beats on you pretty good, but the minute the sun starts going down and it gets hidden behind the Rio, that sunset right around 4:30, temperatures will plummet, track conditions will change, grip levels will drop. Even though we're doing our best to put down some rubber, this track does not take a lot, as we know. We don't get a lot of rubber buildup. So it's going to be interesting in the afternoon sessions when that sun starts to go down. The grip level will go away. We'll see what happens in terms of people be pumping the tire pressures up. What do you do in terms of maybe changing front geometry? It's going to be a really interesting afternoon. Turner Brown, though, Mike, on top. Checker flag from Aaron Likens, as you said.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. He's obviously got the long run pace. Their last lap, his fast lap.
Oh, they're going to like that a lot.
Yeah. Then you just throw some more pressure at it.
Right?
That's all you got to do. You're going out for 4 minutes in qualifying. Hey, whatever you did, add 2 pounds. Let's go.
To a certain extent, right? That's exactly it. On a CRG, running for Speed Concepts Racing for Turner Brown, Californian, the fastest driver in the category here. Final practice for the drivers in Mini Swift. Master Shifter drivers fired up. And I looked at, obviously I don't get a lot of time to look at live timing in the morning for what's happened. I didn't even pick up most of it from last night or the first couple of, the first session, the practice 5 earlier today. But man, there's some some usual suspects up front in Master Shifter, but there's also a couple of guys we haven't seen for a while up there as well. Brian Keck, one of the drivers that I picked to be in the. I think I picked him to be P2 come Super Sunday. He's a driver that can definitely run for a race win this weekend.
Yeah, Brian Keck actually fastest in that 5th practice here. Let's see if he can back it up in the final practice, and again, see if we've got some long run pace. Some of the names that were at the sharp end earlier that are a little bit further back. Shudo's been up at the sharp end there. Obviously, Jordan Musser, Foray's been at the front as well. I'd be curious to see how some of these guys, again, some of the people, John Crow was up there, if they have a little bit extra or they're fine tuning, and this is when we actually get the most out of it right here.
And the morning session, as we said, or the early session for these guys here, they can all be on little different strategies in terms of what they wanted to accomplish from those sessions. But Brian Keck was quickest in session number 5. Antonio Pizzonia Jr. second. Skitchy Barnes from Bermuda up into P3. Scott Presti, impressive, up into the 4th spot. Joe Rook, 5th. David Foray, 6th. Musser, 7th. Kevin Woods, 8th. Larry Pegram in 9th. And Jonathan Patolo rounding out the top 10. You mentioned Alan Shudo in 11th. Let's not count out John Crow as well. That's a driver we expect to be potentially able to run in the top 5. He's been in a shifter cart all year long, running at Newcastle Motorsports Park as part of their club program. So I have a feeling that John Crow is a guy that we'll see come Super Sunday.
Oh, and John Crow's always at the sharp end whenever we're talking about Vegas. And what's going to be interesting here is these guys are going to be one of the last qualifying sessions where they've still got some kind of, daylight program going on.
Not much, but yeah.
Yeah, it's still going to be cooler by the time they get rolling for qualifying, but this might be our last one. Once we break after this, it's going to be X30 Senior, and I think that's when we're going to be under the lights.
Full lights for X30 Senior, full slippery, and then you get to the Pro Shifter drivers, it'll be as cold as it has been throughout the day. So Pro Shifter will cap things off. And again, Wednesday and Thursday, all about practice and qualifying here at the greatest karting event in the world, the SKUSA SuperNationals. Great to be here with the guys from Kart Chaser. Mike Smith back in the booth after a fantastic run yet last year. We had so much fun out of the Las Vegas Motor Speedway, his first time with the ECAN radio network as well. And looking forward to really getting at it tomorrow. Mike, you've raced this event before. It's one of those deals where, Wednesday you're trying to keep yourself calm. I just need to stay out of trouble on Wednesday, get a feel for the kart. Things kind of amp up a bit here on Thursday, right? You're like, oh man, I need to find some speed. Qualifying's coming up. I got to get this done. But wheel to wheel starting on Friday and through into Saturday. Those 2 days, I think, is when things really start to fire up.
Yeah, and it's amazing how the week progresses changes how you approach it, right? Like, for instance, I screwed myself in 2019 by being light at scales like some of the guys did on Wednesday, put myself in the B group, then I was trying to work my way back up from there. So I didn't have the expectation. I was just talking, we had one going into the fence and there on the exit.
Well, what happened there was these two drivers, I want to say teammates side by side, coming out of the final corner here onto the front straightaway, a little short shoot here in front of us at start finish, and they tried to go too wide. They tried to go too wide coming through that big sweeping, what would be turn number 11, I guess. That wasn't going to happen. He was on the outside hanging there and just couldn't hold it and got into the barrier and dragged himself in. Better to check up there. You're not going to be able to go on the outside there.
Yeah, I mean, and like you said, of all the classes, Shifter is going to be the one you don't want to be side by side through turn 11.
No, heck no.
We can kind of get it done in the 100cc stuff, right? But
as these guys warm the tires back up, let's run back to what you were talking about, how depending on how your Thursday goes changes the way you're going into Friday. I'm in the same boat. I was 20. I found a second this morning in practice 5, went up to 21st. I had expected to work my way into the top, in practice 6, as we have a full course yellow, not surprising to take care of that cart that's out stranded in the middle of the straightaway. I had expected to get more speed in practice number 6, the final practice. Didn't play my way, qualifying. So all of a sudden I'm 35th in qualifying, not potentially in the low 20s. That changes the way I have to approach the heat races so much differently than had I been starting potentially in the top 20.
Yeah, I think David Cole talks about it in his Behind the Laptop, where it's you got 570 some odd entries, where you got 570 different stories.
Stories, yeah.
And the story of how you're going to approach something if you're at the sharp end is completely different than someone like us who has to dig our way from the bottom.
Yeah, things didn't go your way. You got to dig it. You got to change your mindset a little bit. Maybe more survival to a certain extent, or aggressive survival. Let's call it that. If you start deep in the field, you got to move forward.
And it changes too if it's your first one or your 25th one if you're Bonner Moulton. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're one of the drivers that goes in here going, no, I'm going for the win. That's why I'm here. Versus like when I was here, I was like, I'm just want to experience.
That's it.
This is just my first time to check it out. And you're kind of in that same boat. Like, yeah, I want to experience it, but I don't know if I'm going to get another shot.
That's it. I'd like to have a solid run, but again, knowing for me, I'm just really trying to enjoy the entire weekend. But still, I want to succeed. I want to do the best I can for the guys at Rawlison Performance Group. My tuner Mark Trailer, his son Thomas, helping me out again this weekend. So it's one of those things, right? Man, they're working hard. I want to do the best I can and have a good result and be able to walk away. Said, I don't want us to think that I left too much on the table. I think that's the biggest thing. I don't want to have let myself down in terms of not throwing it all out there. So I'm looking forward to the heat races. Big time ready for Super Sunday, though. I'm gonna be pretty nervous, I think. I don't know. Once we get rolling, I'm obviously going to do opening ceremonies. I'll be with you and Xander for the opening race. I'll do the mini Swift race. I'll check out for KA Senior, run my race. Maybe try to come back for the tail of Junior. We'll see how long it plays out. But then from then on, for the remainder of the day, from Master Shifter on down, me and you up here in the booth. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time. It was an absolute honor and a great opportunity last year to come out here and play and hang out with you guys. And I'm super stoked to get a chance to do it again. Yeah. And thanks to Xander Clements and Kart Chaser for having me on. And of course, you for also being like, yeah, that guy's not so bad. So I'm looking forward to it. And looking at our times now, we're just past what would be the qualifying times, which is a little bit skewed because we did have that full course yellow. So maybe these are a little bit more indicative of what we would see inside of those first 5 laps. Right now, David Foray, top time, followed by Jordan Musser, Brian Kitchie Barnes, and Scott Presti, your top 5 with plenty of time remaining.
Yeah, John Crow now up into the 5th spot here as well. So Crow looking pretty impressive. Scott Presti on that TB kart, driver out of Florida with a VTM racing engine machine, putting his name kind of in the thought process here for a potential top 10, top 5 on the weekend. David Foray, though, multi-time world champion, up top right now in that number 695. Jordan Musser in the 2nd spot. Shudo 3rd. Keck 4th. Jordan Musser and Alan Shudo, both those drivers with really impressive resumes, but it doesn't have a SuperNationals on it, which is pretty wild. You think about Jordan Musser, one of the, really, in my mind, one of the legends of our sport, who has won, a handful of Rotax championships, dominated Master Shifter racing here in the SKUSA Pro Tour for a number of years as well, battling it out with Orion Kinnear, a number of different drivers. But he has not ever had that big win here at the SuperNats. That would be big. Alan Shudo didn't run a bunch of SuperNats, but came oh so close back in, I think it was 2004. Ended up at Sam Boyd Stadium leading the entire race. Last lap, blew an engine. Jason Bowles able to cruise through to get that win from P2. A great win for Bowles, but Shudo came so close to winning the big one. I think, although they've moved to Masters, it would still be a great feather in the cap of a really tremendous driver.
Yeah, I mean, you moved to Masters, but look at the field, right? I mean,
well, it's the great thing about him coming in, he's just raised the field another level.
No, exactly.
Right?
And Shudo, I mean, he's from my neck of the woods. He does a lot of coaching, and he's been getting back in the seat. To see him make a move down to the inside right now in the final corner. But Shudo's one of those guys where he hasn't been trying to go racing, he's been coaching. And now he comes back out here and starts racing again, and he's been doing it this year a bit. But to see him back in the seat, like you said, came oh so close before, he just raised the bar even higher. Let's
remember, too, that Alan Shudo got to as high as the Champ Car Atlantic Series. He almost made his way into IndyCar, getting in that ladder program. So this guy's got a ton of talent, and great to have him back here in the Masters class. And as I had said, you throw him in there, and all of a sudden, it throws everything up. You got Foray, you got Pizzogni, so you got multi-time world champion, a former Formula One driver. Then you got Jordan Musser, who's dominated the Pro Tour. Then you got Shudo. It's the level of competition. These are the top Masters drivers we've seen, dusted with some superstars.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
Yeah, Carlos Calderon said it about. I think he was talking about Masters in general, just the greatest group of Masters drivers. The toughest, most star-studded entry list ever. I can't disagree.
Yeah, it's impressive. An X30 Master here in the Master Shifter. Of course, KA100 Master. The top 15 is absolutely stacked. All good so far. Still almost 4 minutes remaining in the session. Foray still quickest. 0.2 of a second clear of Pizzogni right now. So Foray in that number 695 leading the way. I like the fact that he's hooked up with the guys from Italian Motors as well, because there's some really good guys over there. You look at the Ramo Rossettis, the Scott Hargroves, some of these guys that have been around this sport for so long, and then to have David Foray there as well on a tremendous chassis. I've driven the ITEL kart before, actually up at their track in Sumas, Washington, and really had a fantastic time driving that car. I felt really comfortable in it. And good to have the Valiente crew down here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we talk about, Ital Kart and then all the other different makes, and there's so many different manufacturers out here. Everything from, those guys have been around a long time to MRC building out of the back of their shop there. I mean, all kinds of different stuff.
And we're talking Master Shifter, too. We're thinking about the guys from Harden Motorsports Group and their Maverick chassis that they build, in Indiana themselves. And so I know they're dialing that chassis in a big way. So, yeah, there's a lot of great stuff going on. A lot of great American-made stuff that we haven't had for the last number of years. You go back to the Track Magic days of having the American-made chassis. The Track Magic used to be made in San Francisco, California. So we've got a couple ones here, one in California, one in Indiana. I like domestic product. I love seeing guys playing around with their own designs, and good to have both the factory kart and the Maverick from HMG here as well.
12 laps in the books for still the driver on the top of the charts. A personal best out of Victor Jimenez there in 6th. Moving on up right now with only about 2 minutes to play here. We're just about 10 minutes in, and again, 12 laps in, so we're past the part where we would be in a heat race. Again, only 10 laps for those heat races, I believe, even for these guys. I'll double check that. Yep, I believe it is still 10 laps, yeah. 25 for the main, so you're getting about half distance on the main here in this practice session.
They go in 25? No, they're only going to go 20 in the main. Masters, guys.
Oh, Masters, you're right. It's a pro shift.
Let's be easy on the Masters, boys. That's 5 killer laps at the end, man.
Oh,
20.
Man.
The difference of 20 to 25 is a lot.
Well, and you were talking about the track, and it's quick. It flows pretty good, it looks like, but it's fast.
It is.
I mean, again, a 42-second lap time. Those laps are going to go by quick. So if you haven't gotten the job, and again, with only, say, turn 1 and turn 7 being straightforward, and then the final corner being probably your 3 primary passing zones, if you don't get it done that lap, you may not get another shot.
That's the big thing. Agreed, 100% on that. This track it definitely has less passing opportunities than I think we had in years past, but I still believe that when it comes down to it and we start getting defensive, it's going to bring a lot of guys back in. If there's a group of, let's say, 2 or 3 or 4 up front and maybe 5, 6, 7 lurking in the back, I think over those last couple of laps when guys start saying, hey, I can win a Supernats, it's going to drag a lot of guys a lot closer, because the minute you go defensive here, especially in these last couple of corners, it's really going to open things up.
If you decide that you don't want to let that pass go through turn number 1, you go side by side through the S's, man, you just lost maybe a second.
Yeah, that's
right
it, 100%. A ton coming through that. That's a tight part of that racetrack.
Here we go, Aaron Likens with the checker.
There it is.
In the air, we are done and dusted here with Master Shifter crossing the line here for the final time to see if anybody improves. A lot of side-by-side right now, so I'm not sure we're going to see anything fast on the final lap. Fourier across, still top time.
41.938 fast time for David Foray, 0.2 of a second quicker than Antonio Pizzonia Jr. 42.140. Jordan Musser third, Brian Keck fourth, Alan Shuto, his last lap, his best of 42.358. He'll like that. That's almost a good feel for moving into Super Sunday when you've got a long run like that, but it will be really good knowing that they can dial it back a little bit for the heat race, a 10-lap heat race. Victor Jimenez ends up in 8th, Scott Presti 9th, and John Crow rounding out the top 10.
I can't wait.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
It's going to be awesome. What we got next here on the docket? We got Masters that's finished up.
X30 Senior.
X30 Senior. This is going to be the one where you put all this time and effort into this thing, and it's going to be completely different conditions when you go out for qualifying.
But also crucial to be in the front here. You want to be in that quicker group that allows you to be around the guys with the top speed, potentially going into a top 10 or whatever it may be. You get yourself bound further back for qualifying, it's going to be a lot tougher. You put a lot of work on yourself for both Friday, the 2 rounds of heats Friday and on Saturday, and then of course the LCQ coming up as well. So this is a crucial run here for these drivers, even though it's not official, but this is how we'll line up the qualifying groups for later on this afternoon.
Exactly, yeah, and everything kind of keeps ramping up, doesn't it? I mean, you have 3 sessions on Wednesday, but then the final session determines groups if you've got that kind of split, and then you've got your first session, and then the next session means a little bit more. There's always that next thing that you got to do. You can't ever rest on your laurels.
And then the very short qualifying run is what really puts it on, and I like it. It didn't work for me, but I like the fact that you've got to go out there and get the job done immediately. Let's see who can manage their tires, who can maximize it, get the most grip they possibly can in that qualifying session to set the grid for heat number 1 on Friday. Heat 1 and 2 on Friday. Of course, the final heat on Saturday, as with the LCQs. Nothing but main events on Championship Sunday. Again, great to have everybody here of the 25th running of this fantastic event, the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. All right, folks, lots of great stuff coming here still on Kart Chaser. Don't go anywhere. When we get back, we will roll out with the drivers in X30 Senior.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
Four-time champion Ryan Norberg winning SuperNationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com.
Welcome back to the Rio All-Suite Hotel and Casino for the 25th running of the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. It is Thursday afternoon, and we are working our way through what is now the final practice session for those categories lined up for the afternoon runs. The morning categories done and dusted. The grids are set for the first two heat races on Friday morning, but the afternoon drivers still with lots of work to do. Final practice to get a feel for the racetrack as it is right now, and maybe even for tomorrow afternoons as well, because they're going to be on sticker tires right now. And as Mike Smith and myself, Rob Howden, detailed in the last session, really kind of a split strategy. The first 5 minutes, maybe you think qualifying sim on the fresh tires, and then the remainder of that session, it's more that longer run. How's my kart going to come in as we get set to go for the heat races tomorrow and on Saturday?
Yeah, and even if you don't get all the laps you want, you can still go back and look at the data and be like, hey, how were those laps? What could we have gotten? Maybe okay, we got bottled up over here, but the theoretical is looking good.
Yeah.
So you can go, all right, we're heading in the right direction. Or you might find out that your kart starts to tighten up as the session. I mean, this is the longest session by 5 minutes. So you're getting a good few more laps than you've been doing the rest of the time. But the other thing going on, we've been talking about it, you want to make sure that you are in that better group qualifying. And with the X30 seniors, we're already in a split. We're doing that D versus B, C versus A, things like that here. And so while it hasn't hurt the B groups up to this point too bad, you still don't want to be in the D if you know.
Yeah, exactly that. Based on your schedule, you see SKUSA calling it a Q1 and a Q2. So you want to be in that Q1 group. You want to be the quicker drivers. They'll split them between two groups. Because when you're just with the guys that are your like speed, or maybe you're at the tail end of Q1, but you're going to be able to step up, and they're going to drag you forward because having that rabbit in front of you, maybe they're braking deeper. Obviously, those are the drivers really on the cusp. There are those that know they're probably going to be at the pointy end. They're going to Q1. But the guys that may be right there between Q1 and Q2, they can really change the way their Friday and Saturday are going to roll out if they're able to work their way up into Q1 and to potentially grab a couple of spots they may not have got if they were locked down in Q2.
No, exactly. And the thing is we've talked about it a couple of different times, but you will start your heat races the same spot every single time. So
thanks,
the
Mike.
work you're doing right now.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate that.
The work you do right now or the work you don't do, it matters.
Yeah, I'll be starting 35th, I believe, for all three of my heat races on Friday and Saturday, so work to be done for me. Maybe I'll get a hard charger award one of these times. We'll see how it plays out. So drivers have rolled on track, and those of you at home can see they're really being super gentle on the throttle, coming out at turn, what is essentially number 10 here of this racetrack, then 10 and through 11, down all the straightaway here to 1. Swerving back and forth, get some heat in the tires. Obviously, the throttle's going to give you the warmth in the rear tires, right? You spin those tires, you're on the throttle, but you really got to crank that wheel into the corner, something that they were really working with me on to try to get that heat built into the tires. Get it into the corner, get it cranked, get that thing sliding, get that thing pushing to build those heat in the fronts.
Exactly that. If you can get some heat in the tires, you're going to get some confidence underneath you. You can start digging, start pushing. And we're talking about qualifying with only 4 laps. You need to get the most out of it. And actually, we talked about the changing in the temperatures, the changing in the track. Well, we look at the straightaways, we start coming along. You can see it right now as you go through the final corner and onto that straightaway. This is all in the sunshine. But as they start going down to the end of the straightaway, the whole first corner and the entry of the S's is already behind the Rio and already starting to cool off.
This is where the drivers have got those dark visors on for sure, because the sun's going to start coming into their face a little bit. It'll fall certainly behind the Rio. I believe right around 4:30, I think, is the actual sunset time. But as it starts to work its way down, now the Rio, that's when it could potentially start getting in your face. And really only one place. This is a little different direction than we normally run. So really the only place you're going to really struggle with it is coming out of turn number 6 down to turn number 5, right? 5? Then down into turn number 7. 6 into 7.
6 into 7.
Pardon me. 6 into 7. Then otherwise you turn away from it, and really you're only going to get it early coming on the straightaway. By the time you get into the braking zone into turn number 1, you're already into the shadows.
Yeah, and if you look down to the straightaway, maybe we'll get a chance to see it. Like right now, this is going into turn number 1 on the television right there, right? So it's all in the shade right there, but it's way before you start slowing down. So it's not any kind of issue. We had a couple weeks ago, we were going through the S's. It was right in your face as you turn into the S's, and that was a bit challenging.
Indeed, a couple of categories. Maybe one really is the one that's going to struggle as we start getting down to that time, as we said. And Mike had said the first couple of qualifying sessions should be okay in terms of being in the sun to a certain extent. It'll be master shifter and then potentially here into the senior drivers when they go qualifying, when it will be under the lights, it'll be dark, and the temperature will start to plummet. There still will be a lot of residual heat into the asphalt here in this parking lot, but it'll slowly start to dissipate. It's going to be a lot colder when the final categories roll out.
Not only that, it's just something changes when the sun goes down, right? It starts getting a little bit antsy.
I love it. I love it under the lights here so much. It's just my deal for the SuperNats. Even when we go all the way back to when we used to be out at the Las Vegas Karting Center out in Sloan, if you drive out there now, you're still in the city and all of a sudden you're at Sloan. When we were here in 97, 98, 99, out there in 2000, you were out in the middle of the desert. They didn't have that creep of the city all the way out there. You can literally see casinos when you're coming in from there now. But man, that's one of the things we used to love. We used to love when we used to get the sun going down and the lights would come on. So folks, we got some more interviews coming down on pit lane. Let's set it down to our pit reporter for an interview.
Down here with Dalton Haynes. Dalton, you were in top 10 of your practice group. Have you made any changes from then to this practice going in?
Yeah, there were a couple things I wanted to change on the car. I can't necessarily talk about them, but yeah, I felt pretty confident. There were probably about like 6 people on new tire that session, and I was one of them. I think I can go about 3 tenths faster this session. We wanted to go new every session because we wanted to see what qualifying would be like. Not a lot of people know this, no one's going to hear me, but we're going to want higher tire pressure this session to practice for qualifying, because in qualifying it's only 4 laps. This is a really long session, so you'll see some fast times at the end. People will want to go lower pressures because it's a longer session, but you don't want to do that because then you have no idea where you're going to be for qualifying. So I'm probably going to pull off a little bit later or a little bit earlier than everybody else. Get back to this pits, enjoy myself, relax before qualifying, because come qualifying time we're going to have to hit it.
How do you think everybody's going to stack up in that qualifying session?
It'll either be chaos or perfect. It just depends. I mean, it depends on where you're starting. Obviously, this is very important, so I'm just going to do the best job I can, and I'll see where I end up.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck, Dalton.
Thank you.
Thank you, and back to you guys.
Thank you, Kendall. A couple of drivers getting together on track right now, but some really good insight from Dalton Haynes there, talking about the fact that, hey, listen, we've been putting new tires on. I think qualifying is something crucial to him. He wants to make sure that they have what they're going to have, and they're really going to look at qualifying sim for this session.
No, and actually, too, as we got full course caution on the circuit right now, and you can see as to why it is on the TV, that is also part of the deal. If you don't get all the information you have right now because of something like this happening, it compromises your program, and you don't learn everything that you need, especially if it happens early and you lose those first few laps.
that incident, a couple of drivers coming out of the combination 2-3, that right-left chicane that leads into the 4-5 chicane. Very crucial part of the racetrack coming through 2 and 3. You want to be able to get that kart with a lot of forward momentum out of 3, but you have to make sure you have track position far to the left side to be able to get through 4 or 5 cleanly. A lot of drivers we see maybe get hung out to dry a little bit too far to the right coming out of 3. They're not on throttle yet, and they've got to get way back across the racetrack. So I really like the rhythm section 2, 3, 4, 5 because I think it's so crucial. Kart placement and throttle, when you roll on the throttle, it's absolutely key.
Yeah, and being precise. We talked about how the curb there at the entry at 2 and even again in 4, although to a lesser extent, could potentially really bite you. If you end up turning in too early, you get that curb and it puts you over to the side. Now you're behind the 8 ball for the entire S's section.
Let's have a look at some lap times here. We're halfway through the session. Luis Colomedio up front right now. Diego Ortiz in second. Ryan Vincent in the third spot. So, folks, let's go down to Kendall Hedge once again. She stands by with Connor Zilich.
Down Zilich, Connor, in that last practice, did you make any changes to give you that extra edge to go up to the front of your practice group this session?
Yeah, we made some adjustments. Obviously, we put new tires on. Everyone's on new tires for this one. We're setting up our spot for qualifying, so everyone's going to be antsy, but it's a 12-minute session, so just got to keep it clean and have a clean kart going into qualifying and give us a chance to be up at the front. Really just need a top 10 in qualifying, and I'll be good for the heat races.
How are you expecting the qualifying session to go for not just you, but for everybody else also?
Yeah, the KA was chaos. It's only 4 minutes, and everyone's, I guess, in a rush, you could say, to try and get their lap in, but we have 5 laps, but people just aren't patient, so it's really going to be a mess. So we just have to stay out of the mess and hopefully get a clean lap.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck, Connor.
Thank you.
Thank you, and back to you guys.
Thanks, Kendall. Straight up right there is what we saw all morning long, right? He's talking about KA 100 senior drivers were just so impatient. Same in my category. We saw it in all the classes. Drivers, because I think of the shortened amount of time for qualifying, they really feel like they need to get that gap, or they need to get maybe with the right person they want to be with. But they're trying to warm the tires up. We saw a lot of incidents in a number of the categories. I know a lot of them in my class as well. It's patience. That's what Connor said, right? It's patience. But what he did say, too, you and I talked about the split strategy. I think most guys are thinking qualifying sim and get myself into the fast group.
Yeah, for sure. And he was mentioning that, but one of the things that I picked up on that he just said was, I just want to try to qualify inside the top 10. Which kind of tempers what you're doing in that qualifying session, especially when you think about these guys doing that A versus C, D versus B, which means cut it in half. I'm going to be 5th if I'm in the top 10.
Yeah.
I don't need to go get pole. I just need to be solid and start off my SuperNats on the right foot.
Yeah, 8th. If you qualify 8th, you're off pole as a D driver, right? You're off pole, so you're starting on the front row. Anything in the top 10, and you're in the front couple of rows. Top 8, you are on the front row for one of the groups, right? So that's key.
Yeah, you don't need to go be the best. I mean, yeah, it's something to be said about getting the pole, but do you want to get pole or do you want to win the SuperNats?
That's exactly that. And again, it's the long game. You have to play the long game. I tried to do that myself. It didn't play out just for some issues, but everybody's trying to get that. There's going to be ups and downs, but if you can steer clear of the issues, you play that long game, Super Sunday's all that counts.
Absolutely, and some of the drivers that seem to be hitting the long game right now is some consistency out at the front. I'm seeing a lot of the same names that we saw in practice 5, just jumbled around a little bit, but how about Ryan Vincent once again backing it up? Actually just went purple. We talked about long game. It's lap 12, and he just went fastest.
Yeah, the Nash Motorsports driver up by 1/10 of a second over Santiago Fernandez, who is P4 in session number 5. Luis Colomedio in 6th. Diego Ortiz, Colomedio in 3rd. Ortiz 4th. Tyler Greenberry up into the 5th spot. He was 8th in the opening session, so finding a bit more here. Lots more time to go. But anytime you're constantly in the top 10, you know you're doing something right.
Exactly. Again, you talk about the confidence that starts to build up. You know you're at least heading in the right direction. That's not the right direction right there, as we actually have a driver losing their front tire in the turn 9 section. Now that tire's in a bad spot. Hopefully everybody's able to miss it. They're trying their damnedest. out of the way. Nope, back in the way now. So turn 9, left front tire. I believe that's Kardashian, maybe. Is that Kardashian?
No,
right
that's one of the Race Lab drivers on the Villeneuve chassis. I'm not sure which
right.
one it is. It might be the 395. Did I potentially pick that up correctly? We'll have a look here. That's a 392, maybe. It's a long ways from here. Anyway, there's one driver having trouble there in one of the. Oh, that's Josh Feiner.
Oh.
Yeah, Josh Feiner out of British Columbia, Canada, in the Race Lab Villeneuve chassis, losing a wheel.
And I see the entire hub still connected to that. So either that was a curb and a shot and something broke, or otherwise.
Looked like it was left front, so I don't know, maybe got into the curb potentially over in turn number 7, or just slid off. That could happen, right?
Yeah. No, yeah,
especially if you're pounding curbs like these guys in seniors do. I know that I was staying away from them, but a lot of guys are hitting that curb pretty aggressively coming through turn number 2.
Everybody trying to get the last little bits that they can. Now 14 laps in. We're about 30 seconds away. Likens with the stopwatch in hand. Last few laps coming, or last lap I should say, for most of these drivers. Vincent, your sharp end. Fernandez, Colomedio, Ortiz, Greenberry. We just talked about him moving on up. Rafta, Daniel Fellows, Eamon Lowe, Kevin Quevedo, and Francisco Esposito. Your top 10 right now with the checkered flag now out on the B group here in X30 Senior.
Yeah, the Q2 group on the racetrack here. Ryan Vincent got to be pretty happy. He's headed this group in P5 and FP6 here in the final practice session for the drivers in X30 Senior. We'll have the Q1 group rolling out onto the racetrack. There was two groups on Friday, or on Wednesday. They split them based on time into our Wednesday run. So we have a Q1 and Q2 already set up, but it'll change when we get ready to go racing, I believe, for qualifying. Things can flip-flop for that session here. So Ryan Vincent, we'll see whether or not his 44.087 could potentially put him where he needs to be as well. So Vincent and Fernandez, P1 and P2. We have the drivers in the X30 Senior category, Q1, getting ready to roll out on track. I don't know how many pickups we potentially have.
Actually, looks like a pretty. I see at least 1 or 2 over.
Yeah, well, we had those 2 drivers that got together over in turn number 3. Let's take a quick break, folks. When we get back, we got the big guns of X30 Senior sitting on the grid, getting set to go. Final practice here, the 25th annual SuperKarts USA SuperNationals live here on Kart Chaser.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SKUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at MikeDotyRacing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule is support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TKNA Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the SKUSA Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you.
Welcome back, folks. Live coverage here of the Super Nationals. Thursday action. It is final practice sessions and qualifying. Rob Howden here alongside Mike Smith as the drivers in X30 Senior Q1, getting ready to roll out to see if they are able to maintain this position in the Q1 group heading to qualifying this evening. They will be one of the categories that will be qualifying fully under the lights with a plummeting temperature. We'll see the mercury fall the minute we get rolling here. Drivers getting ready to roll out here in the Q1 group. And, of course, after that, we will roll into X30 Junior, X30 Master, and wrap things up with Pro Shifter, Q2, and Q1. Drivers rolling on track, and have a good look here at the drivers in this category, how they have to kind of really be gentle on the throttle here and the kart position, because cold tires on this particular racetrack, no grip whatsoever on this opening lap. Drivers just starting to get things rolling, really driving into the corners, trying to get those front tires turned to see if they can't build as much heat as possible into these Avinco tires.
Yeah, and you saw the drivers 3 wide into the corner that leads onto the straightaway, really exuding the patience that Connor Zillich was talking about.
I held my breath for a second there when I saw it. I went, whoa, oh.
They all settled down by the time they got to the right-hander onto the straightaway, which is what you needed to do. But yes, the entire first lap is all about weaving and getting some heat into them. It's not going to start coming your way until lap number 2. It's all about getting some grip in there and getting confidence underneath you here. This is final practice for X30 Senior. First lap's coming across. Ariel Elkin was fastest in the 5th group. Evan Gilter was second, followed by Zachary Klein DeMello, Alex Stanfield, and Dalton Haynes, your top 5 from the previous practice session today. This one here, a lot of heavy hitters. The drivers who've been at the sharp end already the last, this is the 6th practice of the first 5. These guys have been consistently at the front, and right now, again, we keep talking about the different strategies. I'd be curious to see what these guys end up doing here as we are now finishing up lap 2.
Everybody on fresh tires as well. Qualifying simulation, building some heat into the tires, getting right at it. Yeah, you want to balance the qualifying simulation, make sure I'm good to go, make sure the car feels good, but maybe even more importantly, got to make sure I'm where I want to be in terms of being in the the first qualifying group. That is obviously key for them. They want to be in that qualifying group and being right up front.
Well, with 44 people on course right now, you want to at least be in the top 22, so you can go next to last. Well, I would assume, with the way the qualifying goes, I don't know. Do you want to be in the Group A or Group B? Not sure.
Well, for me, Q1, 100%. We'll see how it plays out. Drivers just starting to get things rolling here right now. Fletcher on top, 44.778.
And Fletcher's been having to do a lot of that in traffic. He did it in the previous practice session as well, where he was able to put some times down, but he was doing it in traffic, having to work his way through. Clement DeMello right now is the top time. Evan Gilter, Matias Morgado, Justin Ataconis. Now things start to switch a little bit. We got Norberg and Zillich entering the top 5. Yellow's on the far side of the circuit as they come out of turn number 1 and in turn number 2. So it's going to be an S's issue. The S's being one of the primary issues that we've seen for drivers. Again, if you hit that curb on the right, it sends you into the barriers on the left-hand side, but it looks like the issue is on the exit of turn number 3. They got those yellows, looks like cleared, and now turn 3. Nope, yellow's still back on, but they're just finishing things up. And that's the kind of stuff that if you're trying to go for a good qualifying time or work something out, and there's an issue, especially in a spot like that where you have to slow down for the S's, your whole time is going to be ruined.
And that's a very interesting part of the racetrack, especially when the tires are cold, because you're rolling in there. Some of the drivers going to be onto that curbing, the entry curbing. There's curbing in turn 2, but not in turn 3. So the right side, but not the left side. And some drivers can get in there and get themselves looped around. But on cold tires, you're trying to kind of tiptoe your way through. Pretty easy to get back on the throttle on the exit and have the thing coming back around on you. So Yellow flag still flying over in that turn 2-3 combination. Drivers not really getting off the throttle too much, which is disappointing because they really do need to be slowing down with the yellow flags like in that corner.
Anytime you see yellow flags in the slowest part of the circuit and people come across with purple lap time, I don't know about that.
That should be.
How are we doing personal best right now?
Yeah, you were supposed to be off the throttle significantly in that corner. Now, again, got to raise your hand in the air, at least on the entry to the corner. Try to raise your hand to let people know you're slowing up a bit. Flags coming in. That corner now back and rolling.
Well, so again, let's just pretend that was qualifying for a second. We just had essentially all the fast laps that qualifying would have been. The 4th and 5th lap under a slight yellow condition. And now we're going to start seeing people finish up lap 6. So you got to get that data right now about what you might have. And even if that happens, can you get enough for a good qualifying position?
Defending race winner Ryan Norberg, P1 right now for Rawlins Performance Group at a 43.703. Connor Zilich up into second, 43.724. Evan Giltaire in the number 321. The driver, I believe, racing under the Trinity Karting Group tent this weekend. Now in the 3rd spot, Jake Drew, pole sitter last year in 4th. And TV kart driver for Race Lab, Eduardo Vila, P5. But of course, a lot of movement happening right now. Have you tried that last name yet?
Which one's that?
Thomas Stolzermanis.
Is it Stolzermanis?
I would say Stolzermanis. We'll try that.
Tomas Stolzermanis, purple. 43.697.
0.06 of a second faster than Ryan Norberg. Via now up into the 3rd spot, a winner of the SuperKarts USA Winter Series back in January. The TV kart driver now in the 3rd position. Connor Zilich 4th, Giltaire 5th. Past the halfway point. Diego Ramos in 6th, Blake Nash 7th. Here comes Zachary Clayman DeMello up as well. Blake Nash goes to 2nd. Nash to P2 midway through.
Nash, actually, I was going to, before he did that, I was going to comment about Via actually being at the on the way up, because both Via and Nash have both had long run pace. The longer the session goes, it seems like they get a little bit better. They've been having those fast laps right towards the end. Granted, 7-minute session, so it's not very long, but those drivers seem to have what they need right at the end.
Yeah, and that's it. You want to push to the end. 7 minutes is going to be probably the distance of a heat race. I don't think we're going to be going 10 minutes. It's 10 laps. We're down to 44 second laps, so we're really going to be probably 7 or 8 minutes in terms of a 10-lap heat race.
Well, there it is. We're about ready to click over to 8 laps, and we've got 8 laps and 10 minutes left to get to the 10-minute mark. So, yeah, not very long sessions up to this point, but you should have a pretty good idea of whether or not your kart's in play here. Stolzerman is still the guy on top. Blake Nash, Norberg, Via, Zilich, top 5.
Right behind them, Giltaire, Ramos, Zachary Clayman DeMello, Jake Drew, and Paulie Massimino. Now into the 10th spot. Ariel Elkin, who was quickest in the 5th practice session, is in 11th. Aiden Ingrata in 12th. 13th, 14th, and 15th. We'll see Oliver Hodgson, Donovan Bonilla, and Jack Jeffers. Jack Jeffers coming off the championship in the Lucas Oil School of Racing Formula Car Series as well. He'll take a scholarship into the USF Junior Series as part of the USF Pro Championships in 2023.
Yeah, and currently 15th in the charts. I mean, that's how deep the field is, right?
Yeah, indeed.
There's some drivers in it. You were talking about Paulie Massimino in 10th. That's the first time I've even heard his name. Not that he hasn't been in the conversation, but that's how deep it is, and right now, how little there is between each driver with Massimino back there in 10th.
I sometimes use the term body of work when it comes to your entire SuperNationals, right? Because it's such a long week. It's a Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So it's this body of work that you put together on on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, the situation Saturday that sets you up for Sunday, right? You got to put it all together. You could have a rough Wednesday. You come back on Thursday, dial things in, qualify well, and you're up front for the heat races. Really, everything still works. This is why this session, the next session, is so crucial to see how things play out for the heat races.
Yeah, because it doesn't matter that you haven't been talked about or whatever on Wednesday or early Thursday. But as soon as we get done with qualifying, we're going to be talking about you a whole heck of a lot if you're at the sharp end.
That's it. Stolzerman is still on top. Quick driver thus far on the energy kart running for Nash Motorsports. A little bit faster than Ryan Norberg. Now faster than Blake Nash. How about this? Let's start this first. 6,000 separating the top 3, 100 separating the top 4. At one point, it was less than 300ths of a second separating the top 5 drivers.
Yeah. That's close. For those of you playing the at-home game, that's not a lot.
Wow, it's a blink of an eye.
And we still got fast times coming here. We're 9.5 minutes down out of a 12-minute session. And fast time out of Tomas once again.
Temperature's coming up on the tires.
Temperature coming down in the air.
Not much
Not
yet.
that fast.
I think it's still warm right now. Fuel level going down a little bit, but tire temp coming up big. The grip levels are going to start coming in. Remember, they started on fresh tires.
Yeah.
So really just getting into that 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 lap. Good run here for these drivers through a good, what's probably going to end up being probably around a 15 lap, maybe 16 lap run. Good long-term run as well. Stolzer Manis ahead by 73 thousandths over Blake Nash. Ryan Norbert runs third. Eduardo Vila in fourth. Connor Zilich in the fifth spot. Sixth, Giltaire. Seventh, Ramos. Eighth, Clayman DeMello. Drew and Massimino still the top 9 and 10. That's what we kind of saw over the last couple of laps. No one making any big moves in the top 10.
Yeah, and only a quarter second separating them. And as you said, it was even closer until Tomas put down a little bit more of a time there. It is very, very close. There's not much between them. And these are crucial laps. You're getting just that last little bit of information you need to fine-tune your ride.
Last session we had a look there. We saw a bunch of drivers coming through that turn 7 combination, then through the 8, 9, 10, carrying a lot of speed through turn number 8 into the left-hand hairpin turn number 9. That's going to be a very wild place to watch the end of our main events on Super Sunday. Elkin already pulled the pit lane. You saw that. A number of drivers checking out the pit lane already. Maybe saying, I've got what I want. I want to be at the front of the scale line, get through there, get my stuff done. Get ready to go for qualifying.
That's a good point. Yeah, maybe we're like, now we need to do a little something different. We're going to pull in a tick early here as it's still just a little bit left on the clock, only about 30 seconds. But Ariel Elkin actually fastest in the session just prior to this one. 11th on the charts right now. Might want to find a little bit more.
Stolzer Manis, his fast time of 43.629. 43.629 for Stolzer Manis. Showing his hand here in the final practice session. Track continuing to develop, as we said, but things will change quite a bit, as we know now. We're going to start seeing that sun work its way behind the Rio, and as soon as it does, you're going to, pick that. Let me finish off what I'm saying, then you pick that up. Yeah, so the sun is very close to kind of really starting to dip behind one of the buildings here from the Rio. The minute that happens, temperature's going to start to drop. It's going to change everything in terms of the track as we roll in now to the X30 Juniors, Masters. Very interesting. We'll see how things roll down here. But I'll tell you, Mike scrolled down a bit, and I talked to him right before I came to the booth. Your current world champion, Mateus Morgado, down in 22nd position, 0.4 of a second back. He'll be fine on the bubble, so he'll be in Q1 for qualifying. But he told me, he said that he feels great. Everything's working perfectly right now. He's thrilled to be here. So, again, we talked about guys with maybe different approaches, different storylines, as David wrote in his Behind the Laptop column. Everybody with a different story. We'll see how it plays out for Morgado as he's 22nd right now. Let's see if he doesn't qualify. Let's see if he pulls out his button qualifying, because, damn, he's going to want to be in the top 10.
Yeah, although, you know what? He's going to be last on the grid of the A group, the one that goes last. He'll be last on the grid, so maybe he can be a little bit patient. Get that space he wants, and then go get after it.
Well, how many guys we got in this category all total?
44 in that group.
Yeah,
so he'll be right there on the bubble, 22.
So we're going to split each qualifying group. Q1 and Q2 is going to split.
Yep. So you got the B group overall, the D, if you will, the DC, and then the BA.
That's wild. So, yeah, exactly right. He will be at the very tail of that, so he could hang back if he wanted.
He's got a different strategy if he wanted it.
Yeah, well, he's the world champion for a reason. We'll see how it all plays out. Category still to come here in the final round of practice. X30 Junior, X30 Master. Then we'll have our pro shifters roll out for Q2 and Q1. Mike, we're already rolling right now. The drivers here rolling in X30 Junior. Let's see if they're up to the task of this opening couple laps. Trust me, when you come out of this grid onto the track, it is so unbelievably slippery. You can't believe how much or how little grip you have, and it's how slippery it actually is. You're tiptoeing through these first couple of corners. Super easy on the throttle. It gets sideways really fast, especially when you got a bunch of wheel into it. Doing whatever you can to build some heat into these Evincos.
You didn't know you could get negative grip, did you?
Wow, it's slippery, man. I'm telling you. It's ice racing at its best.
I think what some of these drivers are dealing with, they're not getting enough of it done over here in the final corner, in turn 10. So when they get over to the bend onto the straightaway, the cart just pushes, and they're like, oh crap, too much right foot, and now you're heading towards the fence.
Yeah, it does 100%. The minute you come out of that final corner on the long straightaway, it really does want to push out to the fence. And you got to drive it all the way down and get on the brakes there, get some heat built into the axle as well.
Look at the amount of smoke there on the all the exhaust smoke there as we were just left the grid, was adjacent there to turn number the straight between 7 and 8. Starting to clear out now, but that first shot there with the sun going right through it.
Opening laps, just getting things underway. It'll take a couple of laps to get these tires up to temperature, but the beauty of this session, as we said, Mike, long session, right? With a 12 minutes, you got time to build the heat in, but you are thinking about that qualifying sim. Get out there, get the heat built in the tires quickly. The first 4 or 5 laps are going to be so crucial.
You know what I always find interesting, too, is you see some of the people who are able to replicate laps. Doesn't matter if it's on cold tires or warm tires. Max Garcia, purple, right out of the gate, also the fastest in the previous practice session.
I'll say this. I was actually in talking to the Palacios, and Max Garcia kind of rolled in, and he was P1, as you said, in the 5th practice session, but he also got into the wall. He was asking for a socket. I'm not sure what, a 13 mil socket or something. They had work to do on that cart, so he pushed hard. Max Garcia ended up getting to the wall a little bit. They got that cart fixed up to get him back out, obviously, but he's obviously pushing hard to be P1, and sometimes you got to touch that wall a little bit.
Yeah,
you don't want to.
Massage it a little bit, right?
You don't want to. Well, I know now that the incident I have, I own an OTK axle, and I own an OTK a hub as well.
Well, yeah, that's nice.
It's going to be a nice little mantelpiece.
Yeah?
Bringing an axle home with me on the plane. What's
good.
this, sir? What's this?
It's a carry-on?
It was very expensive. I just bought this.
I'll sign it for you.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Oh, man. Yellow flags down there in turn number 7.
Yeah, one driver looping it around just on the into the corner. Not hard to do when you're trying to roll in there like crazy and get that thing turned and maybe get back on the throttle. The driver went around in 7, but be able to continue back and rolling again. Here's that shot. As we said, the driver's scooting back up here.
Yeah, like you mentioned, it, the sun being at their backs as they go from 7 8, and before that tricky 8 and 9 complex. I can't imagine if you had to do that going into the sun. That'd be a challenge.
Indeed. And again, as they get down the front straightaway to that long, braking zone of turn number 1, they're actually able to get into the shade. So as you get into that braking zone, able to get the view once again.
Coming out of turn number 6, we just had one driver get to the barriers and knock the barriers out pretty good.
Watching Garcia right now, Mike, on the racetrack as he comes through now turn number 2 and 3. Out of 2 and 3, over to here's now 4 and 5. Very quick part of the racetrack, flat out through there. Into turn number 6. As the driver's here coming out, I believe, out of turn number 7. Yeah, there's Garcia again into 7. Essentially a short straightaway leads down into this 8, 9, 10 complex. So 8 and 9, a very quick right-handing turn 8. 9, the first of the 2 hairpins, then turn 10. Leading back here onto the front straightaway, Max Garcia, fastest driver on the racetrack a couple of laps ago. That now belongs to Caleb Gaffera. Gaffera out of North Carolina, now P1, 45.348, just a couple of hundredths of a second faster than Garcia, who we're watching right now, spin around here or there, and that number 7:59. Cameron Brinkman up to 3rd. Driver having some trouble coming out of turn number 10 and getting into the barriers on the outside of the racetrack. I think that might have been Cooper Lyle. Yeah, indeed, Cooper Lyle getting into the barriers on the outside. Kind of Ross Chastained it out of the final corner here, all the way up the front straightaway.
Yeah, now stationary outside turn number 11. Out of the way, though, thankfully.
Yeah, coming to a stop on the very outside of turn number 11 before the turn-in, so he's been able to get away from the cart. They'll have the flags out here in that corner. They'll send the SKUSA crew out there when they can to try to get that cart out of the way, but it really is out of harm's way right now anyway.
Yeah, the biggest issue right now, if you're trying to put down any kind of lap time, is you've got yellows coming out of turn number 6. I now see yellows. Oh, we're going full course. Yep. That's why. Yep, there it is. And that full course yellow scenario, if that happens, in worst case scenario, if that happens in qualifying, and you don't get that lap in yet, that's really, really going to hurt you. And right now, it's just final practice.
Let me throw this out here right now. Aaron Likens is out here throwing the yellows, and there's not a soul off a throttle. Nobody's raised their hands. Aaron is not happy at all with this right now. He is fervently waving these yellows.
Well, and
there's not a soul who's lifted off the throttle. They are all flying right now.
We were talking about this with just the two of us late last night, watching some of the action that was going on. And, yeah, there's just not a lot of respect for the yellow flag right now.
Full course yellow, you are supposed to slow down to essentially what would be kind of pace car speed. Right now, everybody is still on the throttle.
There's one other flag that they can use right after this if it escalates that far.
Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't put the red flag on yet.
Exactly that.
Yeah, Aaron Likens is not happy at all at start-finish.
For good reason.
Finally, after, 3 laps, these drivers finally slowing down after a full course yellow. I have a feeling there's going to be a discussion with these drivers when they get over to the scales, because we had SKUSA corner workers trying to repair a racetrack, a cart on the outside of the track, full course yellow being thrown, and not a soul was slowing down. They were all full throttle. Aaron Likens, I thought he was going to bust a brain, what do you call it there, because he was just adamant that these guys slow down.
X30 Junior drivers needing to do a little bit better
Wow.
job.
Yeah, that was disappointing. Full course yellow means slow down to pace car speed. You got to slow right down, and just nobody was doing it.
Yeah, and that's something that SKUSA does to keep the session going. Like, if you just get the job done as drivers and slow down, they get it fixed, you get to go back green. Right?
And listen, number one, it's for safety. There's a reason. There's either somebody on the racetrack that we need to get taken care of. The track needs to get repaired. You've got SKUSA officials out on the racetrack. You can't be flying around here at 100% when they're trying to get this track cleaned up. If you ever hurt somebody, one of the SKUSA officials, when a full course yellow is coming out, that's just unexcusable. You got to make sure you slow down, folks. If those of you in the paddock, if you see a full course yellow, slow down to pace car speed, please. Get the thing woed up. There's something going on in the racetrack that needs to get taken care of. And like you said, had they slowed down immediately, they could have probably have been in one lap.
Yeah.
They would have been able to get to it.
Instead of only having about 4 minutes to play here, they'd have 5 or 6 at full speed.
That was tough to see. Aaron Likens was visibly upset at start-finish. Finally back to green.
Back underway, green flag conditions. These drivers are going to have about 3 minutes. Those tires have cooled off a little bit here with that full course caution. Let's see if they can keep it under control here for the last few minutes and get things in the books here for X30 Junior. Cameron Brinkman, fast lap right now. Enzo Vidmontien, Caleb Gaffera, Max Garcia, Stephen Miller. Top 5 right now.
Yeah, Cooper Shipman right there as well. Alexander Chartier, Brody Yendel, Isaac McNeil, Diego Guillot, and Alex Mercado just on the outside of the top 10. Well, for one thing, the tires are all fired up to temperature. Now they can get back at it. Again, time winding down. Probably about 2 more minutes remaining in this session for the drivers here in X30 Junior. X30 Masters drivers on the grid ready to fire things up. Max Garcia quickest from practice number 5, now sitting P4 in the final practice of the day, or extended practice. He's actually out front, Garcia is, able to pull to the front of this group. Driving the MPG Motorsports number 759 Kart Republic.
Yeah, we see most of these groups able to put in 14 or 15 hot laps in that 12 minutes. These guys are going to lose a couple just because of that.
Yeah, checker flag coming out here right now. They're going to flag this one, I believe.
Yeah, a little bit of penance.
I 100% agree with this.
Yeah.
Checker flag flying to end the session for the drivers here in X30 Junior after a disappointing display of flag understanding. Nonetheless, Cameron Brinkman going to be the fastest driver right now, 45.052 unless someone knocks him off. Enzo Vidmontien now up into second, just 2/10 off. Not just 2/10, pardon me, 2/10 off because just 200ths off. 2/10 is the big gap. Cameron Brinkman in the number 788, fastest driver on the racetrack, though. Leonardo Scorpioni, though, last lap goes a 45.160, just a 10th off right now. So a Scorpioni, a good final lap to go up to P2.
Made the most of that last lap that he had because actually Scorpioni was well outside of the top 15 at that point, maybe even outside that A group, and so that using that last lap wisely to get haul themselves back up into the front group.
Well, he was P3 in practice 5, a Scorpioni, so finding some speed at the end there goes P2. Final lap, the best for both he, Caleb Gaffera, Ernesto Rivera, and Sebastian Weldon within the top 10. A Scorpioni in second spot, Gaffera and Rivera 4th and 5th behind Vidmontien. Weldon 7th behind Max Garcia. Then to cap off your top 10, Stephen Miller, Cooper Shipman, Alexander Chartier, and just further back into the top 15, Oscar Ilef, also the last lap, his best lap for X30 Junior. So again, folks, we have a couple more categories still to come to cap off final practice, X30 Master, and 2 groups of Pro Shifter. Don't go anywhere. It'll all be live here on Kart Chaser.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading-edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products EasyGP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. To see our products online, go to odenthalracing.com. The 2023 season is just around the corner, and if you're looking to buy, sell, connect, or learn, make plans to attend the 37th Annual OVK Go-Kart Swap Meet, February 4th, 2023. Register online at ovk.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at revperformancematerials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
Welcome back, and just a few minutes away here from getting our X30 Masters drivers, brought to you by Orsalon Racing, on course for their final practice session. Just buttoning up the last little bit of the chaotic X30 Junior practice session. Get some things finished up over there. But now as I look over at the grid area, I see a lot of drivers with their helmets off. Trying to finish things up over in the scale area. That's been the deal up to this point, to make sure all the drivers are off and clear from the scales. we'll go ahead and step away for another second here while we're waiting on the grid to get ready. We'll jump back to it in just a little bit.
Lucky Design USA, one of the most recognizable brand names in custom helmet painting. Lucky Design has been used by drivers from karting all the way to Formula One. Offering attractive pricing and 12 to 16-week completion times, Lucky Design is unmatched when comparing quality and speed. Lucky Design USA offers a variety of options for you to get a uniquely painted helmet that suits your style. Contact Adam at Lucky Design USA to get started.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
Heart, determination, and dedication to making you the best driver you can be. Are you ready to get speed racing through your blood? That is the formula for HRT Driver Development. For more info, go to HRTDriver.com. Wait, before you do, think 60 seconds about all the consequences before you act. That is what Think 60 is all about, teaching the next leaders of the world. For more information, go to think60.org.
on it. But for the bulk of this Rio SuperNats 25 circuit, we're in the shade.
Yeah, the temperatures are obviously going to fall both with the ambient and track temperature. This asphalt, of course, will hold a lot of the heat that it had, but again, as the temperature does start to fall, 61 was the high on the day. We'll see it plummet down throughout the next couple of hours before we head into our Pro Shifter qualifying session to cap off the day. As I said, 61 degrees just about a half an hour ago. We'll see how much it falls over the next little while. Shade is definitely going to do the job. And our X30 Masters drivers rolling out to get to work here. Awesome field in X30 Master.
Talk about that awesome field in the previous practice session we had. Thomas Grice, fastest. Had to look him up. Great Britain driver. A lot of European experience, top-level European experience.
We're talking European Championship events, the Margutti Trophy, KF for the KF3, KF2. The top single speed of the day, and just 30 years of age this year, and great to have him here at the SuperNationals, potentially going after P1 on Super Sunday.
He started off with a fastest time in practice 5 aboard the Charles Leclerc chassis, 517, he just went by us. And behind him, Renato Jotter. Those two drivers out front right now, picking off some fast laps.
Yeah, Renato Jotter, easily one of the top Masters drivers in the world. A couple times getting that win done at the Rock Super Final. This is a guy who's won here at the SuperNationals before. He can win anywhere he goes, and Renato Jotter will definitely be a guy to watch out for.
There's some drivers further down the charts from the previous few sessions, and I'm really going to be keeping an eye on to see if they've found a little something. My buddy Matt Johnson, not having the SuperNats he's been wanting so here in these practice sessions. Hopefully he can find a little something. And of course my good buddy Casey Cook, right now 5th. Yeah. Hopefully he can stay up there.
Yeah, I'd love to see Casey on the podium. Again, one of the true fighters of our sport, so good to see him rolling some good speed here on a Thursday at the SuperNationals. Of course, things get busy tomorrow, wheel-to-wheel action. Also cool to see Will Power P2, the reigning IndyCar champion, of course a winner of the Indianapolis 500, running with Rollison Performance Group this weekend. I had a chance to do the track walk with Will. He is thrilled to be here, and I think really enjoyed how things are rolling out so far.
I think he might have been fastest in session 4 as well, too. So Power definitely on it right now. And remember, this is the class last year that had one of the most exciting finishes right down to the end.
Indeed, yeah. And we'll see it again for sure, especially with back-to-back hairpins coming to the line. I'll be interested to see how it all plays out when we get to Super Sunday, those first couple of races. Guys going for main event wins. What's it going to look like coming across the line?
You remember last year we had the stars of the game. We had Derek Wang was in there. He's not here this weekend, but Wang was in there. Jotter was in there. Johnson. And now you add in a Ben Cooper, a Will Power, Chris Werheim.
Yeah.
Chris Werheim's there. David Serra's in here.
So let's throw let's talk about this right now while guys are kind of getting rolling here. We're only 4 minutes in, 8 more minutes to go in this extended session. We talked about the fact that Alan Shudo coming into the Masters Shifter category raised that up a little bit. Masters, X30 Masters. We throw in Ben Cooper, former Rotax World Champion, former winner here in the X30 Senior category. We talk about now having Chris Werheim, who was a top tag senior driver for many years. This guy can still wheel it, man. He looks like he did when he was 25 years old. He's going to be a guy. None of us picked him to be in the top 5. We talked about him afterwards in our EKN prediction podcast, our Outlap podcast. I think that probably pissed off Chris enough that he'll really want to get out there and show us up, which is good for him.
Yeah,
he's a guy that could potentially win.
A little motivation.
So you've got Will Power, Ben Cooper, Chris Werheim, and you throw in Karting Jesus. You throw in David Serra, who almost won here a number of years ago in a battle with Andre De Castro by 1/1000th of a second. This thing is just the level of X30 Master. This is why Carlos Calderon posted to Facebook, is this the best ever Masters field this has ever been assembled at the SuperNationals? Yeah. I think unequivocally yes.
Without question.
It's stellar.
Yeah, and that's why when you look at the timing sheets here and everything's so close because the talent's so high and every little piece. Hey, Matt Johnson having a little bit of a tough time and still trying to find a little bit more. We got Martin Pearson here, Martin Stone, Kip Foster.
Yeah.
Didn't even say Kip Foster in there.
Well, Kip Foster's the guy we expected here, right?
Right.
He's not the guy that's added on. He's the guy that everybody's got to battle.
Exactly.
Kip Foster, a 4-time winner of the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals, looking for that magic number 5. Hey, listen, and we've got this amazing field, and what if we were able to throw in, say, a Derek Wang if he was here,
right,
or a Billy Cleveland? Like, we've got some guys that are legends in Masters racing and North American karting who aren't here. This could even leverage up a little more next year if they all came back to play.
Yeah, and it's so awesome to see Masters racing at just like to that level. Right?
Agreed.
It's one of those things that seems to ebb and flow a little bit, whether it be the local, the regional, even national, but you come to the SuperNats and everybody comes out of the woodwork. This is the one you want to win. Doesn't matter how old you are or how long you've been doing it.
That's it. And the funny thing is we've seen Masters kind of wane a little bit on the national level in terms of the 125cc liquid-cooled category. Great field here this weekend in X30 Masters. 44 drivers on the racetrack right now, a full field. We did the same thing with KA100 Masters. We got behind that at EK and myself. We started pushing that one. 46 drivers in that category. Almost over 40 or a little bit right around 40 for Masters Shifter as well, something like that. This is awesome to see. Essentially 120 Masters drivers here this weekend.
I was wondering if the addition of the KA Masters might dilute this one a little bit.
Nope. It's different drivers.
The
beauty of the KA Masters category is it brought a lot of club and regional racers to a race they probably wouldn't have invested in because this is a lot of money to come out
100%.
here. But in their mind this is my bucket list race. This may be the only year I get to come. Maybe I'll come back again, but this is a chance for me in my class that has never been here, the Masters category I race in, to run at the biggest race in the world.
Exactly that. And against the talent that we've seen join that category on its first year, right? I think some of us were thinking, well, I hope it works, and obviously you campaigning that entire thing to make sure we had not just butts in the seats, but a very, very good group.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, we pulled a bunch of fantastic drivers out of the woodwork. Jamie Saraki coming out to play, Bryn Nuttall. A lot of drivers that we've seen, of course, have a lot of success in their racing careers, and of course, part of the business as well, coming out to play.
We got almost 8 minutes down here. It's still Ben Cooper at the sharp end, Will Power, Chris Werheimer just talking about him, Jace Lindstrom, and Dylan Albiani there, your top 5.
Albiani, P5, as you had said. And we've got Jace Lindstrom. We talked about P4, the Australian driver running a Cosmic out of the Bennett camp. Laurent Tumardin in the Technokart USA Machine 6. Martin Pierce on the Comp Kart in 7th. Pierce actually driving the Kart Republic, for Trinity Karting Group. He is now in the 7th position. 8th, David Serra. 9th, Lay Nicolau. And then Thomas Grice rounding out the top 10. Grice was P1 in practice number 5, down now into 10th position. But still nonetheless not that far back, really only 0.4 of a second separating the top 10.
Yeah, and actually just notching into the top 10 there, Matt Johnson, his personal best there, getting him into the top 10. Just behind him, Mario Barrios, obviously finding success in the national tour there throughout the year. How about Judder? Renato Judder, 16th right now. Now again, we're going to have this entire group split in half for the A and B group. As you said, 44 drivers on track. 22nd position is the split.
And look at this. Kip Foster, 13th. Renato Jodder, 17th. Bonner Moulton, as well, a multi-time winner in 16th spot. Bonner Moulton, his 25th start. He has been in every SuperNationals since the beginning in 1997, actually on the podium in the 125cc moto category. Unbelievable to have Bonner here. I don't know whether we'll see him in the 26th. I have a feeling he may have decided to go 25. He may just hang it up for the 26th.
It's a nice round number.
I think it would be an amazing way to go out. But hey, you know what? Also, it's always nice to be that overachiever and go, 25 was nice. Maybe I got to go 26, just so nobody plays with me at all.
It wouldn't be the first time that someone was like, nah, I'm probably done, and then this race gets closer and closer and closer.
Pull the Tom Brady on it.
Right, yeah. Never say the R word. Retired.
That's it. Bonner, of course, working very closely as well. He and Mike Beeney with Hannah Greenmeyer in her racing career. Hannah getting ready to focus on car racing now for 2023. We've been privileged to have Hannah Greenmeyer in the paddock for many, many years, watching her grow up from a young mini driver, becoming the first ever headline category champion on the Pro Tour as a female. Winning X30 Senior, of course, last year.
Real late in the going, and it looks like a difference of opinion of where we needed to be in turn number 9.
Is that Jotter? No, that's 550. I thought it might be one of the Orsalon Racing drivers. It may still be. But yeah, that's one of the factory carts.
Yeah, connected with one of the factory
drivers.
drivers.
And the 650. Let's get a number of that when they come back by, or I'll have a look back at the suit. That's Glauber Granero. Granero getting together with one of the factory cart drivers. Looked like he drove over the top of him coming through turn number 9, which is the first of the 2 hairpins, 9 and 10. Yeah, not really what you want to do in a practice session, that's for sure.
No, I mean, right here at the tail end of the practice session, and I mean, the next session you do is qualify.
Yeah.
And they're only 4 minutes long. Like, these sessions are going to go by fast.
Trust me, I bit an axle and had to we had to change over tires and change an axle to get us back on the racetrack, which we did. That driver over there is not going to be pleased whatsoever. I wasn't able to pick up a number of the driver off the racetrack.
30 seconds left in the session. We're not seeing anybody going faster right now. Ben Cooper setting the time at 44.487 to talk about how close these Masters drivers are. It's about a half a second separating the top 15, and the names in said top 15. There's no skimping on skill.
No, we got a lot of big dogs outside the top 10. Checker flag flying. Ben Cooper still with a fast lap, only 16 thousandths of a second quicker than his RPG teammate Will Power. Chris Wareheim for Nash Motorsports in 3rd. Jace Lindstrom in 4th spot. Dylan Albiani in 5th. Lauren Tumardin in 6th. Martin Pierce 7th. David Serra 8th. Lee Nicolau in 9th, and Matt Johnson rounding out your top 10. Mario Barrios 11th. Thomas Grice, who was P1 in session 5, 12th. Kip Foster, 4-time champion, 13th. Ignacio Vivian in 14th, and Roberto Arato rounding out the top 15. You've got Bonner Moulton and Renato Jader in 17th for Jader. He has some work to do, or maybe not. Maybe he's just playing around. We'll see. He's really got that kart working well. I knew he was strong in the KA100 Master, just not quite as good here in the X30 Master category. But Sun now, those of you tuning in, you can see kind of dulling up a little bit. Sun fully behind the Rio Hotel. Just a little bit peeking over into turn number 1 and down the back straightaway. Otherwise, we are getting ready to cool things off as we have Pro Shifter Q2 and Pro Shifter Q1 ready to cap off the final practice sessions of the 25th running of the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. Right after qualifying, the final practice, we will head into qualifying. So let's take a little quick break in the action right now. When we get back, folks, we got Pro Shifters getting ready to roll out. We'll cap off final practice after this.
Heart, determination, and dedication to making you the best driver you can be. Are you ready to get speed racing through your blood? That is the formula for HRT driver development. For more info, go to hrtdriver.com. Wait, before you do, think 60 seconds about all the consequences before you act. That is what Think 60 is all about, teaching the next leaders of the world. For more information, go to think60.org.
So drivers have rolled themselves on the racetrack, some of them rolling backwards into turn number 10. As we said, very tight here. Slippery, temperatures coming down. Welcome back, folks, to the Kart Chaser coverage of the 25th running of the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. My name is Rob Howden, joined in the booth by Mike Smith. The drivers in Pro Shifter Q2 onto the racetrack for their final practice session of the event. And what a group of shifter drivers it is. The largest single group of shifter drivers we've had in the history of the SuperNational. I think you got to go back to the early events where I think they had 90 or so in a combined S1, S2 group. This is a fantastic group of drivers and awesome to have so many international pilots back here, of course, after the COVID-19 cancellation of 2020, the event that we moved out to the Las Vegas Motor Speedway for 2021. We're home at the Rio for 2022. And people have turned out in droves. The biggest purse ever for a SuperNationals.
Talk about how much, the level of the Masters field and how big that's gotten. How about just the resurgence of shifters?
I just love it.
Phenomenal.
Well, you know what's so important right now, Mike, is because SuperKarts USA and the SuperNationals themselves were founded on shifter kart racing. This is what it is. This is where it came from. SuperKarts USA was all shifter kart racing. Back in the day in the Pro Tour, literally there was 4 classes. It was 80cc Junior, 80cc Senior, an S2 and an S1 class at one point. In fact, before then, it was just a 125 class in the days of the SKUSA Great Lakes Tour back in the mid-90s. I'll give a shout-out right now to 3-time SKUSA Great Lakes Series champion Brad Boyer, was one of the big stars of SuperKarts USA early in the day. He had, remember, Ted Stefke and the boys, the Alden brothers. That was where SuperKarts started, and to see this many shifters here, that's what makes my heart feel good, because here on the 25th anniversary, it feels like we just had that resurgence of banging gears, right? Over 100 and something shifters, both in the Pro Shifter and the Master Shifter category.
Yeah, we've got Pro Shifter on track right now. Group B. It's not just one
Q2.
Group. Yeah, Q2.
Q2.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound so bad.
Okay, yeah, we got the Q2 group with, I don't know, you might have heard of him, David Foray. Maybe.
Well, I know they know him. They know a lot about him in Europe, not so much over here. No. David Foray, always great to have him here with us. He's running in both Masters and Pro. Double duty, which I think is fantastic. We'll see. I think he's definitely going to be in the hunt for the race win in Masters. We'll see where he slots in here in the senior category. There's a lot of big guns. We got former winners like Jonathan Tanan back. We've got guys like AJ Myers ready to go. Marjan Kremers has never won this race. It's the guy that wants this race.
He's had a pretty good year.
He's had a great year.
Yeah.
But again, he's never won this race. It's always been stolen away from him to a certain extent. He had the race won a couple of years ago, but a red flag slowed everything up. He ended up getting reeled in and lost it on the final lap. So it's a deal for Marjan Kremers. This would be that really, he's won the World Championship. Add that SuperNationals on with the likes of the Anthony Abbas's, the Marco Artigo, the Jonathan Tanans, the Boss Lammers, these big dogs, these big names in shifter kart racing over the last number of years. Paulo DeCanto, who have been able to win here. Marjan Kremers needs to have the SuperNationals on the resume.
Exactly that. Add it to the mantle. You do a lot of things, you get a lot of stuff done, and sometimes there's just something that hangs over your head. You're like, I just need to scratch that off the list. You got to feel like that's the way it is with this event and Kremers.
Yeah, like a Michael Andretti who won everything Kart World Series could offer, but he didn't get a chance to win the Indianapolis 500, right? It's that one race that when you check off, you could ask somebody, would you want to win the SuperNationals or the SKUSA Pro Tour Championship? They're going to say the SuperNationals.
Every time.
Right? They're going to say the SuperNats. It is the Indy 500 of North American karting. Maybe the Indy 500, the Daytona 500, the 24-hour
Monaco.
Daytona, all lumped into one. Yeah, that's it.
This is it. This is what you want right here.
The final practice for these drivers in much different conditions, Mike, than we had in the 5th practice session. Of course, that 5th practice session coming right after, maybe 2:10, kind of like right around the 2 o'clock hour. Temperature at the high of the day. Now we find ourselves down quite a bit. We're going to be down into the low 50s. Sun's down. It's going to get colder and colder. Qualifying is going to be very interesting under the lights.
Absolutely. Yeah, and one of the things I just saw going through turn number 8 is how the marbles are starting to develop a little bit. If you go side by side in the wrong spot, maybe that's partly why we're seeing some of these other drivers get into those barriers in spots we wouldn't expect. Some driver just saved it big time after being a wide lane through 8.
Indeed. It's you get caught on the outside of that turn number 8, which is the big, quick right-hander at the end of the short straightaway to turn 7 into the first of the 2 hairpins. You're seeing, obviously, issues there, drivers getting out in the marbles. Again, folks, a lot of interviews coming down on pit lane. Let's head back down to Kendall Hedge.
Down here with Marcus Kayak. Marcus, it's day 2 of SuperNats. How is your weekend going so far?
Day 1 was quite difficult because first time in the USA racing in the parking lot. Now day 2 started really well. P1 in the first practice of the day, and yeah.
Well, the sun is setting, the temperature is dropping now. Did you have to make any changes going into this final round of practice?
Yeah, we're changing some bits on the chassis, and yeah, I hope for a better result.
How are you expecting your qualifying session to go?
I hope P1, but I will never know.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck, Marcus.
Thank you.
Thank you, and back to you guys.
Thanks, Kendall. Lots of work for Marcus to do. There's so many good drivers in this field, and as he said, really, you could hear kind of the pensiveness in his voice. Not that he thinks he doesn't have the confidence, just I don't know what's going to happen because the temperature's so different here. You're running under the lights. You know, it's just, that's the thing about Las Vegas. Because we're here in November, when we're in the desert, it goes from 61 to 41 before we're all said and done. A 20-degree swing to very cold temperatures, which really change the way these karts handle, the way the grip level comes up or does not come up. That's why I think guys may be a little more apprehensive and saying, yeah, I'm going to be fantastic.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're out here testing all, the last couple of days in a variety of different conditions. To your point, a 20-degree swing or more from what you have from one session to the other. And one driver having a big issue there. Again, we're talking about getting the most out of your sessions, but not having the worst thing happen. Now, they were able to go away unscathed, little loop-de-doo-loop, and be able to keep going, but it's getting in the air. It's getting in the air. The pressure's starting to rise, and this is just for the final practice to set up qualifying.
Yeah, and again, that was the issue over in turn number 8 once again. Drivers having trouble coming through there. It's a little bit offline. You get into the marbles, and that thing just loses all grip. Martin Kremer's getting himself ready to dial in there on the grid area. There's the end of the straightaway. That's into turn number 1. Out of 1 through the quick little 2-3 combinations. We're picking up with a couple drivers. Here's 4 and 5. Carry a lot more speed through 4 and 5. Get it lined up, quick break. Back through turn number 6. Short shoot down into turn number 7. Far to the left side of the racetrack. Mike, you've been on this track before, like I have. Coming through there. Then it's the quick part here. Very fast turn 8. Got to get the car to transition back. 9 and 10. Couple of hairpins back and forth. Get yourself way back to the left side of the racetrack. Back on the throttle. As soon as you get the throttle there, you're carrying that all the way down to turn number 1.
Exactly that. Yeah, turn number 10, definitely the most important course or part of the course to make sure you get the entire lap. And one driver who's going to be getting their own shot at making things happen is going to be Marian Kremers. We're going to go back down to Kendall right now for a word with him.
What? Down here with Marian Kremers, his final practice session of the whole week. How's your week been going so far?
It's been all right. Shifter, we've got very good pace, I think. It's a little bit of a struggle to get 3 laps in, so that's going to be the hardest, the most difficult part now. X30 so far has been a little bit more of a struggle, but I think we have some changes to make for qualifying. I'll be right up there too.
Well, the sun is setting now. Did you have to make any changes going into this final practice?
Just up the tire pressures a little bit. Yesterday we were very fast under the lights, so I assume today's going to be the same.
How are you expecting the field to stack up today?
It's going to be tight. I think there's a lot of people that can go for pole, so it's whoever gets the clean lap in first.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck, Martin.
Thank you.
Thank you, and back to you guys.
Kendall, thank you so much. And you know the interesting thing, Mike, you're talking to Marian there, obviously under the lights for qualifying. It'll be really this time right now, 4:12 is kind of when they're probably going to be on the racetrack for Heat 1. Then back under the lights again. Then it's all blown out of the water because then we go racing right again at about 4:05. So this really is about the right time. This is going to be qualifying, or this, heat races, and then again the main events as well. We do have a tire off the track.
Drivers watch right where Aaron Likens, boom.
Guys grab for
He
Aaron
does
Likens.
everything.
This
does
guy's
everything right.
This guy's a player. So an issue there for the number 222 coming out of turn number 10 and losing that wheel. Trying to figure out who the 222 is here. That's Saraceno.
Yep.
That's Vincenzo Saraceno. Has been top 5 quite a bit. He loses. It looks to me like potentially the right rear. I think that maybe the right rear came off the cart coming through. That cart tire bounced. One guy got into it. There's the 222 getting helped off by a SKUSA official.
That's the second time a tire's come off and on the opposite side that I thought it would be coming off.
Well, he might have got in. I'm wondering if he just got into the bottom and got into the curbing on the inside. Regardless, Saraceno out right now, and he was 11th in the order. David Foray still P1 right now. David Trefilov in second position. Micah Hendricks third. Nick Leduc in fourth. Luke Vindijs in fifth spot. Michael Stevens sixth. James Golding seventh. 8th, 9th, and 10th. Jay Irwin, Reese Ushijima, and Talon Yoko. Final minute for final practice for the drivers here in Q2.
I'm going to give a quick shout out to James Golding. James Golding came over here and said hi to me before we were going back underway for the afternoon sessions. V8 supercar driver. It goes and plays around the V8 supercars, he says, and has actually come up with a seat adjustment program for karts, and he's sold a lot here in America, so I got to check that program out.
Nice. On the Parolin USA machine. That's good stuff right there. Wow, folks, we just got a replay of what happened there to Saraceno. He came out of turn number 11 and literally did, I want to say the throttle kind of maybe locked up on him. He did about, I want to say 7 360s, got spun right out of the go-kart and was laying on the ground, was able to get back up. Thankfully, he's okay. Saraceno went for a wild ride. That thing came out of turn number 10 and looks to me like maybe the throttle hung up on it. Lost that wheel. Once the throttle was down, that thing just went for a loop. It had to be at least 6 or 7 360s, and he got just literally shot out of the go-kart.
That is one of the craziest things I've ever seen, no doubt.
Be ready to see that on Kart Chaser's social media. That's definitely going to go out there sooner or later. That was a wild ride.
Unbelievable.
For Vincenzo Saraceno. Really happy to see that he's okay. Checker flag, of course, flying on the racetrack right now. Foray quickest by over 1/10 of a second. Trefilov third. Trefilov in second. Micah Hendricks third, Nick Leduc and Luke Vindijs rounding out the top 5. What a wild ride for Vincenzo Saraceno. Wow. He went, like I said, at least 7, 8 360s, and that thing stuck the throttle, lost that wheel. Man, that was a wild one for him. Check out for that, as we say on social. But nonetheless, Q1, an exciting, whether 2Q, an exciting one for the shifter kart drivers. We got one more practice session to go for this year's SuperNats. We'll go qualifying in the afternoon here, right out of Pro Shifter Q1 into Mini Swift qualifying. Time to see the big dogs of Pro Shifter karting to see who steps up here in the final practice session. They get a great time, great opportunity to throw some sticker tires on for a qualifying simulation. They will qualify later in the evening when it's a bit cooler, as we know. 5:50 and 6:05, the two set qualifying times for these guys. But I think more importantly, looking at the 4:16 time here right now, 4:16 tomorrow, very close to where they're going to have heat number 1, very close to where they're going to have heat number 3, and right at where we're going to have the main event. So this time, this track session right now, they're going to triplicate all the way through to Super Sunday.
Yeah, and actually that was a huge point you were making as we were talking about the Saraceno program there. You can see it on screen. The lugs just busted off on that hub there, but they're actually duplicating the sessions that they're going to be in. It's very, very close all the way up until, well, Super Sunday, where it's going to be a little bit different. But yes, these guys are actually getting a lot of very valuable data that they can use all week long.
Yeah, Pro Shifter set to go probably around, I want to say, 3:40 potentially maybe on Super Sunday. We'll see how things play out. If we have any kind of pushes, it'll get into that 4 o'clock hour. Nonetheless, we have a grid full of drivers at Pro Shifter ready to roll out for what it will be their extended 12-minute practice session. Opportunity to both do a qualifying simulation on fresher Vinco tires and get that longer run. The first opportunity they've been able to go for that longer 12-minute run. This will be further than what they'll do in the heat races, more close to what they'll do in the 25-lap main event. So a very crucial situation here. Great opportunity to get a feel for where you are in terms of chassis setup. And I can tell you, folks, based on what I've been doing with the guys at Rollison, it is a constant level of pulling up input, pulling up feedback, making decisions on how to affect the changes of the kart, what you're going to do gearing-wise. There's a lot of changes that happen throughout the first couple of days of action.
Exactly that, and like you said, you keep going through the data and you try to fine-tune, and sometimes it can be tough because like, oh man, we're really good. What do we want to change? You can't ever rest. You have to always try to keep working on something.
Xander Clements joining us in the booth right now. A lot of stuff happening over the last couple of days. Xander, you and your crew have been working your tails off for the last bunch of days after driving out here in the motorhome.
Yeah.
But I know everything's kind of coming together to try to make sure you guys are ready for Super Sunday.
Yeah, man. I mean, we just it's so much, right? Obviously, the whole reason I wasn't here was running more errands even then, because, you know, the last thing I'd want to do is miss the best part of karting and racing under the lights here and everything. So glad to be back. I'll be back here for qualifying for a good bit of it. But, yeah, Rob, what a massive operation. Can't say thank you enough to all the hardworking team and all the guys we've got. And again, to the SuperKart USA crew, man, this whole operation doesn't go off without SKUSA, and it doesn't go off with all of you guys both listening here in the paddock and tuning in along at home, sharing with all your friends. We've had over, I think, at any minute viewership, upwards of 500 plus at any given second for peaks throughout the day. That's half of what we hit at Super Sunday last year and the years prior. That's bigger than what we hit sometimes on a SKUSA Pro Tour main event or pre-final. So to have that on a Thursday night here for practice and qualifying, that's just is awesome for the sport.
And shout out to all those of you at home who have it up on the big screen. I know a couple of guys have sent me texts and messages about watching it at home already, which is fantastic. This is what it's all about, folks, is getting closer and closer to Super Sunday. Final practice for the drivers here in Q1 of Pro Shifter. These guys know how to get the heat built into the tires. That's what they'll get themselves working on here right now, dialing it all in, getting the heat built into the tires so we're ready to rock and roll.
You see how slow and methodical they're doing it right now. Again, this is going to be a little bit more towards what they're going to do in that heat race, because you only have 4 minutes. You can't spend all day getting heat in the tires in those 4 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, they've done, practices. Yesterday, you could say you maybe did some long race runs. Technically, this session is, again, a very long session. Yeah. Final practice is always good to tune for the heat races. But like you've talked about earlier here in this afternoon, Rob, a lot of guys, may have come out of Wednesday thinking, oh, okay, but I need more speed, and you've only got 2 sessions to do that. And speed is so crucial when it comes to qualifying, especially in a class like Pro Shifter with 88. So as much of a luxury it might be for guys like Marcus Kayak, who already know they've got a really fast piece, to take advantage of the 12-minute session, treat it like a heat race, go for a long run. You've probably got a lot of major contenders, including guys like AJ Myers, who found himself outside the top 5 in that last session, thinking, you know what, this would have been great to try for heat race testing. We need short run speed for qualifying because we cannot start outside the top 10.
And that's really interesting, right? That really is that's the first thing. That's the first box you got to check. You got to qualify well. In this group here, you have to be up front.
You have to be. I mean, we talk about it everywhere we go. And when it comes to the track design, right, the shifter class is the hardest to pass. They've got the front brakes. They have the gearbox. So it's that much easier to defend your position. It makes qualifying that much more crucial. It obviously makes the passes that much more extraordinary and wild when you do see them come together. But this is not a pack race like the K100 Senior class or your K100 Masters where, hey, bad qualifying, but you know what? Have a good couple opening laps and the pack can kind of part ways. That will not happen here.
And we know the one thing about a KZ power plant and the way you drive it, when you come in the corner, you're not rolling that speed around. A lot of the times you'll watch those guys knife their way to the apex because they can knock that one more gear down, get it rotated, and get out of the corner. So they don't usually open up that inside line.
They do not. And I was talking with AJ Myers, engine builder Amar Sonata, about last year, right, when AJ Myers put it on the pole in qualifying. He said all the European guys, they don't like touching first gear. They're used to bigger, the wider open tracks with more grip. They stay in second. He said, AJ, I'm telling you, you need to get down to first in a couple of these hairpins. Just pop it, get back out of it, even if you got to be off the throttle. AJ went out, qualified, put it on pole, came out, gave Amar a big hug, said, man, you were right. I put it in first gear. It was phenomenal. So crucial for the European guys to get used to this parking lot racing. Us Americans, we had the Rock race a couple weeks ago. We've had Winter Tour races on it, so there's a little more kind of in our ballpark. That was one thing Dave Sarah said, too. We interviewed him this week about the Aussies. What's the difference coming over here? Well, we're not on a racetrack. Yeah. We're on a parking lot. We're on a temporary circuit. Everything about it is just completely different, and for a lot of the Euro guys, too, the barriers come at them so quick.
Well, and one of the things you guys are just talking about the actual surface and then the actual track, and how when you do a track design, it's sometimes hard to make it good for both single speed and shifters. What we've seen right now and the amount of passing we've seen in both disciplines, I think the track design is almost perfect for this 25th annual.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to play out. Again, we got to go wheel-to-wheel racing to find that out, right? We're kind of thinking that may be the way it is. Let's see what happens when we actually go wheel-to-wheel racing. We'll find out very quickly in our first run through the heat races where the opening spots are going to be.
We definitely will. Now we're finding out again here. Final practice. Show what you got. Who's got the big momentum going into qualifying? Fabian Federer to the top on the Magic Kart, the 218. That was a guy, again, I read that in the comment section on your EKN preview post, Rob, saying, hey, keep an eye on Fabian Federer because I think he could be unfortunately reckoned with. We got problems on the other side of the racetrack. Danny Formal in the RPG Cosmic. He's second overall right now. He's got an issue.
A number of drivers were kind of slowing up here in this last lap, coming through turns number 9 and 10, checking up on each other out of turn number 9. Not sure if they want to see who they're going to be driving with, but it needs some kind of an issue for Danny Formal. And again, he was second, down to fourth spot. Marcus Kajak back up into the P1 position. AJ Myers second, Remo Rossetti in third. Fabian Federer in fourth, Danny Formal in fifth. And yeah, it was Ryan Beechner who said, keep an eye out for Federer. You're kind of sleeping on him a little bit. He could be a guy that could be in the top 5.
One other thing about Marcus Kajak, which is so interesting that he's going quick in this session. Right before we pulled him for the interview, I was down on the grid there with Kendall. Oh, problems here for, I think that might have been Vicente Salas.
Yeah,
getting a little wheel there from one of the Ital Kart guys. That looked to be, is that Ruschetti there? And a problem for him as well.
Yeah, Raymond's got he's got a flat tire.
Yep.
The 294.
That contact.
Right in front of us here. Remo Ruschetti got together with Vicente Salas, and you can see it right there, completely debeated.
That's it for.
That was quick.
Yeah, that's it for Remo Rossetti, and then of course Chente Salas, like you said, got together as well. Here comes Chente around the outside of turn number 10 in the factory kart machine, the number 248.
Oh.
Gotta hate to have that happen early on, guys. We're talking 5.5 minutes into a 12-minute session. Yeah, that was that qualifying run that you'd have been talking about, Mike. That little 5-minute, kind of 4 or 5 minute hit. But then you got to go that long run. You want to have that full distance 12-minute run to really see how the car's going to go in a longer run.
When I was actually wondering if that's why we started seeing some of those drivers back off. It was right around that lap 4, lap 5. Like, okay, I got my quality data. Now let's hit the reset button.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. That I know that Billy Musgrave was one of the ones that did that. They all checked up coming out of turn number 10.
Hey, man. I thought A.J. Myers was the guy that was going to need to go for a quali run. He's still full bore right now. Leave it to the announcer curse to prove you wrong. He is P1 on the board, and on top of that, still going, looking to try and make the most of this session. So the Magic Kart driver looking good.
Federer just took it away from him with a 41.319, just 31 thousandths of a second, hundredths of a second rather. Federer in P1, Myers, Kajak, Kremers, and Vajano. So the big dogs starting to work their way to the front right now. Kremers, as we said, urgency to get this win here in 2022.
Oh, yeah. It would mean so much to him. And, you know, we talk about Dave Serra coming so close so many years. Marian Kremers is building a legacy of coming so close. I mean, before this year, he didn't have a win on American soil, and he's competed here a number of times. Now, he finally got that done, won the SKUSA Pro Tour, one thing left on the list for him, and, man, it would be huge if Marian Kremers could cap off what a season it'd be for him in Pro Shifter.
Let's have a look at some of the bigger names a little further back here as well. How about Oliver Askew up into the 6th spot? Billy Musgrave runs now 8th. Jake French in 10th. Kyle Wick on the Track Magic 11th. Hannah Greenmeyer running in a 12th spot. Solid run for Hannah. Jacob Gulick back in 15th, just behind Ricardo Longi. Pedro Hiltbrand all the way back in 18th. Ronnie White in 22nd. We know Formal out, now 23rd. Andrew Bedoza running 25th. And again, 37 drivers in this group here, this Q1 group. Pro Shifter brought to you by PSL Karting. And really, we've got just about 4 minutes remaining in the last practice session of this year's Super Nationals.
Man, what a cool shot we had while you were talking, Rob. Kyle Wick, and just, again, an awesome job to these camera guys that we've got here. They almost in our entire Kart Chaser crew this weekend are racers. Kids that are young guys around the country. I shouldn't say kids because they're all my age. And I'm trying to say that kids. I'm not a kid anymore. We're a kid maybe to you guys, right? But young guys, we've got club guys, regional guys, 206, KA, even some X30 guys, all helping out a part of the team. And the kid we got down here in turn number 1, what a shot there. You can see Kyle Wick. I mean, he is full lock, sideways, under braking. He's got a lot of rear brake you can see in that car. Bangs the gears down and gets through it. That's such a cool low shot there at the end of that straightaway.
Indeed, and Kyle Wick currently running in the 13th position. That's just over 0.3 of a second back, and you're 13th here in Q1 of Pro Shifter. These guys, every little bit, every 10th is going to knock you up 3, 4, 5 spots.
Or knock you back. If you're someone like Mormal or City who are on the sidelines right now, they're going to be in that B group, that group that goes out first. How is that going to affect the way things shake out in qualifying? We saw earlier in the day how it's not terrible, as you said earlier, Xander. It's not a death sentence to be in that B group, but it does make your job a little harder for P1.
We definitely thought it was going to be more of a death sentence than it has turned out to be, Rob. In the morning sessions all day long, we thought that second group with the warmer racetrack could be a whole lot better. It really wasn't. There were a lot of guys, and of course with traffic in your class, K100 Master, in the fast group, a lot of guys wrecked in the opening 2 laps and burned up some time. So
yeah, there was a lot of action for sure, a lot of chaos, a lot more than I thought I would have seen.
Definitely. And then tonight, obviously, you'd think it'd kind of go the other way. You think the guys going out later would be at a disadvantage. Track would be a little bit colder. But truth be told, and we were talking about this earlier, that the temperature, while it kind of rises and then drops, it's not a sudden drop here in Vegas. They're already under the lights. It's already sun off the racetrack, so that won't change in a 15-minute window. And then again, I mean, it's talking 1 to 2 degrees every hour. So at that point, big spin over here at turn number 8. That was Ricardo Longi who backed it into the wall, and that might have been a stuck motor with the way that thing spun around.
We've seen a couple of drivers go in there and just touch the marbles and go off the track, but I didn't see it. If he went around that quick, he might have stuck that power plant. Kyle Wick, you can see pulling off the racetrack right at that time. Let's see if he tries to refire. No, he's going to potentially drag this thing back. So Longi off the racetrack over in turn number 8. Couple more minutes remaining in this session. Really about a minute and a half right now. A 2:44 off. Ricardo Longi. Where was he on track at that point? 16th position. Kajak still on top as the fastest driver with a 41.277. 42 thousandths of a second ahead of Federer. AJ Myers third. Christian Bertucca fourth. And Marian Kremers rounding out the fast 5.
And talk about, how competitive this event, how quickly it can humble you, right? You go back last year, right? Will Power, he's running Masters this year. Last year, an X30 Senior. He eventually got some really good speed, but unfortunately didn't make it out of the LCQ, having to come from way back. Joseph Newgarden, another IndyCar champ, didn't even make it into the LCQ. Yeah. And then for Ricardo Longi, on the podium last year, top 5 in all the heat races, 16th here in final practice. I mean, it just seems to get competitive, more and more competitive every single year we come, and especially in this class, obviously going from 44 to 88.
We did, yeah. We literally just completely exploded the competitive level of Pro Shifter. Drivers just wrapping things up right now. Final drivers, I think, on the track. Maybe a trio still on the facility right now. Otherwise, we are getting set to cap off our final practice session. Again, one more driver on track. Xander, it's time to shut things down and go qualifying with the afternoon sessions. Many Swift drivers first up to see how they shake things down for the grid for Heat 1.
Absolutely. One more beautiful shot here of the skyline. Let's take you back through the results one more time. You can see Marcus Kajak just a couple hundredths up on Fabian Federer and AJ Myers there in the Magic Kart camp. Christian Bertucca in the top 3 on the podium at KZ2 Worlds this year. I talked with his teammate Michael Stevens earlier this week. He said keep an eye on him because you go back to SuperNats last year, Christian Bertucca, in comparison to how good the quartet of his PSL Karting Bureau Art teammates were with Vigano, Hiltbrand, French, and Longi. They were all top 5. Bertucca was looking to find a little more speed. 1 year later, this kid's inside the top 5, has been quick all week, only 2/10 off of Marcus Kajak, ahead of the Pro Shifter champion, Mr. Number 1, Marian Kremers, and then there's Vigano right there in 6th, and then you go down. I mean, the list through 16th to 30th, stacked all the way down, from former Indy Lights drivers like Scott Hargrove to Brent Cruz on the way fast track up the NASCAR and IndyCar ladder, in the middle of the pack here in Pro Shifter.
Yeah, and this year will be an Indy Next driver as well. It's Indy Next now, right?
Indy Next. You're right. Indy Next.
I got to remember that.
You got to remember that.
Rasmus Lint as well.
Yes.
From 16 back to 30th as well. Ton of great drivers in the field. I can't wait to see who ends up coming through. That last chance qualifier to see who goes to Super Sunday is going to be absolutely fantastic. Folks, don't go anywhere right now. We'll take a quick break. We got qualifying coming up next. Or do we want to go right down to AJ Myers first? There it is. Yeah, before we do this, let's go to AJ Myers coming off the track from Pro Shifter. Let's head back down to Kendall.
AJ Myers, what's your mindset going?
For me, I just need to put down the lap.
How's the track progressing down? All right, Jay. Thank you guys.
Oh, Mike's working so
Kendall, thank you so much. And a little bit in and out there with AJ Myers. But again, folks, we have the drivers getting set to go here in the Mini Swift category. Qualifying coming up. Don't go anywhere. More live coverage here on Kart Chaser.
Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule is support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TKNA Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the SKUSA Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
Four-time champion Ryan Norberg winning SuperNationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are back once again, but it's time to go qualifying. Practice is done for this year's SuperNationals. 6 sessions for all the drivers. 4 yesterday, 1 start off the day here, 7 minutes. Once again, an extended 12-minute session. Qualifying already done for the morning categories. Now to qualify to set the grids for Heat 1 for the drivers here in the afternoon sessions. Mini Swift drivers on to the racetrack, and in stark contrast, the 12-minute session that we just had, these are much quicker. Cranking these ones around. We'll have 2 groups of drivers onto the racetrack for qualifying. 5-minute sessions, so we'll see how many laps we're able to get in the books. Bringing heat into the tires, Mike, let's just start this. Let's kind of lay the line down. The first couple of laps, first lap for second lap, you've got to do whatever you can to build heat into these tires. You've got fresh rubber on because it's qualifying, brand new rubber that you'll qualify on and race all 3 heat races on. Put the fresh rubber on for the main on Super Sunday. Getting heat in the tires, crucial, number 1. Number 2, making sure you get clean laps.
No, exactly. We're talking about 4 minutes. You're only going to get about 5 laps around here. We saw it earlier today. That's about all you're going to get for an amount of time. You can waste none of it to try to get heat in the tires because the last lap should be your fastest one. If you are just kind of driving around or not getting enough or getting stuck in traffic or kind of messing around with other people, you are going to miss your opportunity at a good lap time. We saw right out of the gate it was actually a few different drivers doing different things. Asher Oaksting, I saw at the very back, he waited to try to make sure he had some clean air. On the other end of the spectrum, we got some of the drivers able to get out right away, but the mid-pack of this group all kind of jostling for position to find that clean air while getting heat in the tires.
Indeed, we'll get things underway. First couple of times going to start coming in here right now. 2 minutes and 32 seconds. Johnny Stamps goes to P1 at 53.106. Mason Duchesne up into second. Asher Oakstein now goes to P1. Stamps second. Duchesne in third. Keegan Ellsworth in fourth. And Santiago Namnam now in the 5th spot. Jose Carlos Murad in 6th. Ethan Tovo 7th. Seth Huth 8th. Tyron Scott 9th. And Mateo Calderon 10th. This is the Q2 group here. Q1 group sitting on the grid getting set to go. So the first group of Mini Swift drivers clicking away on the time.
Exactly, and you were just talking about the groups. If you're just joining us here for qualifying in the afternoon, you're not sure why you're not seeing all of the mini drivers on track at the same time. It is because that final practice session decided which half you're going to go. They take the entire group of about 40 drivers, in this case 49 drivers, and they split it in half. So you've only got 24 or 23 on track right now. The rest of them getting ready to go after this 4-minute session.
Calderon up to P1 with a 51.680. Asher Oakstein, though, moves his way into P1 right now. That's the 113 machine right there of Ethan Tovo. He's gotten his way to P4. Tovo rolling things up on the nitro. He'll go to the 4th position. Tovo clean, working his way through, trying to see if he can't find a little bit more speed coming across to start finish. He'll work his way back out of that kink down the long straightaway. Ethan Tovo currently 3rd. He went quicker. Everybody going faster, not surprising. Asher Oakstein, though, P1, 51.062. Ellsworth in 2nd. Here comes Jose Murad up into the 4th spot, or 2nd spot, rather. Ellsworth 3rd, Tovo 4th. Giuseppe Guidera now into 5th. Here comes Justin DeLucia. Again, lots of action on the top of the order here now as everybody putting in fast laps. These tires starting to come up to temperature.
Asher Oakstein still top of the charts. The last driver that was on the grid, he was able to get rolling and make sure he get all of his laps, and I think he will. We're going to be seeing these drivers come back across. The stopwatch in the hand of Aaron Likens. They still got time.
Yeah, they're going to try to sneak through here. Aaron's going to have a look at that watch. 4:50-something on our clock here.
Yeah, I thought it was 4 minutes.
5 minutes, I believe, the session. No,
okay.
5 minutes. He has not yet thrown this flag yet. It doesn't actually say on the our schedule here. I believe it's 5-minute sessions. They have not yet thrown the flag to end this session yet. 5:13 on the clock. Asher Oakstein up top with a 50.132. Aaron Likens, the official clock here. They may have started a little later than what we had on qualifying, so Aaron will throw the checker when the time is right. Asher Oakstein still on top with a 50.132. Baxter Jarrett's gone up to 2nd. Mateo Calderon 3rd. Ethan Tovo 4th. Tovo now to second. Ethan Tovo to P2, a 50.443. Tovo in the number 113 third is Baxter Jarrett moving back up to second. Waiting to see Aaron. Waiting to watch Aaron bring out that checkered flag to get things underway here. On the clock, and there it is. Whoa.
Oh. Check. So checkered flag in the air for the for the kids here as
again, Asher Oakstein with that top time there, checker in the air. 50.005. Oakstein was the last one to get across of the group, but I don't think he's going to get that final lap these other guys are going to get.
Minor incident up in the booth.
Just a little mishap here. You know, long day, Rob. You've been driving. You've been working out.
And my chair was not underneath me when I sat down. So
yeah,
that hurt a lot.
You know, I mean, I didn't think you were taking like wrestling bumps into the workout routine, but that was a pretty solid one right there. Just straight flat down on the mat.
I literally went straight down backwards. That was a rough one.
Hey, listen, the last time we put Rob on camera, it didn't go as well.
No, let's not do that. Let's not reset the bar on camera work. Asher Oakstein, though, quickest, a 50.005. I think the key thing right there, 0.3 of a second faster than everybody behind him. Anytime you're in that second group, you really have to hope that you have everything working, that you can bounce back up. Because if you're in the second group of qualifying Q2, your best bet is to try to finish somewhere in, 5 or 6 up. 0.3 faster than everybody else. I think that's pretty solid for Oakstein.
Yeah, that's really solid. Again, Asher Oakstein, right? You know, a kid that's been top 5, top 10 almost everywhere he went this year. You know, that's the story because, again, for the big classes, split up. In the case of Oakstein here, that's not so much the case as some of the other stories where this was just a bad final practice 6. We've seen a lot of guys, and we'll probably still see it in qualifying. Oh, spin right. Oh, big. Oh, my
Yeah, there's a bunch of drivers having trouble coming in. You see the marbles on the outside of the racetrack there. They're going a little wide coming through turn number 11 and wide out through the marbles into the barrier, shot back out. So yellow flag flying there right now. We'll see whether or not we go full course. I think because it's the first lap, lots of time for these guys to get around here. Looking to see if Aaron Likens pulls a particular flag out. No, that driver getting brought across quickly. That was right on the outlap, Xander, so we've got some time. Everybody coming around on cold tires. SKUSA crew doing a great job getting that cart off the track, the driver off the track. But that was just getting in the marbles on the outside of the racetrack. Mike mentioned it, that we got marbles on the outside of turn 8, marbles on the outside of 11 as well.
Yeah, one of those cold tires, exactly. They just come out of the pits.
Yeah. So you see all the marbles right there.
Yeah, I mean, that's what, that's the cool part of having some of these low shots, right? We're getting such a better look at the track, obviously they're right there. You can see Turner Brown, I believe that's in the 136 Speed Concepts Racing CRG. He was sideways there for maybe a little more than what he wanted to be. That was kind of an oh crap in the final
But I'm telling you, that's what it felt like in the first lap of qualifying on fresh tires, Xander. There's just really zero grip in the first couple of laps. You're just kind of holding on, trying to rotate the cart, trying to get as much heat in the front tires, hoping it's going to come in later in the session. It's that slippery for the first couple of laps.
I think Turner Brown to find a different way to get the rear heat in the tires right there.
Yeah, absolutely, right? I mean, that's one way you'll see guys do it too as well. On those out laps, not only are they going to scrub those tires left to right, but on the first lap or at least the warm-up lap, you'll see a lot of guys kind of lock them up into the braking zone. Anything you can do to get heat in them. You're not gonna flat spot them like a race car, and then smoke them. But you will definitely generate some heat in the rear, and that's kind of what you want. You want that rear end planted when you got low grip, so there he goes. A little more planted here this time around.
And really, with the smaller tires they have, just enough horsepower that they're going to spin the tires off the corners anyway, just getting that heat generated in the front tires by getting the wheel into it. That's what he's been doing, working it hard. Turner Brown trying to get himself into position to work his way up the order. Good run we saw for Asher Oakstein. We'll watch all these drivers start turning faster and faster laps as these tires start to come up to temperature.
Yeah, Turner Brown at 51.7 there after 2 completed. Still needs about 2 seconds to get to the top time set right now by Oakstein.
It's amazing how much different the times are from the start as they start to build the heat into these Avincos. The cart will literally come to life on lap number 3. and especially with these younger drivers, a little bit lighter as well. They're not putting the heat in like we are in the Masters categories, where the shifter guys really laying the throttle to it. So they have to really be patient to wait for the tires to come up to temperature.
And there's just a lot less to do on the cadet karts, right, when it comes to setup. You know, they're not doing a whole onslaught of changes like you may do in some of the full-size karts. It just makes the little changes that you can make that much more crucial. In the case of tire pressure, I mean, I guarantee that's what these mechanics have been learning last night and then trying to, again, hit that perfect mark because, like you said, Rob, you know you're going to be on cold tires and new tires as well in qualifying. You know that's going to be slippery on the warm-up lap. You got to know what kind of driver you got. Some drivers can run with higher pressure because they don't build heat as quick. Some need to go a little bit lower, finding that sweet spot so when you hit it on lap 3, lap 4, right at the money spot, and you got to be really good on it on these opening laps.
Lap number 4 for Turner Brown. Xander, he's gone to P2. Xander, it's now Max Christia to P1 on lap 4. The driver's finally starting to get there. Lap 4, lap 5. Lap 6 and 7 we saw for a lot of the other guys. Oakstein was lap number 6. Right now, Max Christia P1 with a 49.780, 2/10 quicker than Asher Oakstein.
And Turner Brown already up to P3. They're just a little bit off of that. Still very, very close. It's definitely all to play for.
One thing, again, what a great story it's been for Max Christia this year. You know, it seemed like when he came out of the micro ranks with the Magic Kart camp, he was on the cusp of really being one of the top mini drivers, and then it just never really come to fruition. I'd see his parents see him, and it just seemed like a lot of frustration and disappointment for a lot of the end of 2021 and most of 2022. This switch over to the Kart Republic chassis with the Motaz Sport team, I mean, they have been on fire. He was super good a month ago in North Carolina at the IME Grand Nationals. He's been really good so far here this week, and he's working with fellow Kart Republic driver, TKG team driver Lucas Palacio. Got by him last lap. The two of them are hooked up, and while they didn't go as good here on this previous one, with Michael McGoy now going up to the top, they're still looking pretty decent. So Max Christia, good second lap, needs a little more here.
Yeah, and Palacio, you mentioned him right with him currently in the 3rd spot. We saw Palacio P5 in the 5th practice session. So again, we'll see whether or not both those drivers can work out. Turner Brown, who was up top at one point, back down to the 9th position. It's McGoy, Bailey, and Malkit who have worked their way to the position now. So a wholesale change up top. These tires starting to come up to temperature.
There goes Turner Brown. He'll obviously be the first one to kind of jump up the leaderboard quickly because he's the first one out on the racetrack. He is by his lonesome, though. Michael McGoy, on the other hand, his lap from previously, still decent on lap number 5, so he's working lap 6. We'll see what he does. No improvement there. Gage Bailey, another cool effort. Gage Bailey, a fully crowd-funded effort from the Texas karting region. They didn't have the opportunity, really. It seemed like they were going to be able to make it out to Las Vegas. His father, Mr. Bailey, was looking to have to sell his favorite motorcycle. It was his baby, and then all of a sudden word got out around the Texas karting scene. They said, you know what, keep it. You love that thing. We are going to send your kid to Vegas, and Gage Bailey is making them proud right now. He is second as the checkered flag flies here, trying to hang on one more lap around.
Yeah, 3rd in the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour as well for Gage Bailey. They're making it work right now. Turner Brown gone from 9th back to P1 right now. Brown back up to P1. 49.290, 75 thousandths quicker than McGoy. Malkit into 3rd. Truchot now back up into the 4th spot. Bailey 5th. Michael McGoy's got good speed. 49.248. Checker flag flying from Aaron Likens. And right now it's Michael McGoy on top and a bunch of drivers still to come. Lap 7 the best for everybody up top except for Gage Bailey. Lap 6 his best lap time. So McGoy, Brown, Malkit, Truchot, and Gage Bailey, top 5.
So Gage Bailey, again, a good lap there, rounds it off. Ashton Woon right behind. Very nicely done for Ashton Woon. Again, moving up into the mini class after running almost all year in micro. Top 6 qualifying effort here in Vegas. That's pretty impressive. Tyler Roberts right there. David Ibarra. Of course, you go down Gian Matteo Russo. And the Max Christia, who was quick early. He was by his lonesome in the end of that session, nearly half a second off. That's the difference of the toe. We watched Michael McGoy there in the final couple corners when it cut to him on that RPM Nitro kart, and he was in a little bit of a pack. And, of course, that's the risk that did pay off for a number of KA senior drivers earlier today, like Jeremy Fletcher, Brent Cruz, and more that'll be starting buried in the pack. But in the case for Michael McGoy, timed it right, got in a good spot, and luckily they didn't battle too much in front of him. He goes to the top, ends on top in qualifying for the mini slips presented by Speed Concepts Racing. The lights are on. The sun has set here at the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino. We'll take another commercial break. When we come back, we continue with qualifying. One group down, plenty more to come here tonight.
Park, determination, and dedication to making you the best driver you can be. Are you ready to get speed racing through your blood? That is the formula for HRT Driver Development. For more info, go to hrtdriver.com. Wait, before you do, think 60 seconds about all the consequences before you act. That is what Think 60 is all about, teaching the next leaders of the world. For more information, go to think60.org.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Check, check, check. Check, check.
Welcome back to live coverage here on Kart Chaser as we are now into qualifying for the afternoon categories of the 25th anniversary SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. Rob Howden here alongside Mike Smith. Xander Clemens joining us as well. He's been busting his butt throughout the day, getting dialed in for what should be a fantastic weekend of coverage. 2 rounds of heat races tomorrow. Of course, the final round of heat races and last chance qualifiers on Situation Saturday. And then Super Sunday, the biggest day in North American karting. Great to have you tuning in. We're thrilled to see those of you firing up the broadcast on your big screens at home. That's what this is all about. We are enjoying what is now becoming a little bit of a cooler night. The sun has finally set. Lights are on. And as anybody who's been to Las Vegas knows, the Strip absolutely gorgeous, especially here trackside. The colors of the Rio Hotel, of course, become synonymous with what we do here each and every November, part of the SuperNationals. This is the spiritual home of this event, even though it has been run at many different venues throughout the last 24 years. Back to the Rio here for the 25th running here in 2022. Mini Swift drivers done. They've got their qualifying set. Now it's time for the drivers in Master Shifter to roll out onto the racetrack. We mentioned the fact that we have such a fantastic field of Masters drivers here. But even though we got a couple of maybe new stars who have come in, like a David Foray running this year, drivers that are kind of coming in from other parts of the sport. Alan Shudo, we haven't seen in a couple of years. Really, you go back to some of the guys we've seen before run up front. Yeah, we're used to seeing Scott Barnes and Joe Rook and John Crow and these guys that run up front, right? So we're expecting more of them out front. We'll see it all play out here now, but again, just early in the running as these drivers work to build some heat into their tires.
Yeah, and that's actually probably the most important thing with that. As cold as it gets, being able to actually go flat out through that section onto the straightaway. You see now it's gone awry for some others. Now all the heat seems to be looking pretty good. 3 laps in here, Antonio Aiello. Nope, Joe Rook now the top.
Yeah, let's let them burn these next couple laps in here right now. Only 3 laps in. Now the tires starting to come up to temperature a little bit. These drivers really able to roll that throttle on once again. Joe Rook to the front right now. Joe Rook, who we've seen on a number of different chassis, on a Maranello this weekend. On the Maranello for the driver, the number 643. Brad Danoff now runs in second. Larry Pegram in third. Pegram running for Trinity Karting Group. Antonio Aiello in fourth spot, and Morn Van Tak running in the 6th position. If you're a motorcycle racer, you know the name Larry Pegram. Here's a guy that has run many AMA motorcycle races, a top world championship rider as well. Larry Pegram, the Worm, running this weekend here. Master Shifter brought to you by Nash Motorsports. Alan Shudo, though, we've talked about him, goes P1, 43.273 for Alan Shudo.
Alan Shudo to the top, and the name right after that, I'm pretty stoked to say, John Baldassare. John literally comes out for the SuperNationals every year. This is his special race. All he does is he works all year, does a little bit of a practice day here, practice day there, and then the month before we had him on the podcast, and he just pounds laps. But this race is special to him. He's here every year.
John Baldassare in the number 633. On the track magic right now for Musgrave Racing Company. The interesting thing about Baldassare, I go back to the very first edition of Shifter Card Illustrated magazine, and I think he ran in the Pro National category on a Burrell, I believe, back then. So here's a guy that has run top-level national racing for the last 20, almost 25 years. Great to have him here, and you're right. We're always talking about him. He's always top 10 when he's here, and currently sitting in the 6th position. Joe Rook has gotten to P1. Alan Shuto in second. Larry Pegram in third. Brandon Semenik in the 4th spot. Michael Gouache now 5th. Baldassare in 6th spot. Morn Van Tak in 7th. Antonio Aiello in 8th. Stefan Deschênes in 9th. Brad Danoff in 10th. And Tiffany Kelly, who wrote a fantastic article for ekartingnews.com. The Masters lady, her and her husband, Justin Kelly, found Shifter Kart Racing. Absolutely love it. She's currently there in the 11th spot. Again, this is the first group of the drivers here. This is Q2 of Master Shifter, and Alan Shudo with the fastest time of 42.958. How about a tie up top? Both Joe Rook and Alan Shudo turning 42.958. Let's see if one of them can potentially break that tie on the final circuit. Checker flags are down.
Another driver who just got a little bit quicker, although before I say that, we're going to see how Shudo does as he's about ready to come across right now. Does he improve his time? Yes, he does.
By 0.4 of a second.
Let's go.
Wow. Okay. So he was tied with Joe Rook and then dropped the hammer with a 42.526. So he goes 0.4 faster than Joe Rook. Alan Shudo laying down a time that may stand up. We'll see how it plays when the Q1 group for Master Shifter rolls out here. Shudo a 42.526. About 0.4 quicker than Joe Rook at a 42.958. Larry Pegram, John Baldassare, and Michael Gouache rounding out the top 5. Next group rolling out here quickly. You'll see them peeling out of the grid area here. The Rio making a fantastic backdrop and a beautiful sunset here now. The light still providing the colors. Drivers deep, hard into the braking zone of turn number 10 to try to get some heat into those front tires. Pretty easy to get the heat into the rear tires of a shifter, but you really got to stand on it when you get into the corners and get that front turn to try to get some heat built into the fronts.
Both David Foray and Antonio Pizzonia, they lead the group coming out, and Foray doesn't get the cart to turn in the first hairpin, and Pizzonia doesn't get it to turn the second hairpin. They just swap right back to where it was. As you say, getting some heat in the front, extremely important in these shifters.
That's it. And really the best way to do it is to drive it hard to the corner, just turn that wheel in a big way. The wheels are still turning. They still got a lot of motion. And the minute the front starts to bite, you kind of unwind the wheel a little bit, and that allows the tires, and it keeps you going in the right direction.
It was Foray and Antonio, the top two for this group in the final practice session. They are leading the field now as they start another lap. Their first one that is going to feel a little bit more comfortable at actually turning a little bit underneath them. The rest of the drivers just trying to sway and get some heat in these tires. I see John Crow rotating through here, trying to make a little bit more happen here in this Master Shifter category.
Really interesting thing, Mike, as well for David Forays. He's also running in the Pro Shifter class. He's doing double duty, so he's jumping back and forth. The cart may be a bit heavier, but he's in the same race cart. So really, he gets, as this track changes, he's getting a feel for it. That may help him for Pro Shifter later on today when he's had another feel what it's like rolling around in that Attal cart that he has here. So David Foray trying to see if he can't work his way up on top. Alan Shudo, as we said, the fastest driver from the opening group. 6 laps they were able to put in, a 42.526 fast time for Alan Shudo. We'll see where that stands. Bunch of drivers, though, looking to displace him and knock him down a couple of spots.
Oh, man, I love the night racing, man. You see some sparks flying off. You guys getting some curb. It's just got a different ambiance to it.
That's for me as well. The nighttime sessions at the SuperNationals have always been something we loved, even when we were out at the Las Vegas Karting Center when lighting was minimally good. Let's put it that way. There were a lot of dark spots where guys would come through. There was not a lot of light out there, even when they had the big lighting stanchions. So it was interesting. It was exciting. A little sketchy, but we got lots of lights here.
Whoa, big moment.
Nice
job, O'Neill. Wow.
That was super sketch. One driver decided to throw it in there. Here's trouble for another. Is that Jordan Musser? Jordan Musser has got some trouble. Flat tire on the left side. Musser, he's looking at both sides of the race car. Jordan Musser, this is going to be tough for him trying to get that first win. Where is Jordan slotting in? Trying to find out what kind of lap he got because he only has a couple of laps in. I can't find him. Where is he? Trying to scroll down to find Jordan Musser. I just can't find him here. There he is there, 18th. 18th for Jordan Musser. Wow, that's going to put him behind the 8 ball. So an issue for Musser. Not quite sure what it was in terms of why. Flat left rear for sure, but he was looking at both sides of the cart. Right now, Brian Keck has gone to P1. Keck in the number 681 to the top, and a 42.239, 16 thousandths quicker than Foray.
He's still got a couple of laps. If they get the same amount that Shudo had, he had 6. These guys are just doing 4, so they got a couple more that they can get done. John Crow up there to 4th. Joe Ruck trying to hold on. Again, Shudo and Ruck, the top 2 from the first group.
Pizzonia back in 6th. Scott Presti in 7th. Skitchy Barnes 8th. Victor Jimenez in 9th. And Justin Kelly rounding out the top 10 right now. A second separating your top 10 drivers here in Master Shifter. But still some time. And there's Musser there, done. You can see the left rear done on the PSL Karting Burrell. He's got work to do. Brian Keck on top, though, in the number 681, the GFC.
Interestingly enough, Keck and Foray did not go faster that last lap.
Still a minute and a half to go, Mike. And I talked to Brian Keck very briefly last night after dinner and just talked to him a little bit about the fact he normally runs in the senior, the Pro Shifter category. He's 30 years old. He can run Master. It's really a budget thing for him. He doesn't have the time to spend on a couple of motors, or the money rather to spend on the motors, all the testing he needs to do. As a Master Shifter driver, he's got the engines. He's got what he can do. He can have some fun. Doesn't need to put that much investment into it. So for him, it's a better opportunity to go for maybe a victory here. And again, picking up some shots there of Jordan Musser. Xander, an issue there for Musser down in 18th. I'm sure he'll fall lower as the checker flag now flying.
Yeah, no doubt here. Unfortunate for Jordan Musser. It looked like he was talking with the official, just letting him know he's got it at least able to get it into the scale line. So cool of him to be able to pull it on in. But yeah, that is a rough start to your Super Nationals week here. Nothing takes the wind out of your sails like having an issue in qualifying.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I appreciate that.
Hey. Listen, I don't even know if you're going to be as far back as he is.
No, so, dude, that 100%. That was. I feel you. I trust me. I feel how he's feeling because it sucked for what happened. I was really quick early, and then of course issues in my qualifying. So I can feel it, and it just changes your whole mindset. And Jordan, thank God, is obviously a champion. We're going to see him put on a show for sure in all 3 heat races. That'll be fun to watch. David Foray, P1, folks, by almost 0.2 of a second over Brian Keck. His last lap 7, enough to move Keck down into P2. 42.042 for David Foray, 42.380 for Brian Keck, just under 0.2 of a second. Alan Shudo holding on to third. We talked about that last lap. He got 4 more tenths of a second to separate himself from Joe Rook. That holds him to P3, and Rook ends up in 12th. So really good, awesome run there for Shudo. Antonio Pizzonia Jr. in 4th and Scott Presti 5th. AJ Nowd slotting into 6th. Jonathan Fatolo in 7th. Victor Jimenez 8th. John Crow 9th, and Kevin Woods in 10th. Just outside the top 10, we look at Skitchy Barnes in 11th and Joe Rook, as we said, in 12th. So I like the looks of that top 10, but I have a sneaking feeling when we're all said and done in the heats, Jordan Muster's going to be back up there before we go racing on Super Sunday.
And not sure what happened to John Crow there, but he was pushing his cart there into the pit lane off the racetrack. So a late issue for John Crow, and the Crow Show still inside the top 10. But, man, I mean, that's a whole lot better than where Jordan Muster finds himself with a mechanical issue coming a couple laps later. So now we move on from Master Shifter to the first of 4 groups for X30 Pro Senior. And, man, oh, man, have we seen shuffling at the top of the order. Now with the lights on, it's time to get things slowly started again with an 88th driver field. This is the case again for KA Senior, for X30 Senior, and for Pro Shifter. There will be some drivers that will not even make it to this last chance qualifier Saturday night. The bottom 10 get cut without even a chance to kind of fight back for themselves after the heat races. So you talk about qualifying being crucial. It is extremely crucial when your class is at capacity with an LCQ planned already at 88, because again, they'll only start 40 to 44 in that last chance qualifier, as we've got one pulling off to the side there. That is what looks to be one of the Leading Edge Motorsports OTKs, and we'll slowly identify more of these drivers here. Some of the drivers that we probably haven't had the chance to give some airtime to, as they were having some struggles down the leaderboard. Well, now they've got their own session at about 20 deep. They back 68 to 88 in final practice on the racetrack now.
Indeed, this is a tough one. These drivers have to have really their best session of the entire weekend if they want to somehow work their way into that LCQ position, that front group of drivers. Heat racing is going to be very important for these guys back here. They're the ones that are going to have to be very smart, stay out of trouble, and could potentially work their way up. Attrition always is one of the crucial factors in the Super Nationals. It's almost better to, for some of these drivers, if you start 30th, it's better to finish 35th than 44th. You know what I mean? It's tough to say that. Get home in every session, could potentially move yourself further up in that LCQ. These are the drivers, of course, who have struggled throughout the day. As Xander had talked about, we'll let them get some laps put in the books here on these Avinco tires. Everybody with a different story, and again, this one about to play out qualify with 4 groups, Xander, here in X30 Senior.
Yeah, massive groups in qualifying, still at 20 plus on the rate, or 20 more or less, 22, 21 in each group for qualifying on the racetrack here for X30 Senior. And like you said, some drivers with all different stories here. You talk to everyone throughout the paddock, though. What makes this race so special is it's just guys who have won back home that are here. We're not looking down at all by the kids and young guns who have, unfortunately, not had the best of weeks thus far. That's put them in the slowest group to set the stage. These are still guys that are local club champions, regional champions, some of them even running up front of the national level, but maybe just not so far the best weekend here on the streets of Vegas, Mike.
That's it. That's the different storylines. Alexander Stefanovic leading the way right now with a 46.785. Grosjean Zedian running in second. He goes up to P1 right now. Stefanovic taking it back. Brett Rivetta in there in third. Chris Bingham in fourth, but he'll get bounced down. Isaac Feiner jumping to the front. Yuta Suzuki there as well. Now the tires are starting to come in. I'll start throwing names out. They're going to keep changing. Everybody's starting to finally get some heat built into these Avincos. Temperature falling, as we know, trackside. We expect it to get down likely into the high 40s, I would think, before we're all said and done. We'll see how that end up plays out. But nonetheless, the track changing, the tires coming up to temperature. Lots of different drivers finding their way to the front. Josh Feiner has now gone to P1 in the Villeneuve number 392.
And I believe it was Feiner that had that issue with the front tire coming off there in the final practice. So this would be a little bit of a bounce back for him to try to get to the top of the charts.
Just an update from the Master Shifter category. I did have a quick look here, and indeed it was 29th for Jordan Musser. So that'll be the inside of row number 15, barring any penalties or pushback bumper penalties from that practice or that qualifying session. Lots of work to be done for Jordan Mustard to get himself back to a place in that main event where he can attack and potentially get a good start.
I was talking about how I thought the track would be pretty good for racing. Well, Jordan Mustard is going to show if it is.
That's exactly that. He will be a driver who will tell us whether or not you can move forward. We'll see that, of course, tomorrow afternoon. We'll see a lot more of it tomorrow morning, though. We have all the morning sessions rolling out with a warm-up and 2 heat races tomorrow morning. Lots of great racing lined up for you here, of course, live all here on Kart Chaser.
Jacob Kolar now to the top in the 376 Orsilon Racing entry. We go back on the stories of all these different drivers getting here. Again, the Kolar family, unfortunately, with the hurricane that came through Florida just about a month and a half ago, destroyed their apartment that they were living in. The karting community came together, raised over $25,000 to help get them back on their feet. And then on top of that, you have the good graciousness of all the manufacturers and teams that have picked up this kid that is a promising talent, no doubt about it. Was able to get over to the IAM USA Grand National Championship with help from PK Sports North America and Kart Republic North America. This weekend, he's lined up with the Orsilon Racing Camp, and they've been able to help get him over here as well aboard an Alonso kart, and kind of a collaborative deal with the PK Sports Camp, because those PK boys and girls, they are busy getting their PK Race Park track up and running down in West Palm Beach, Florida.
Yeah, I saw a little video from Rafa Matos about that, driving around that track, which is super exciting. What a fantastic story to have Jacob Kolar out there. He's currently sitting in the 4th position. Wout Kirstens has gone to P1 in the number 308 machine, 400 or thousandths of a second quicker, running for Leading Edge Motorsports on a Formula K. Kirstens now into second. Dane Idelson near the end of the run. He'll go to P1. So Idelson now up to P1 with a little bit of time left. Wout Kirstens now in the 2nd spot. Josh Feiner in 3rd. Yash Rampel in 4th. Jacob Kolar 5th rather. Just under 0.2 of a second separate in the top 5. And the checker flag being thrown at start finish here by Aaron Likens. Dane Idelson, a 44.684 fast driver. A gap of 0.147 over Wout Kirstens in the number 308. Another 18 thousandths of a second back to Josh Feiner, Josh Rampel, and Jacob Kolar rounding out the top 5. Chris Bingham in 6th spot. Jorge Garcias in 7th. Yuta Suzuki in 8th. Alexander Stefanovic in 9th. And Gracian Redzian will round out the top 10. Next group rolling out. And again, staggering group here as we continue to push our way down.
We got a big impact over here at turn number 11. One driver has absolutely pounded the plastic barriers, and that is going to be the 317 Cosmic. We'll try and get an ID on that one as quick as we can. That is James Stegman in the AJF Racing entry. And you can see the SKUSA track crew correctly scrambling to try and rebuild the track over there, so that way they'll be back to full song and green flag conditions when the leaders get back around to start lap number 1. They're already closing in on them, but James Stegman, rough start to qualifying.
It's amazing how many times that's happened already, where the drivers are just not doing what they need to do to get through these first few corners. Just get on that straightaway, weave a little bit, but that's been Calamity Corner here for qualifying.
And I'll tell you, it's super slippery going through there, because the minute you get in, you're starting to get the push, or potentially you're starting to get a little looseness, and you're having to correct and just roll off the track.
Yeah.
And then with the minute you're off a little bit, you're into those marbles, and you're along for the ride. We've seen a lot of action there, and hopefully some of the people sitting on the side of the track, those coaches, have been able to relay that along to their drivers getting ready to roll out. Watch out for that turn 11, your next corner rolling onto the straightaway.
One of the corners we just saw on the screen there was turn 6, and you can see, you had actually talked about it, Rob, was you come out of the S, you start heading towards turn number 6, and the car just moves to the outside of the wall, and you almost have to make sure you stay off of it as you try to get that fast entry in.
Yeah, and I really think that the opening couple laps, you really have to kind of be ginger through that part of the racetrack, because the kart can very easily head out to the wall there. We've seen a number of drivers have issues. So again, Dane Idelson with the provisional pole lap from race group number 4, a 44.684, a couple of tenths of a second quicker than Kirstens. So that's decent. We'll see how that plays out as the drivers start to roll out in the next group. We'll find out which driver is the first to work his way up into the top 10, top 5. Lap 6, the best for everybody but Stefanovic and Redzian. I think they may have been the first drivers out. Probably the only drivers able to get those 7th lap in. So those out quickly out front may, depending on the throttle cable, or rather the throttle position, and if they're really able to get on in the opening lap, could get one more lap. And Mike, you and I saw that last year being a big thing. The drivers were able to get that one more lap in, get in front of that checker flag, that paid off a lot to have a little bit extra heat in the tires.
Especially in these evening sessions, right? Yeah. There's no such thing as too many laps here in qualifying.
No.
If you can get one more, you're going to be in good shape. And the drivers I'm really keeping an eye on, the guy who's been the fastest so far in this group all day has been Ryan Vincent. And it just seems to be going better and better with the more laps. So to your point, Rob, if he can get one more lap, he's going to be in good shape.
Ryan Raffa, the first driver to get himself into the top 5. Raffa in the number 353, a 44.710, just 26 thousandths of a second behind, running with Full Tilt Racing on the Xpree. Ryan Raffa now into second. Kirsten still third. Who's the next driver in? Calamodio up into 11th spot. So Luis Calamodio 11th. Here goes Santiago Fernandez now to P1. Ryan Raffa takes it back. So here comes everybody from this Q3 essentially, jumping themselves up into the top 4. Raffa, Fernandez, Cavido, and Calamodio now into the top 4.
Yeah, Ryan Raffa making up some ground. Ryan Vincent, we'll see what they do. We'll keep the timing up while we'll go send it on down trackside. Our reigning series champion, Ryan Norberg, Mr. 7-time, Mr. 5-time SKUSA champ, is here with Kendall. Kendall?
Down here with Ryan Norberg. Ryan, how's your weekend going so far?
So far, so good. We're doing pretty good. We're up towards the front right now. We've struggled a little bit early in the week, but we're finding some speed, and hopefully it transfers into qualifying.
How are you expecting this qualifying session to go with it being so cold right now?
Well, it definitely changes stuff up, but we're hoping we hit the tire pressure correctly, and yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be hard. 5 laps with this cold a temperature definitely makes it interesting, but we've been doing this stuff all year with USPKS and other kinds of qualifyings that are this short style, so yeah, hopefully we hit it right.
How do you think this field is going to stack up?
It's pretty strong. I mean, it's a really strong field. The times are really close. I mean, a 10th that puts you, moves you from 20th to the top 10, and another 10th will put you in the front row. So it's going to be tight, and you can't make mistakes in this qualifying.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck, Ryan.
Thank you.
Thank you, and back to you guys.
Yeah, great stuff for Ryan Norberg. Obviously a winner here last year. You can say that it's taken some pressure off, or does it add pressure that I want more and more? When I tasted it last year, I wanted it again. I had a couple of conversations over the last week about that. How does that change it? Do you want more now that you've had the first one?
Well, I think, it's no different than the drivers that show up to their first Supernats and then they show up to the second one, right? The first one, you're kind of, still a little bit unnerved by the whole thing. Then once you've been in that position before, you're obviously a lot more comfortable. So in terms of the drive, you'd have to imagine he's wanting it just as much or at least close to it. But from a comfort level, I'd have to think that maybe the pressure's there, but there's definitely a less, he knows what it takes to win it, right? He's finally gotten that monkey off his back, pulled it off, so you think that he'd be in a good spot. And speaking of good spot, checkered flag in the air, Luis Calamodio quickest earlier, not on that last lap, surprisingly enough.
Yeah, Calamodio on lap number 7, about 2/10 off his fastest lap that came on lap number 6, a 44.173. Kevin Cavido up into second. Santiago Fernandez, he was quicker on the last lap. In fact, only one driver quicker in that last lap. Everybody else a bit slower on lap number 7. Ryan Raffa into P4. Diego Ortiz in 5th. Ryan Vincent 6th. Tyler Greenberry, Sam Sakome, and Iman Lowe up here to your top 9. Francesco Esposito in 10th. You got to go down to Dana Idleson in 11th. So 10 drivers of that second group able to pip Idleson. So not that bad in terms of where he slots in P11.
It just comes down again to how strong these next 2 groups are going to be, right? We saw it go one way with the headline senior class in the morning, KA Senior, where they messed around a little too much, and it made it really easy for guys like Luis Calamodio to hang on into the top 10, top 20. But tonight, you'd have to think that the X30 seniors and the guys that did double duty learned from their mistakes this morning and said, you know what, I may not go pole by myself, but I won't go worse than 5th or 10th. Whereas, you have that risk versus reward of going out in a pack where you might end up with a really good time following someone. There's also a chance you might end up with a really bad time battling.
Here come the Q2 drivers now onto the track. Let's see how they handle things rolling through. You can see them trying to get the wheel into turn number 9 and 10. Aaron Lyken's giving them the green. Everyone down now into turn number 1 and trying to jack some weight to the front of that car. The cooler temperature's coming. As I said, I think about 55 degrees trackside here right now, 57 last time I looked. So the temperature coming down. Not too bad so far.
You were talking about jacking the wheel there. There's be a full lock on those guys like they're running in the rain right now.
Yeah.
That was wild. I mean, and even again, seeing them in turn number 10, the second hairpin they get out of the pits, I mean, they were all going on a completely different line than what they normally take just because they couldn't get the car to rotate. Now, of course, one full warm-up lap in,
they'll be up to speed. Here's a good look at a couple. Tyler McIntyre, the second in that line. The other one is a 3:23. And we'll try and identify one of the many new faces here joining us for the first time in SuperKarts USA competition this season. And I believe
Tyler Howard.
There we go. Tyler Howard of the AM Racing Team X30. So he was the first one out of the pits. McIntyre right there with him. They're running nose to tail, so we'll keep an eye on where they go. Then you go back a little bit further, find the next couple. Alex Stanfield finds himself as one of the first drivers below the cut line to get into Q1. So Stanfield, pole in KA Senior. He's going to need to really throw down a good one here in this one. There's a lot of other big names in this session as well. The back half of the fast group, Thomas Neveau right behind him. There's Jeremy Fletcher, and on down the order.
Yeah, former winner in the mini category, Thomas Neveau, runs P1. Tyler McIntyre, Tyler Howard, Alex Stanfield, Dalton Haynes in this one as well. How about Paul Bocuse and Patrick Woods-Toth as well? A lot of big guns in this Q2 group. Alex Stanfield, 45.324. Looks like he's about maybe a tenth and a half quicker than Neveau. Fletcher now up into the third spot. Legault and Hayden Jones now rounding out the top 5.
Here's a look at Braden Eves in that MPG Motorsports Kart Republic, and he'll make his way through the chicane. He's had a lot of experience at SKUSA SuperNationals in the X30 Senior class, much like Ryan Norberg back in 2021, yet to win one, but he has been close on a number of occasions. He's been a consistent driver inside the top 20, top 15. He's won numerous SKUSA Pro Tour races, but this event, like many, has eluded him. It's once a year, and for only 4 or 5 tries, that still, puts Ryan Norberg on a really good batting average, but that just shows you how, selective it is. Someone's got to win it, but not a lot of guys do. As we see Stanfield passing on Tyler McIntyre, the quickest driver remains close to the top 5. He's no longer the quickest, though. Jeremy Fletcher has pipped him.
Yeah, Fletcher by 0.005 of a second over Noel Leon now. Leon up into second. Morgan Kremers now up into third. Paul Bocuse and Hayden Jones fourth and fifth. A ton of action here on lap number 3, but we're expecting lap 6 or 7, Xander, to be the fastest. Long way to go. Adam Ryland's just on the outside of the top 5. Laurent Legault in 7th. Neveau 8th. Cameron Weinberg now up into 9th ahead of Wes Duchek.
So Thomas Nevo's now gone by Tyler McIntyre this lap. This will not be a good lap for the TKG Kart Republic. It is a good one for Stanfield, Fletcher, and a great one for Marian Kremers. Look at Kremers down the straightaway. He's in a fantastic spot. He's behind this group as we see Fletcher going by. There's Hayden Jones, and there's Marian Kremers. So Hayden Jones, the national number 2, leading Marian Kremers around, giving him a nice tow so far. It's towed him up to the top.
Long way to go in this one here with a couple more laps and a bunch of drivers still sitting on the grid ready to roll. Kremers on top, 131 rather. He goes purple last time by, but only by 11 thousandths of a second. Paul Bocuse dialing things in a bit here as well for lap number 4. Leon still third. Legault's worked his way up now into the top 5. This is Xander. Now you got to make it happen. Now the tires are coming up to the temperature. Now you know the magic laps are coming. This is when it's on the driver. This is when you can't make the mistake. You've done all the work to get the tires. You've positioned yourself on the racetrack. Now you got to pull the trigger.
You absolutely have to here. Marian Kremers talking about pulling the trigger. Well, he kind of went the opposite way. Wanted to back off of Hayden Jones and try and retime that lap for the final couple ones. Alex Stanfield, different strategy. Get to the front, pass everybody in your way, and just go make some hay. So Alex Stanfield, you can see clear track in front of him. Neveau chasing him, Fletcher chasing him as well, but they're kind of outside the drafting window, so not benefiting all too much from chasing that Team GWR Tony Kart. Let's see what he does this time by. He sits on top. Does he go better another time around? Alex Stanfield across the line does not improve.
Yeah, lap 5 still his best, 44.032, and Laura Legault has gone to P1.
And only about 8 drivers are actually going to get another shot at this thing. The 395, the first one to get the checkered. Getting out early pays off.
Crucial, Mike, you're right. 43.861 for Laurent Legault. He's gotten to P1 by over a tenth from Braden Eves, who's up into second now. Good lap there for Braden in the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic. He'll go P2. Stanfield third. Thomas Neveau fourth. Marian Kremers back in fifth. Patrick Woods-Toth sixth. Duchek, Fitzsimmons, Prondo, and Kardashian, the top 10. You got to lay a good lap down. Here come the drivers that Mike was talking about. Whose leverages it? Nobody making any moves. Fletcher is able to go to 12th. Kremers up to second. Kremers uses that extra lap to go to P2. He was 5th. He found a bunch of speed with that one extra lap.
And Eves also personal best there, but again, he did not have the extra lap and has to settle for third.
So there's your lineup here after 3 groups. Laurent Legault provisional pole. 43.861, 200ths quicker than Marian Kremers. Then it's Braden Eves, Alex Stanfield, and Thomas Naveau, your fast five. You've got Patrick Woods-Toth in 6th, Wes Duchak 7th, Hamish Fitzsimmons in 8th, Enzo Prondo in 9th, and Alexander Kardashian rounding out the top 10. You got Bocuse, Fletcher, and Jones 11th to 13th, with another group still to come.
Yeah, Hayden Jones was on the front row last year, qualified inside the top 4. Him alongside Hannah Greenemeyer, not the rest running heat races. Their first heat race, they both got absolutely barriered. But for both drivers there on the RPG camp, Greenemeyer moving to Pro Shifter and Jones returning. Not as good of a start as he had. And we've got problems. That is Pedro Hiltbrand in the 330. No? I think so. I could be wrong.
It is a 330.
Let's have a look here. The 330 having some trouble coming out there. That was Pedro Hiltbrand. He had some trouble coming out there the opening lap and ended up having to get that car spun back around. So trouble for Hiltbrand. He'll have open track by himself. We'll see what he's able to do. Laurent Legault, the driver out front, though. He is the provisional pole sitter from Q2. 43.861 provisional pole time. Let's see what the drivers can do here in Q1.
That's got to make you feel a little better, Rob. Pedro Hiltbrand's a world champion, and he's self-spun here in warm-up. So, you didn't do that in your qualifying session.
I did not. I was able to keep it on the racetrack, so I'm 1 up so far.
There we go. 1 up on a world champ. You take it any way you can get it for sure. Through the chicane, there is another major champ, Ryan Norberg. We're watching this kid here, the energy driver for Nash Motorsports. Thomas, and I have to go back and make sure I pronounce his name right. It is Thomas Stolzermanis in the 356 Nash Motorsports Energy Kart. The Energy brand really hasn't had a North American presence here this year. They've got a decent camp up in Canada, and then passing him, another driver we haven't seen since the Winter Series, Eduardo Villa, who I think was pegged by many as a driver who could come into the streets of Vegas and really put on a show. He goes by Stolzermanis. They're up the road from Ryan Norberg, and they are working together right now as they head for turn number 1.
Yeah, and if they both have the speed that we've seen before, we know Stolzermanis was quickest in the last session. Villa was 4th. Though both these guys have the speed. If they're going to work together to a certain extent here, that bodes well for both. They're going to want to draft, maybe get by each other. Again, 2 different camps, though, so it's not like they're working together as teammates, just both knowing that they have the like speed to potentially be able to go for P1 and P2. Legault, Kremers, Eves, Stanfield, and Naveau holding the top 5 right now. We'll wait likely to lap number maybe 3, maybe 4 to see the first driver potentially dive into the top 15.
So here goes Villa across. He's already pulled away quickly from Stolzermanis. That might give Ryan Norberg a little bit of a tow down the backstretch here to turn number 1. He'll close up to the energy driver quickly. Hopefully he doesn't get bottlenecked at the end of the lap. This could be a great lap for the national number 1, Ryan Norberg. He's 4 car lengths back. We'll watch him here. There's turn 4, turn 5, into the turn 6 hairpin. Still only 3 to 4 car lengths back. As long as he doesn't catch him too closely in the final 2 hairpins, we could see that RPG Cosmic go to the top. And look at the difference in line there through turn 7. Way more narrow down low to get underneath the rubber for Ryan Norberg. Interesting to see that early in the week, that there's that much rubber down going underneath. It pays off as he closes towards turn 10. What does he hit across the line?
It could be a good lap here, but is it too early?
Yeah.
It's only the 4th lap that they're doing. They're going to go up the charts here in a big way, but is he going to get that traffic when the good laps are around?
Evan Giltaire for Trinity Karting Group on the Kart Republic goes to P4. Connor Zilich up into the 5th spot. Donovan Bonilla goes to 8th. Blake Nash in 9th. Mateus Morgado in 11th. Alessandro DiTullio in 12th spot. Indeed, a little early for a couple of the drivers here, but we'll see what's going on. Still a couple more laps. 4 down. Expect 6 or 7 laps for the drivers rolling here right now.
Pedro Hiltbrand there, David Cole just letting us know up to 8th, all by his lonesome there, getting it done on his own.
Great run for him. We saw Connor Zilich on screen. Here he is again in that Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic. He's 5th right now, trailing one of the RPG Cosmics, I believe, maybe Norberg, down the front stretch. Indeed he is. So down the back straightaway, there's Zilich ahead of Giltaire, and Zilich to the top. Connor Zilich in the REM Cosmic, P1.
Yeah, last lap of 43.700, 14 thousandths quicker than Justin Ataconis. DiTullio up into the 3rd spot. Oliver Hodgson in the comp cart goes to 4th. Legault, who was quickest in the last group, finds himself down to P5 right now. 4 drivers have already gone by Legault. They've got lap 5 in the books. Look for 6 and 7 to be the best. 6, of course, strong. Who will potentially get that 7th lap. Who was out early, able to slide through. Connor Zilic, though, P1, 43.700.
I got eyeballs on Aaron Likens right now. Guys, we're going to have the same thing, but not everybody's going to get another shot at it. Checker flag's getting ready to come out. Right on the other side, I don't know if Blake Nash got it. Blake Nash was just getting across. I'm not sure if he's going to get another one or not.
If he does, he slots in 7th. This one here, 43.801 for Blake Nash. In the process, though, Ryan Norberg went to P1 with a 43.673, but Evan Giltaire took that spot away, a 43.614 for Giltaire. He was 6th in that last practice session. Does he have enough? I think 7 drivers potentially able to go to the tail or for one more lap. Let's see what these drivers do to pull the trigger. Who ends up with the pole position here in X30 Senior? Norberg doesn't do it. Zilic doesn't do it. Giltaire, everybody rolling by. A bunch of drivers still ready to put in lap number 7. Paulie Massimino jumps up to 10th. Adakonis into the 4th spot. DeTulio. Stolzer-Manis goes 6th. Jack Jeffers up into 7th. But Evan Giltaire comes away with the top time, 43.614. The Frenchman goes P1 for Kart Republic. 43.614 for Giltaire, 59 thousandths of a second ahead of Ryan Norberg, Connor Zilic, and Justin Adakonis. Those top 4 drivers, remember, actually top 3 will eventually get a pole position start in those heat races when we flip things around. Mike, what else you got?
Well, DeTulio back here in 5th. One less lap.
Didn't get the 7th
1/10 off. If he had gotten that 7th lap, though, mighta, coulda, woulda.
Yeah, man, what a good lap, at least to hang on, though, inside the top 5 with how many guys that improved. And then for Evan Giltaire, he got a massive toe off Connor Zilic on his burner lap there. Ended up passing, got him perfectly. Got within half a kart length to the final corner, so by that point he was able to follow him around. We knew how quick Zilic was. Of course, he ended 3rd, but Giltaire hitting the lap at the end when nobody else really was on that final lap. Giltaire hit it with a nicely positioned lap as Zilic started to fade. So the TKG Kart Republic factory driver from France to the top in qualifying. And then again, you go down in the top 5. What a run for Justin Adakonis. That kid's been on a hot streak here at the end of his rookie season.
Good momentum to cap off the season, right? You watch what he was able to do at the Miami Grand Nationals at GoPro. Really strong, be able to build on that. I would love to see him have a good weekend here as well.
That would be awesome. Again, we think from chatting with him, this may be one of his last races here as he gets set for college. And for them, again, you know, he is kind of working with that Mike Doty Racing, Brandon Jarskog Racing LN card. It's not a factory-supported backing, so it's not like he's got the funding lined up to continue. He'd love to do it. He's a heck of a talent. He's at least proving that he deserves to be on the biggest stage and on the podium come Sunday with that qualifying effort as the X30 Juniors take to the racetrack here, the first of the 2 groups. Here's Jesus Vasquez Jr. and Leo Escorpione as Escorpione goes by him in turn number 1.
Yeah, all those drivers hard on it. You can see them maybe 2-3 wide, thinking about going through that 2-3 chicane. You can see them really working those front tires, getting the car to rotate a bit early, trying to build some heat in those tires early. We saw 6 laps, maybe 7 in X30 Senior. You got to think maybe 6 clean probably for the drivers here. I don't know that anybody's going to be able to sneak that 7th lap in. We'll see how it plays out. First of 2 groups here for the X30 Junior category. We'll follow this up with X30 Master and then cap things off with Pro Shifter. There'll be 4 groups of Pro Shifters as well, so just like we saw in X30 Senior, we got a lot of action still to come to cap off the day here for the 25th running of the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. Temperature falling here at the Rio All-Suite Hotel and Casino. Thursday's action almost done. It's been a lot of practice, been a lot of timed runs. Everybody looking at the clock. Well, it'll be a little different tomorrow, Mike Smith, when we get rolling wheel to wheel. 2 rounds of heat races both morning and afternoon categories.
I can't wait. It's going to be the best. And actually, wheel to wheels that we're already seeing here in qualifying. Right out of the gate, you see the drivers really fighting. We were watching Jesus Vasquez try everything he could to be the first person across the line. He's actually 2nd on track right now behind the 756. That is Leonardo Escorpione. He actually fought right back at the end of the straightaway to get it back. But now Vasquez could be in the catbird seat. Just about 4 or 5 kart lengths down the straightaway. We talked about Norberg having a pretty good run. This is just like lap 3. So it's too early right now for this to be a good lap for Vasquez. It's going to hold up. But these 2 drivers, if they play nice, could be the quick ones.
Indeed, Vasquez, Escorpione, Ivana Richards, 1, 2, 3 at this point. We're going to wait till that 5, 6 lap really to get too excited about what we're seeing on the racetrack. But nonetheless, Vasquez 46.581 out front here right now, 65 thousandths of a second quicker than a Scorpione.
And again, having that toe, having that little extra, but not being held up, that's going to get the little bit of a nod to the 770 of Vasquez Jr. But the drivers behind him on the course are actually, everyone's playing pretty nice for the front 10 or so on course. This is going to allow them to put some pretty good laps down as we're completing lap number 4.
Indeed, a Scorpione quicker again, 46.014. Vasquez Jr. in second. Ivana Richards in third. Let's try this one. James Agnastostidis. I think, in the fourth spot. Hopefully that was decently close on the pronunciation. Jackson Wolney in the fifth spot. Chris Aiken in sixth. Then Peter Buzanelos in seventh. Ryan McMillan eighth. Colin Aiken ninth. And Daniel Quimby rounding out the early top 10. Just under a second separating the top 10 drivers in the category, but a Scorpione on top with a 46.014. Expecting more speed out of everybody here on lap number 5.
I gotta tell you, it's pretty impressive. You guys, Scorpione all by himself out front. Vasquez has the toe and is not able to get that little extra right now. But as these temps come up, this is 5 laps down. Flag in the hand for Likens. When's it gonna happen?
Indeed, we'll look at to see whether Aaron Likens ready to pull the trigger on this one here. He's got the look on the stopwatch here in a big way. Scorpione on top. He's going quicker. Every lap's been faster for Leonardo Scorpione.
Vasquez right there. And the checkered flag in the hand.
Yeah, all you can do is use that draft. The dive bomb move's not going to work. Let's see if Vasquez has been able to leverage it here on the last lap. He and Scorpione coming across the line together. And they don't even go quicker, actually. Lap 5 still the best for both of those drivers. The Scorpione P1, Vasquez in second. And Ivana Richards right there as well. She was only 18 thousandths behind Vasquez on pace. So 45.605 for a Scorpione, 45.612 for Vasquez, and a 6.30 for Richards. Agnastostidis ends up in fourth. Zachary Taylor fifth. Logan Evele in sixth spot. No, he'll drop down to seventh. Charlie Smith up to sixth. Buzanelos in eighth. Colin Aiken in ninth. And Chris Aiken rounding out the top 10.
And only 7 thousandths between our top 2 drivers.
Yeah. Tight up front. Well, they were running essentially nose to tail at the end. Surprised they weren't able to get a little more speed on that final circuit. They were working together. I don't know if it was the pressure behind maybe. A Scorpione just wasn't able to get that clean lap he was hoping for, but nonetheless, that's the time to beat right now, provisional pole. Where will it place a Scorpione with Q1 rolling out here for X30 Junior? Watch them come and battle after a 45.605 provisional pole time.
It is RG Vargy right out of the gate. Everybody wants to have that spot to make sure they're the ones with the clean line. And right now in the middle, I'd almost be like, I'm going to go to the back, boys. I'm going to lose out on that lap, but this is nuts sometimes in the middle.
Indeed it is. And the drivers trying to work their way now through. You see them coming through that turn number 1 section. Everybody kind of rolling the speed through there, getting themselves through the 2-3 combination and the 4-5. The 2. There you go. One driver having trouble already, losing it coming in there and into the barriers. The yellow flag will fly there, but they'll be able to get that cleared up, I think, before anybody gets over there in time.
Just to put a point on that first group that went through, I do want to point out, we talk about Jesus Vasquez, only 7 thousandths off the provisional pole time. He was only 4 thousandths slower, and he got balked on that final corner. The timing just not quite there for him.
Agreed.
It's that close.
I believe that's, I think, Brinkman out there by himself out front here as that next driver. He's got the open track out in front of him. Indeed, the 788 of Cameron Brinkman, the driver, out by himself. So clean track for Brinkman.
And Brinkman was actually fastest in the last practice session, so Brinkman's going to be one to watch.
Got more yellow flags over here as well. That could be, I think, one of the Weldons potentially having some trouble on the racetrack. Was that trouble for Sebastian Weldon potentially? Let's see what happens when they come back around. Again, we expect lap number 4. I think the lap that we'll see the drivers potentially working their way up here. Yep, there's Weldon rolling back through, I believe. So a little bit of issue there for Sebastian Weldon. He's got open track in front of him, so got to do it all alone. No draft help for him. Again, Leonardo Scorpioni was the driver who was P1 in the opening session, 45.605. Where does that stand? A little breezy here tonight as well. Temperature falling. Still says 56, but with that breeze, it feels a lot colder than 56.
I don't believe your phone at all.
It was 61 this afternoon, and that, no. It was warm at 61. It is not. It says 56. I don't believe it. It's chilly. And the breeze doesn't help at all either.
Up the inside, that's the 701, making things happen there, getting the pass done in the first corner. That's Caleb Gaffera.
Yeah.
He's now got the clean air. He's got his RPG teammate trying to get to the inside contact there in turn number 6.
Yeah, that might have been Rivera there as well. There was a little bit of contact coming through. A little sense of urgency for some of these drivers, I think, needing to get by and get that clean racetrack.
Now they need to settle down, get back in the game. Hopefully everything's straight. Put down a good lap here.
There's your SKUSA Pro Tour champion Caleb Gaffera for Rollins and Performance Group on the Cosmic, rolling his way through turn number 11, leading down that long straightaway down into turn number 1. Gaffera with the number 1 plate on the machine, working his way through turn number 1. He has gone to P1, in fact, on lap 4. 580, 25 thousandths quicker than a Scorpioni. So on lap 4, Gaffera gets the job done. He's probably got 2 more to go. Seems like 6 laps, I think. Nobody went 7. No, 6 laps. Anywhere between 5 and 6 laps for the drivers here in X30 Junior. And Gaffera's gotten to P1. Open racetrack for him as well. No challenge from behind, so get the job done by yourself. We'll see whether or not his teammate's able to come up there and roll with him as well.
You'd imagine
724. Sorry, that's a 724 for Ernesto Rivera. He's gone P1.
No wonder Rivera wanted to get through. He knew he had something. Gaffera did his time the previous lap while passing. This time straight up. Now you got RPG drivers 1-2 on the racetrack, and right now 1-2 in the charts, but it's going the other way around.
And it's also 2 thousandths of a second between first and second. So Rivera and Gaffera separated by only 2 thousandths of a second. They're both going to get probably one more lap. This may be the final lap on the racetrack. Who gets it done? Can Gaffera dig it in, or does Rivera have a little more left in the tank? Aaron Likens has not yet thrown that checker. Are these guys going to scoot through for one more?
It's close.
I'm waiting to see whether or not. No checker flag. He teased us.
Yes, he did.
He teased us. Gaffera's gone back to P1, and he does it by a 10th. Anthony Martella up into 3rd. No, Garcia goes to P3. Lots of action here on the final circuit. Everybody going purple. Kai Burke has worked his way up to 3rd in the 781. The Aussie on the energy, Kai Burke, goes to 3rd. So Caleb Gaffera on the final lap finds another 10th of a second. He goes 45.033. Ernesto Rivera 45.150. Kai Burke, the Australian driver, on the energy up into 3rd with a 45.306. And Sebastian Weldon, who had spun on the opening circuit on the racetrack by himself, a nice final lap. He goes to P4 ahead of Max Garcia. Isaac McNeil in 6th. Fernando Luque in 7th. Teddy Masella 8th. Brody Yendel and Anthony Martella rounding out the top 10. And where did Scorpioni end? P12. Not a bad run for Leonardo Scorpioni, I think. Being in that Q2 group, to be able to go to P12, I think he can work from that for sure. That's an outside row 6 starting spot.
Absolutely. I mean, considering you go into qualifying going, I need to get everything I can out of this session, and to be able to come away with a top 15 or so right now, that's pretty dang good.
Yeah, X30 Masters drivers will be up next and ready to fire things up and getting them onto the racetrack for their qualifying run as well. A couple more categories still to go after this, as we know. Looking forward to the drivers in the Pro Shifter class. In fact, just 2 more classes left to go, X30 Master, and then, of course, 4 groups of Pro Shifters to roll out onto the racetrack, as we have such a massive group of drivers in the Pro Shifter category. And here you come. The grid will start to peel away for the first group that we'll have here for X30 Master. Watch them work out here and get into the opening corner. You'll be able to see just how slippery it is. They're literally tiptoeing through as if it was a wet race. That's what it's like on these tires. Again, remember, qualifying, everybody on sticker of Incos. So super slick, no heat in them whatsoever. And these drivers all having to be smart and just roll through these initial corners. See if the Masters drivers can get the job done. They didn't do it in KA Master, I'll tell you that. There was a bunch of mess in my category. Let's see if these guys are able to kind of stay focused, stay out of the barriers, get comfortable, build some heat in the tires here, get a clean opening lap. That first lap crucial. It'll start to build the heat that you need. We're underway.
The 577 right there, I believe that's Mir.
That's Miguel Mir, I believe, indeed.
He had nobody around him, has really been able to work his tires in, and now nothing but clean air for him. So he should be in a pretty good spot to make things happen.
He rolled a lot of speed through turn number 11, too. That last corner, he's already rolling on it. So Miguel Mir with a lot of open racetrack. Again, he in that Q2 category, so he's been looking for big speed here to potentially get himself up into that, kind of permeate up into the Q1 group when all the qualifying times are down.
Miguel Mir, Daniil Ramajo, Shane Peterson, Ian Kunches just got a rock win.
Yeah, Darren Marcus right there as well. Top 5 drivers. We'll let them get some heat in these tires. I'll say one thing about Miguel Mir. He was able to get out there on those cold tires and stretch away from everybody, not having to worry about anybody behind him, no traffic. He's literally just doing this all by himself.
Yeah, no, there's no pressure. Just go do your job. You don't have to worry about trying to find any kind of clean air. You're in good shape. Further back, it's exact opposite. The guy we haven't said anything about, but I absolutely have to give a shout out to Greg Welch. Greg Welch making his Masters debut this weekend at X30 Masters. Good to see yet another driver getting back in the seat.
Former SuperNationals 60cc novice shifter winner back in the day. We'll see where he ends up slotting in here. Greg Welch from Forward Direction Motorsports. Miguel Mir, Shane Peterson, Danilo Ramalho, Ian Kunches, and Javier Nasir. We'll talk more about the Nasir program tomorrow. They actually built their own kart and shipped it up here.
I love
it. Yeah, so I've got some information. I wanted to get it on e-karting news, but I was just too darn busy. We'll be able to dial some more information for tomorrow in on Javier Nasir's program. Mir goes quicker again, 45.964, almost a half a second quicker than Roberto Arato. Danilo Ramalho third, Marcus fourth, Kunches still fifth. S.H. Moon now running in the 6th spots. Ariel Dominguez in 7th. Greg Welch 8th. Javier Nasir in 9th. And Alex Dalbon rounding the top 10.
Man, you got to feel that Mayor's going to be tough to beat. He was able to get so much heat in the tires and not have to worry about anybody. He's got no toe or anything like that, where some of these other guys are able to. But, man, looking good right now. And the way he's able to roll some of the speed, they got that RPG kart rolling.
Yeah, he's good. You can see him lifting up that inside rear tire, getting the thing to transition nicely. Here comes Danilo Ramalho, and another couple drivers we knew are going to be there.
Yep.
Danilo Ramalho, Ian Kunches right there as well. Darren Marcus down into 3rd. Mir goes back to P4. Calderon 5th. Mir's got the advantage of not having to mess with anybody, but there's no toe either. And there's a couple of long straightaways here, man. You get a little bit of a toe on somebody, you get a little draft. It's going to play well, and I think Danilo Ramalho will keep an eye on him. 4 laps in. I would expect 6 laps, potentially 5, maybe 6 laps.
You know, the only flip side of that is, does Mir get an extra lap?
I was just going to pull that out. Is he far enough ahead to get that one more lap?
I mean, you got Kunches and these other guys going through this final corner. They're racing head-to-head.
There's Arato going down the back straightaway as well. He goes his quickest, 45.376 for Roberto Arato. Ian Kunches in 3rd, Marcus. Then Shane Peterson now up to 5th. Miguel Mir may need that last lap to get a little more speed. Lap 4 still his best.
Shane Likens playing with our emotions out here. I'm not sure if he's going to do it or not.
That last session, he literally looked like he was going to walk away, like there was going to be minutes left.
I'm pretty sure. Oh, look at this. It's close.
He just turned right around.
It's close. Oh.
Miguel doesn't get the extra
by
lap.
That much.
But he does go P2. He does pull out a P2 there with a 45.357. Does it last? No, he'll go down to 3rd at least. Ramalho goes purple again.
First driver in the 44s.
Yeah, 44.928 for Ramalho. 45.200 for Marcus. Arato quicker again. He's 3rd. Miguel Mir 4th. Ian Kunches rounding out the top 5. Carlos Calderon 6th. Shane Peterson 7th. 8th. Sandre Alberto Silva. Armando Watson ends up in 9th, and Greg Welch rounding out the top 10. 0.8 of a second separating first. Back into the 10th position. Ramalho, though, 44.928. Almost 0.3 quicker than Darren Marcus. That's a pretty good lap to potentially work his way up a little further once we get this next group ready to go. And speaking of ready to go, there he is right now. The reigning IndyCar champion and Indianapolis 500 race winner, Will Power. The Rolison Performance Group number 512. Will looking very strong here this weekend. He's had he's been close to a race win in Masters. Did the run in X30 Senior last year with his fellow Penske Racing teammate Joseph Newgarden. Power looking to see if he can't work his way up front for a potential pole position. He was very quick in the last practice session, second to Ben Cooper. That's a tough guy to go head-to-head with. I don't care if you're an IndyCar champion, Ben Cooper is a multi-time karting champion as well.
Jace Lindstrom actually able to get just around Power there in the final corner to actually be P2 on the circuit behind Ben Cooper. So it's Cooper, Lindstrom, and then Power. Chris Werheim was third quick in the final practice.
Yeah, he's one to watch. Agreed.
On that energy cart with Nash, he's been really good.
Yeah, and I think Werheim's a guy that knows how to perform in a top-level event like this as well. You know, he's been around a lot. There's a lot of coaching for young drivers, and when you're a coach like that, you're methodical in your brain, right, in the way you approach everything. And I think a major event like this where we're here for 5 days, you got the heat races, you're smart. And I think Chris Werheim, who has a lot of national-level racing experience, you know, of course, was a top driver for many years before moving into the coaching program, and I think he'll be a driver to watch here. And I said before, none of us picked him in the top 5, so I think that's going to be motivation for him to want to come right at us.
I think Chris is one of those guys who would absolutely take that as motivation.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really. Well, I'll show you. Exactly. We actually were walking by him actually in the grid. He looked. He goes, "Dad, what do you think now? How do I look now?"
Snubbing you.
You look good. You look fast.
But he's actually got a little bit of work on his hands. It looks like it's going to be a few drivers trying to get around him. But up front on screen right there, I think that's Ben Cooper watching.
Yeah, it's Ben Cooper, I believe, the driver who was the quickest, as we said, in the 5:31. Ben Cooper, of course, has his BC team up in Canada where he has a school and coaches drivers. And has won here before with Rolison Performance Group in the X30 Senior category. So outright the driver to beat right now. Former Rotax World Champion as well. A veteran driver. Yeah, he's a master's of age, but this guy could probably run the senior category as well. But again, I'm working with him. He's the coach for the Masters KA100 group, which is fantastic. The input's been great, and his delivery's just fantastic. He's an expat from from Great Britain, lives in Canada, married, wife and kids in Canada, and will become a Canadian citizen, I believe, here very soon. So awesome to see what he's able to do. Great to have him in the Rolison Performance Group tent with us this weekend.
Well, I'll tell you what, his chances are already way better now that I'm not on course.
Yeah,
it's the first time I'm going to poke fun at myself because I got into the back of him at the rock race and ruined his chances.
But you did apologize on Facebook. I saw that.
Yeah, it's the least you could do. I mean, the guy definitely had a shot at it. The sting is finally starting to settle for me that I blew that. But Ben Cooper, as you say, great guy, and already up to P2 on just lap 3.
Wow,
so Ben Cooper and you know what? On the cold tires a couple weeks ago, he was money. So not too surprised that he's already quick now.
Just so smooth on the steering input. You can see just like rolling it in there, not a lot of input. We'll see how things shake down. Lap 3, he is in P2. What do we got? We got Renato Jader up into the 5th spot. Jace Lindstrom into 6th. David Serra up into 9th. Thomas Grice into 10th. And Martin Pierce in 12th. Will Power, I think, having a little trepidation on these early laps. Watch for him to see what he can do by lap number 5 or 6. Cooper, Serra. David Serra now into 2nd by just over a 10th and a half. David Serra up to P2, the number 196 machine.
Look at these names. Cooper, Serra, Lindstrom, Pierce, Foster, Amaho, Power, Werheim. Come on.
Yeah, that's it. Stacked X30 Master category here now, no doubt about that. There's Will Power here in the Rolison Performance Group machine. Rolls it nicely into turn number 6. Getting back over here to 7, then to 8. Through 8. See how it sets up for turn number 9. There's back to Ben Cooper once again. Cooper still on top. He goes purple again. 44.623. for Cooper on lap 5. Jace Lindstrom, Will Power to second. Took Power a little time to warm things up, but he's up into the second position now. Here comes Renato Jotter, and he'll go to P1. Jotter, 44.568. Ben Cooper second. Power third. Sarah Foster. Look at that top 5. Jotter, Cooper, Power, Sarah, Foster. Unbelievable.
Let's go. Ramajo, remember, fast time there with a 44.928 from his session. 6 laps he was able to get. Likens starting to look out. These guys are going to get one more.
They are. They're going to sneak through.
Yeah, they're going to get just another under the gun here. Let's see, who is it going to come on? Goes
516.
Ooh, that's Wareheim. So that's it for Wareheim. He is P4, now 5. Kip Foster jumps up into the 4th spot. 44.610 for Kip Foster. 44.641 for Wareheim. Jotter goes faster. 44.461 for Renato Jotter.
Jotter faster, but remember, we still have Power and Cooper circulating the course, plus 3 more others. The front 5 get another shot at it.
Will Power got quicker than Ben Cooper last time by. Will he lead the group here for Rollison Performance Group? Here comes Ben Cooper. Gets that inside rear hiked up. How's he on the final circuit? He goes quicker, but not enough. Where is Will Power? Here comes Will. Can he steal it away on the final circuit? He does not either. Renato Jotter has beaten back the Lions as Will Power and Ben Cooper not able to get it done on the final circuit. 67 thousandths of a second separating the top 3 drivers. Jotter quicker by 47 thousandths of 44.461 for Renato Jotter for Orsilon Racing. 44.508 for Will Power. 44.528 for Ben Cooper. Those drivers separated by just 0.02 of a second. Kip Foster back by about a second. A half a tenth. 0.08 from Cooper and 0.149, a tenth and a half from Renato Jotter. Kip Foster in 4th. Chris Wareheim rounding out the top 5. Jace Lindstrom in 6th. David Serra in 7th. Ignacio Vivian in 8th. Martin Pierce 9th. And Thomas Grice rounds out the top 10. Matt Johnson, part of the battle last year, just on the outside of the top 10. Work to do throughout the heat races. But Xander, it's a pretty stellar. You look at X30 Senior, the big dog names, right? When you come to Masters Racing, we got Renato Jotter, Ben Cooper, Kip Foster, Chris Wareheim, and some guy named Will Power slotted in there P2.
Yeah, I don't know where we found him, but I'm sure he's happy to be up there. That's got to be probably the biggest stage he's ever been on. But, hey, how about it for old Kipper, man? Kip Foster, he's going up against guys that are now moving into the class in their mid-30s, early 30s, the likes of Wareheim, Sarah, Cooper. I talked to those guys. I was giving Ben Cooper, I was like, dude, you won this thing like a couple of years ago in senior. He's like, mate, I talked to Dave Sarah. We both got kids. And we do things at night that, maybe not all the senior field is legally allowed to do. So why don't we go play with everyone who's actually allowed to do those things?
Yeah,
and
I agree with that.
Fair enough. But, man, what a stacked field, like we've said. And now you can't say stacked field without talking about the class. Nothing says SuperKarts USA. Nothing says SuperKarts USA SuperNationals like Pro Shifter. And series owner Tom Kutcher, he's amped up. He's got somewhere nice to watch this qualifying session for his Pro Shifters, man. He's been out and about all day long. I've seen him around, and I guarantee he's got a spot on the fence alongside everybody else to watch this qualifying session go down.
And this is for SuperKarts USA, pure SuperKarts USA fans, like a Bonner Moulton who's been here for all 25 races like myself. This is what SKUSA has been about from the very beginning. It's all about 125-mile-an-hour shifter kart racing. That was it back in the SKUSA Great Lakes Series days. So it's heartwarming to see the shifters here. Excited to see them all rolling on the track. 4 groups of qualifying, all leading up to see which big dog in that Q1 is potentially able to go to the very top.
And we see it on screen right now. Annie Rule, is she able to get it going? Annie Rule once again with issues. Had the problem in turn 11, I think it was
last night. Final practice, Rule had that issue. Couldn't get it fired up. Same thing here.
Hopefully we can get things going. It's not the end of the world yet. Yellows are flying. She's got another shot at it. She's going back across the barrier, it looks like.
Yeah, couldn't get it rolling. That's the one thing about Annie. She's obviously a slight young lady, and that cart just weighs so much for her to try to get that thing to roll, and she's struggled with it again. So tough one for her. She'll be starting at the tail of the field for all the heat races tomorrow. Lots of work to do for her, but again, try to stay out of trouble, get yourself forward, and see if you can't get a good spot for the last chance qualifier. We know she has the speed in her to be able to run in the 44 drivers who will be there on Super Sunday. Out of the gate, first couple of laps, Christian Cowie goes P1, Filip Nimkevich into second, Nicholas DeAndrea in third spot, TJ Madonna in fourth, and Pablo Garcia Jr. early top five for the second group here or the fourth group rather, our Q4 group for the Pro Shifter category.
Some of these drivers obviously having some issues, and heart goes out here to Saraceno, who went for that 360 spin. Like to see how he bounces back here in qualifying. One of the most crazy things I've seen after his hub comes off, or their lugs broke here in turn 10.
These drivers, of course, all doing what they can to get the heat built into the tires here for the opening couple of laps, and we expect them likely to get 6 or 7 laps, probably 7 laps in as well. We've seen 7 out of X30 Senior, so you got to believe 7, maybe even 8, potentially sneaking in here in the Pro Shifter category. First of 4 groups of drivers out there laying down lap times. Filip Nimkevich, or Nimkevich, whichever way you want to go with it, 42.469 for Nimkevich. 0.6 quicker than TJ Madonna, Christian Cowie, Vincenzo Saraceno, and now Andrew Byrne in the top 5. Byrne has now gone to P5.
Now we got one around there in turn number 9. I'm not sure who that is.
That's the 215 Trinity Karting Group Tom Williamson Motorsport driver. We'll try and identify him.
Christian Cowie.
Just put down a decent time, too.
Yeah, it was P5.
Yeah, not sure. It looks like he may try and get that thing refired. He's got to get it back into gear. Meanwhile, Vincenzo Saraceno on screen. Here we go back to Chete. Is that Chete Salas? Or no, that's one of the other factory car drivers under the Musgrave Racing camp.
Ansel Baldovan, I believe that one.
So then here goes, he's just ahead of one of the PSO Karting Barrel Arch. There you can see Christian Cowie still trying to get under fire, and I don't think he's going to be able to get that thing back. They're going to lift him over the wall. So Christian Cowie for the Aussies, a huge Aussie contingent, over 160 of them, I think, on the entry list spread across the class structure. Not a great start to his weekend here as he'll DNF here in qualifying.
Yeah, and falling down the order, he was P5 as we had said. Cowie now working his way down to 10th. This is like literally when you need to be laying the laps down. Tires just finally starting to come up to temperature. This is when you want to lay the laps down. So Cowie with a lot of work to do for sure.
One of the drivers furthest down, one of the last ones to get across the line was Saraceno. He's actually going to be coming around, do another lap right here. P2 right now. Any faster? Yes. Fastest time right now, Vincenzo Saraceno, trying to bounce back from that tough practice session.
Yeah, solid lap, 42.213, just a bit quicker than Nimkevich. So Saraceno P1, Nimkevich in second, Garcia in third, Andrew Byrne fourth, and Andy Cantu now rounding out the top 5. Checker flag has been shown to cap off the Q4 group.
And I don't think that we're going to see anything faster. Saraceno actually making a pass in turn number 6 that time.
Okay, so losing a little bit potentially in turn number 6, not getting the full line through that corner, so he may not be able to go any quicker. Nonetheless, a 41.864. No, Nimkevich went faster. Filip Nimkevich went quicker, 41.864. In fact, 0.3 faster. Saraceno not able to go any quicker, having made that move Mike mentioned. So Nimkevich P1, 41.864, almost 0.4 quicker than Saraceno. Andy Cantu in the last lap moves his way up to third. So 7 laps for Cantu, 7 laps for Garcia. So the first guys coming out of every one of these groups could potentially get 7 laps in. And as we talked about, you're not going to turn too many laps in qualifying in terms of the temperature of these tires. So the more laps you can turn, you expect the best laps to be the final ones.
And that was Group 1. We got 3 to go.
Yeah, exactly that.
3 more to set the grid for Super Sunday. $15,000 up for grabs in Pro Shifter. And the top of it, I mean, we've got more than 20 definitely that could come away with that big payday. But beyond that, I mean, it's shuffled quite a bit already to prove that point home from practice 5 to practice 6. We saw Marcus Kajak was quick in practice number 5. Then we had AJ Myers get back up to the top and near it, along with Fabian Federer there in practice number 6. We saw Ricky Longy with an issue. He was 16th in his session, so that'll put him, I think, just above the cut line to stay in the fast group for final qualifying here tonight, as this is the faster half from group number 1. So technically, again, Q3, just like we've said throughout the entire day, of course, anyone able to put it on pole, but typically you see the faster drivers naturally sift on through, and it ends up being out of that Q1 grouping. So Q4 out of the way, the benchmark set here by Philip Niemkowicz. We'll see how long he's able to stay on the hot seat on the pole. Again, from being in the group from 66 to 88th. Anywhere inside the top 40 is a win for Philip Niemkowicz.
Yeah, and we're looking at lap 6, lap 7, so we don't need to get too anxious when we see drivers start to work their way up through the ranks here. The fastest these guys are going to be going is at the very end when they finally got the full amount of heat built into these Vinco tires. It will take some time. Temperature has fallen, as we said. Lights are on here at the Rio. Always a gorgeous sight to see the shifters ripping around here under the lights, and we'll cap off the day. This and 2 more groups, and we'll cap off again. What has been a fantastic Thursday. The final rounds of practice, qualifying for all of the categories here this weekend. Wheel-to-wheel racing after warm-ups tomorrow. Can't wait to see it all shake down.
And we can't wait to see it all shake down with everyone tuning in. I mean, the numbers here are just wild for a Thursday night and a Thursday morning. I mean, we were peaking at around nearly 700 already on YouTube alone, not to mention the 50 to 100 any-minute audience on Facebook. And typically those numbers, again, means you've got thousands and thousands of different people tuning in at different times. That is awesome, again, for our sport. It's awesome for our sport to have 88 pro shifters back at SuperNats. I mean, there's just nothing like it. Nothing like the sound of a shifter cart ripping 90 miles an hour down that long straightaway.
And for me, just wait for that final race of the day on Super Sunday when
go.
they're all sitting on the grid, 44 strong, dropping it, ready to rip that clutch and get at it. Driver, we're going to drive her off. Somebody broke the, I believe, right front coming through, and that is one of the Magic Kart drivers has gone off here, the 248, I believe. Mike's going to try to pick that up.
Should be Talon Yockel. Talon Yockel with a broken right front that has taken him out there. You can see that tire hanging loosely. They're going to try and get him up and over the wall. He's in the final corner. Yellow flags are waving, but he's out of the line, so they should be all good to get through and not terribly hurt the session. They'll get him clear in a moment, and we'll go back to it. Philip Niemkowicz's time. Vincenzo Saracino still holding for now. We're waiting on a couple more laps for everyone to get some more heat in the tires. The pro shifters, again, unlike the gamesmanship we'll see in the single-speed classes, these guys are going to spread themselves out around the racetrack.
Yeah,
they're looking for clean air.
Sorry, Xander. David Foray, the quickest right now of the group on lap number 3 up to P6. David Treveloff into 8th. Micah Hendricks in 9th, and Federico Piero now into the 10th position.
Man, talk about a SuperNats legend, a world karting legend, and David Foray.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
I was lucky enough in one of my years that you've called as well to go to the Rock Cup World Finals and go over and tour the OTK factory. And the manager there was like, yeah, David Foray, he's talking about retirement. I was like, I had to retire from driving a go-kart at 12 and get a real job. This guy's going to retire, never having worked a day in his life.
It's amazing, for sure. Great to have him here. He always loves coming to the SuperNationals. Great to have him part of the action once again. Foray goes to P1. 41.724 for David Foray ahead of Niemkowicz. Trefeloff now up into the 3rd spot. Loic Vindice now into 4th. Micah Hendricks in 5th. James Golding up into 6th. Reese Uchijima now into 7th. Michael Stevens, Cooper Becklin. Here comes the shakedown. All the drivers from Q3 attacking those in Q4.
Yeah, they are digging on it here in this one. We'll watch that timer just completely get shuffled. The entire leaderboard about to change probably this time by, as a good group of them will come by us here right in front of the line. Here's a look at one of the many Maranello entries. They're getting a really solid contingent together in the U.S. They've started with some local dealers that have kind of picked the scene back up on the eastern coast, and they've got a pretty good grouping here. Of course, everyone wants to make it out to Vegas and to get all the international brands back in 2022 is awesome, but this brand coming along here, starting to get some big talent behind it. They've got a few pro shifter entries. Here's one of them headed out of the final corner.
Indeed.
And David Foray is going to get an extra lap. Likens is getting ready to do it. Foray has already got 6 in the books. He's going to get one more. A lot of the drivers in the previous session only got 6, and now he's going to be able to get 7. A few of these guys are going to get 7. That's going to really help them to get them up the ranks as we have a whole 2 more groups.
There's the checkered flag now coming across. So indeed, finally starting to get the heat built in the tires. Let's see who pulls the trigger here right now. David Foray right there, 41.672, but only 0.02 of a second back is Micah Hendricks. This is Q3. Still 2 more groups to come. David Trefeloff, James Golding, and Loic Vindice round out the top 5. But again, that 7th lap coming. Foray not able to capitalize. He'll still go P6. Trefilov doesn't go any quicker on lap 7, but James Golding doesn't. He'll go to P1. He'll take over provisional pole. James Golding in that number 231. He lays down a 41.564. Golding on the Parolin USA machine. The Aussie goes P1, 41.564. That's Q3. He's about a tenth quicker than David Foray, Micah Hendricks, David Trefilov, and Loic Vindice round out the top 5. Philip Niemkowitz in 6th, quickest driver of the opening group, Q4. So he's pretty strongly there into that 6th spot, but still 2 more groups to come.
Good look here at the Las Vegas skyline there. There's the famous Ferris wheel, and you go down the strip, just the cool part about the Rio, while we are just across the street from it, we get this awesome line behind the long back straightaway of all the major resorts and casinos on the strip, the skyline, and it just looks gorgeous here at night. There's just something about this place, obviously, that we've got a love affair with when it comes to the SuperNationals. And there's a look at the Caesars Palace just across the way, and now we go back, shift our focus to the first of the 2 groups, the bottom half for final practice of group number 1, Q2 on the racetrack. Hunter Pickett, first one out of the PSL Karting Bureau Alert, and he'll make his way down. You talk about big names here in the Pro Shifter class, a lot of them down in Q2. Pickett is one of them, a podium finisher, top 5 contender throughout the Pro Tour. Danny Formal is in this group as well after his issue that DNF'd him in final practice, so keep an eye on both drivers to potentially get themselves a lap that'll drop them inside the top 10, top 15 at the end of qualifying.
Hey, listen, this is when they rely on all the experience they have, right, Xander? It's not like they haven't been in these positions of having a lot of pressure on them. And again, to be able to get themselves forward, they know the next group is quick, but they know that they have the speed here. We've seen Danny Formal on top, or at least close to the top in a couple of these sessions throughout the weekend, so he's got the pace there already. We know he loves a track that he can attack. We'll see if he's able to capitalize here. And I think that from the fact that we have some good quality guys in this group, whoever does set that provisional pole, that we got to consider that is going to hang on potentially to the top 10. Or top 5 maybe even.
Absolutely. I mean, they are truly going to be in what you would look at when it comes to a lot of car racing with single car qualifying, to be like the hot seat. I guarantee whoever's going to go into the scale line will be listening, will be watching the monitors around them and trying to see, was that lap enough? Because it's a realistic question for them. Again, for Danny Formal, as he heads into turn 7, late move there in one of the International Motorsport OTKs, gets on by. He's now got Pickett up the road, so a little bit of clear track for him before he would potentially hit that PSL Karting Bureau Alert as they exit turn number 9. Let's see what the big man can do, as well as Pickett across the line, the 236. First couple laps coming in. Will they jump up into the top 15? Not this time, so it'll take a little more to get some more heat. Formal especially, he looks really good right now when it comes to tire pressure.
Well, let's remember one thing about Danny Formal. There's a bit of upper body weight there. He was very happy that he got himself cut down to the weight he wanted. He always loses a bunch of weight for this event, but he's got that big upper body, and he can really use that. Look at him going to work trying to find a way by Pickett. When the tires are colder, he gets a lot more lateral movement, is able to really work those tires. We know he pounds the curbs left and right. Let's see how much he waits to get by Pickett. I think he wants it. No, he's just going to check up.
Hand in the air.
Oh, and he gets a dive bomb move for the driver behind him. He realized how close he was and kind of checks up a little bit. That was a pretty wild move there for Danny Formal. Didn't like the fact that he was potentially going to lose that lap and another lap as well.
Yeah, so now at least he's backed up more. That driver, that International Motorsport Tony Kart, I believe that's Rasmus Lind in the 217 if I'm not mistaken. So the Indy Next driver who has been showing some good speed.
Yeah, professional race car driver running in the IMSA program this year. He'll run with HMD Motorsports next year in Indy Next, which is the feeder program into the NTT IndyCar Series. Rasmus, a winner in the USF Pro 2000 category a number of years ago for Juncos Racing as well. This guy is an unbelievably talented driver, loves karting, has a collection of 1990s Formula A machinery that he's restored himself. So he loves karting, and he's been doing a lot of it just for the experience and keeping in race shape. So I'm not surprised he's doing so well.
And you talk about his path. I mean, he came from the European Energy Factory team.
Yeah.
So he's got a lot of laps at the International, at the top level here. I don't know if he's competed in the Supernats before, though.
Remo Rossetti has gone to the second position right now, just a thousandth of a second behind James Golding. Danny Formal already up into the third spot. He's about 700th behind. Foray still fourth, as we said, Hendricks fifth. But those are the drivers to watch right now in this Q2 group.
Man, Formal, I don't know if he was letting off on the straightaway. Bruschetti, I think, or one of the other Italkart drivers
got up alongside him in turn 8. Formal slammed the door shut, so he's going to pay that favor back. Said, all right, my lap got burned messing with Rasmus. I'm going to burn the 294. So Remo Ruscetti was the driver catching up to him. And Remo, all right, the experience of him said, you know what, I'll keep my head cool. I'll just back off a little more. I've caught you once. I'll do it again, but I'll make sure I get another good lap doing it.
That's lap number 5, though, man. These guys are messing around with these late laps. I want to have the throttle down. We know that James Golding was able to get 7 laps in, so we expect 7 laps out of all of our drivers here. One driver's gone off the racetrack hard through the barriers over in turn number 6, or 5 and 6, so they're waving the yellows over there trying to get this track put back together. Golding, Ruscetti, Formal, Badozo, and Foray. Your top 5 right now. Formal trying to get more speed. Rasmus Lint has worked his way up into 3rd, and here comes Danny Formal to P1.
Big run.
41.315, Xander. He has gone to P1, checker flag flying. Everybody out for one more lap here. Formal, Ruscetti, Keon Tandon now up into 3rd.
And all those front drivers that look half the field still have got a shot at it. They're going to be coming around one more time. All those front runners, Formal, we thought maybe did you back off too much? He could get the perfect toe right now. Closing back up. Just 5 drivers here coming, another 8 after that.
Well, he got caught up by Rasmus Lind that time as he got his nose to the inside into turn number 4. So Formal's got nothing here on this last lap. It'll be up to Ruscetti to knock him off the board. He does not. Lind does not. Tandon does not. And again, James Golden hanging on.
Nobody quicker on lap number 7. That is crazy. Everybody lap 6 was their fastest time. James Golding holding on there. His P4, lap 7 his best, but Danny Formal laying down a 42.248, 600ths quicker than Remo Ruscetti. Keon Tandon lays down a lap on lap number 6 of 41.521. About a 10th and a half behind Ruscetti, but nonetheless, Formal, Ruscetti, Tandon, 1, 2, 3. Golding 4th, Rasmus Lind 5th, Andrew Badozo in 6th spot, Chente Salas in 7th, David Foray in 8th, Micah Hendricks 9th, and David Trefilov rounding out your current top 10. 4 tenths separate the top 10 drivers, but here come the big guns. Q1 rolling out onto the track. Final session of the day here on Thursday at the 25th running of the SuperNationals. They'll creep around, build some heat to the tires. Xander, we got about 7 laps to see who's going P1 in Pro Shifter.
You know one thing here, Rob? At the end of the SKUSA Pro Tour, there was a really budding rivalry between the PSL karting boys and the Magic Kart boys. They are right around each other. Fabian Federer leads the pack. AJ Myers is in it. Matteo Vagano is in it. Marian Kremers is in it. And, I think there is no love lost when you go back to last year with AJ Myers and Ricky Longy getting together in heat number 1. That rivalry continued through the SKUSA Pro Tour. I know those Magic Car drivers, they were hating to give up that national number 1 with AJ Myers to Marian Kremers here at the end of the season. They want to get some vengeance, if you will, some redemption here at the SuperNationals. And, of course, Kremers, he didn't win last year, so he's looking in that same boat of being a podium guy, never, a bridesmaid, never the bride. Yeah. So a lot of storylines, but I was interested to see the way they exited this grid area this time.
And even more, last week and a half ago, that the Rock Vegas race as well, they kind of had a bit of a little bit of a deal going in the final lap. So there is, no love lost, as I like that term, because that really has stoked the fire, I think, for this final race of 2022, right? We're here in Vegas. Everybody wants to have that final say, that last word, and we'll see what happens on Super Sunday. But it starts right now, qualifying. Q1 drivers have rolled out here right now. Danny Formal sets the provisional pole to 41.513. We accept lap 4, lap 5. Maybe could be enough to see what we get here. Otherwise, drivers doing their best to bring these tires up to temperature.
Fabian Federer there on screen, along with one of the Aussie Trinity Karting Group, Tom Williamson Motorsport drivers. Here's a look at Oliver Askew in the GFC Karting black and white colors. Just ahead of AJ Myers. Then back down the road, you'll find Marian Kremers. So they've kind of separated themselves for the moment, trying to get a good lap together. Myers following Askew relatively close, and he hasn't been close enough to get by him. So I'd have to think that Oliver's got some good speed, at least in the opening couple laps for qualifying. We'll see as they exit turn number 6.
Indeed. Again, as I say, we'll reset that. It's Danny Formal, 41.315. We'll see the opening laps start rolling in here a little bit. Drivers all settling in for these first couple of laps. See who they've got, get the open track that they want as well. Federer chased them down the back straightaway. There's the big run down the back street, as we said. It'll move to the inside.
That's Pedro Hiltbrand on Marcus Kajak.
A little aggressive. We know that Kajak's got speed as well, but yeah, that was, hey, you know what? You're holding me up. I got to go by now.
And again, better to do it now than later in the session like we've talked about. So Pedro Hiltbrand now the first one to get across the timing loop. And we'll see him exit turn number 7. Kajak there in the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony kart. Then here we go back. There goes Vigano on the Charles Leclerc PSL karting entry. There's Myers and company, I believe, coming through. So all the big guns that we have seen top the boards in practice are the first ones out. Maybe they were listening to you guys, saying, you know what, 7 laps, that sounds a little better than 6.
Yeah, you got to get it done. You got to push hard early. You know the time's not there. You know you're going to be slipping and sliding, but you've got to get a really good lap time in that first one to get that 7th. Although nobody's leveraged it, Mike. We're surprised that we're not seeing a fast lap on lap 7. Lap 6 seems to be the winner.
Unless everybody thinks that there's no way they're going to get 7, we've got to get it done in 6. Yeah, maybe their tire pressures are that on point.
Watching to see the first guys up, Xander. It's Pedro Hiltbrand, Pedro Hiltbrand, Billy Musgrave in 6th, and Ricardo Longi in 7th. AJ Myers 8th, but Hiltbrand first to get into the top 5 P4.
And he did that with a pass. So let's see what he does. He pulled away a little more this lap. So this will be a good one for Hiltbrand. I would think it was not that great, actually. He's getting shuffled, and there it is. Took a minute to update. Pedro Hiltbrand pulling away, top of the boards.
41.287 fast time right now for Pedro Hiltbrand. 28,000. Quicker than Danny Formal. Came on lap number 5. 2 more laps to come. Jake French has worked his PSL machine, that Burrell Art, up into 3rd. Marion Kremers 5th. Musgrave 6th. Kyle Wick and the Track Magic into 7th. AJ Myers 8th. Fabian Federer and Matteo Vajano rounding out the top 10. 2 laps left in qualifying.
2 laps left here. Just a little bit of time. Marcus Kajak's now gone by Pedro Hiltbrand. And we now see him a little bit further down. And he's going to get Kajak in 3rd. Hiltbrand still top. Oh, problems for Jacob Gulick in the GFC Karting GFC. He's off on the side. That is over just in one of the hairpins here. He's going to try and get that thing back fired up. He's out of the final corner. Right in front of us as the checkered flag flies.
This is it right now. Pedro Hiltbrand still on top of the 41.287. Formal holding on to 2nd from Q2. Marcus Kajak made a pass over in turn number 10, but still went to P3. His lap fastest on lap 6. French 4th. Marion Kremers rounding out the top 5. Here they come, the final time. Here comes Marcus Kajak. Does he go to P1? He does not. Kajak 3rd. Federer 7th. Still waiting for drivers on the final circuit to find more speed. Pedro Hiltbrand does not do it. Kremers does not do it. No one getting faster on lap number 7. Again, lap 6 the best. And in the end, it is Pedro Hiltbrand on the pole in Pro Shifter by 28 thousandths of a second over Danny Formal from Q2. Marcus Kajak goes to 3rd with a pass, a diving pass to the inside of 10. Jake French impressive in 4th. Marion Kremers in 5th. Ramo Rossetti ends up in 6th spot. Fabian Federer in 7th. And then it's Billy Musgrave, Kyle Wick, and AJ Myers. Xander, a bit of a shakeup there in qualifying. Lap 7 didn't pay off. It literally was lap 5 or lap 6 for everybody up top.
Yeah, fully expected, again, like we were saying, for lap 7 to be the money lap. I got to apologize to the Christian Bertucca camp. That was the driver I was calling Hiltbrand there early in the session. Hiltbrand was actually about midway through and eventually, obviously, found some clear racetrack. Bertucca down there, you can see at the top of the screen there, 16th. Rasmus Lind, 17th. Giorgio Emiliano Carrera. Then you go down some of the bigger names that'll have a little further way to go up the grid here, and this is still not a full merger yet, so some of the drivers at the bottom, like Alan Isabard, who had a problem, Axel Benson, there's indeed a merge. So Nick LeDuc there, you can see he's the first one of the first ones out right now in 46. They got to make it into that top 34 in points for the heat races. They'll all get split apart, and of course the likes of Talon Yako with a mechanical problem, 69th in qualifying results for him, but man, for Formal to go P1 out of Q2, that's solid. You go back to the pole winner from last year, AJ Myers, less than 2 tenths off the pace. He is 10th, rounds it off. So just again, the difference a year can make here. Matteo Vigano right behind him.
Okay, look at the guys outside the top 10, Xander. Matteo Vigano in the 227 11th. Ricardo Longi in 12th. Keon Tan in 13th. James Golding and Oliver Askew rounding out the top 50. And this is going to be a barn burner fight come Super Sunday. But what I love the best is we're going to have a ton of tremendous racing over the next 2 days. 2 heats, of course, on Friday. 1 heat in last chance qualifiers. on Sunday, Mike. This is lining up nicely. 2 full days in the books right now. We go wheel to wheel for the next 2 days before we wrap everything up here again on Super Sunday.
Yeah, we are so excited to get it there. You can see, fortunate for Talon Yockel, they'll get his Magic Kart taken off the racetrack. And for now, that, of course, closes off our on-track show. We've got a post-race show coming with the top 3 in X30 Senior and Pro Shifter on this live stream at the top of the hour at 7 p.m. local time, 10 p.m. Eastern. But we're saying goodbye to Rob Howden, who's got a lot of e-karting news coverage to do here tonight. And, of course, Mike Smith, who's been on the mic all day long and deserves a nice night off here with the wife and everybody. But before we let you guys go, we got to talk about today. Again, big storylines coming out of it. We knew the temperature was going to be big. A couple things that kind of surprised us, I think, more than anything that has been the storyline is that it didn't matter so much, whether you were first group, second group, even all the way to this last session, right? Formal, Q2, P2. What about you, Rob?
Well, I think that was it. The track was pretty stable, I think, throughout the day. Where you were, the track just didn't change that much. Even in the nighttime, Mike, it didn't change crazy. We saw guys were able to still come out of Q2 and work their way into the top like a Danny Formal. And I think overall, there was, in a lot of categories in the qualifying, we saw some drivers have some trouble with patience early on. The cold tires, I think, early on was really beneficial for some and maybe a hindrance for others.
Yeah, and like you guys said, I mean, in qualifying, we were talking about how the day progressed and having that tough practice session. Formal had a tough one in the same one as did Russetti, and the same one with Contact. And then you have guys who were able to make it happen from the third group. Golding was able to get a 14th overall from the third group. That sets the tone. Now you're in such a better spot, especially when you think about it, guys. They're going to be in 2 different groups, so it's going to be split again. So actually that 14th is even better.
Indeed.
Yeah, that 14th will be a 7th in some of those sessions. He's only going to be row number 4, so that's huge again, for shifters. To be inside again the first few rows in any class, right? I mean, I was talking with one dad earlier today, qualifying top 20 in a class of 88 is actually really, really good.
Massive.
Because at that point, I'd much rather take a 15th place qualifying order and pick up 2 spots every heat, because those 2 spots are really 4 spots every single heat. And then, of course, the heats are just a matter of attrition.
And when it comes to the heats, that's the key thing right now. And, they'll tell all the guys, Mike Rawlson, tell me, Ben Cooper, and they'll tell all the drivers that get through these heat races. It's those DNFs that kill you. If you get into the barriers, you end up with that DNF. You get a couple of those, you're really in trouble. Even one's going to hurt you in a big way. You really want to, especially tomorrow, you want to get through cleanly so that you're on situation Saturday. You're able to kind of be in control of your own destiny.
And for those double groups, right, you don't want to be in the dreaded LCQ. Anything you can do, just pick away, stay out of the LCQ.
Well, we'll get to hear from everybody as the weekend progresses more. Obviously, wish Rob best of luck here tomorrow morning. We'll catch you back in the afternoon. Mike will be back with me here first thing in the morning. Stick with the live stream here. Set an alarm for top of the hour. We'll keep it going for you guys with the drivers. That's our thoughts, though, here from tonight. And we'll take a look at the beautiful Vegas skyline here from the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino. What an awesome night of racing and qualifying, really. Racing to come beginning tomorrow.
Heart, determination, and dedication to making you the best driver you can be. Are you ready to get speed racing through your blood? That is the formula for HRT Driver Development. For more info, go to hrtdriver.com. Wait, before you do, think 60 seconds about all the consequences before you act. That is what Think 60 is all about, teaching the next leaders of the world. For more information, go to think60.org.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching, to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
Four-time champion Ryan Norberg winning SuperNationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com.
Welcome back to the Rio All Suite Hotel and Casino here. We are live in our first ever post-day presser, and we're going to have both of the top 3 qualifiers in X30 Pro Senior and in Pro Shifter here with me alongside, first of all, our pole award winner, Evan Giltaire, who's on a tear here this season. We'll talk with him. Ryan Norberg, obviously, to my left, and then Connor Zilish, P3 in qualifying to my right. So, Evan, let's go to you first here. Talk us through the week. A lot of hype coming into this event with how your results have been this year. So walk us through what was yesterday, how was today?
Very good day. We had a bit hard on the 2 first session, but we come back really well on the qualifying. That was a bit inappropriate, but we are happy to be in pole position. And I would like to thank Kart Republic, Trinity Sports, and everyone was behind me, like always, my sponsor, my family. It's a perfect day for the moment.
And then on to you, Ryan, here. Walk us through how your week's been to this point so far.
I mean, we've struggled here and there. I think, we had a little tough time. At least for our chassis, I think Connor could talk about it a little bit, but the cold and the little grip is not very good for the chassis that we're on. It's not bad, but it's not our strong suit, heavy rubber is. So, this is the area of the week that we tend to struggle a little bit on, and so going into that, you kind of know that's the issue. And so I'm happy with second. I mean, that's one of the better qualifyings I've ever had here, other than the pole I got a few years ago. Obviously, it is what it is. I mean, you just want to survive these next couple races and get some good finishes, and so that's really what we're looking for. Is obviously we got a good finish, but it's more about just how we're going to manage these heat races and just staying out of trouble, especially with turn 1 the way that it's designed.
Right. I mean, turn 1 this year should be pretty wild. Connor, you're going to have a decent spot for a couple, not so decent for a couple other ones in the heat so far. 3rd overall. Walk us through your week so far.
Yeah, X30's been good. We've been running at the front all weekend, making small adjustments. It's my second weekend racing with REM, Racing Edge Motorsports, Kevin Monteith. But it's been good so far. We work together well, and like Ryan said, the tires and our chassis has been a little difficult to adjust to. We've had some graining in the front tires, and that's kind of been one thing that we've been taking notice to and trying to find a way to get around it. So really, I think qualifying is a good point. Like Ryan said, you just got to survive the heat races and be up front for the feature. That's the main thing, the important thing that we have to focus on. So not being too aggressive in the heat races, and then obviously the feature last year was pretty chaotic, and I'm expecting it to be chaotic again this year, as there's $15,000 on the line. So that's a big paycheck, and last race of the year, so everyone's putting all their marbles on the table. So just survive through the heat races, and hopefully we'll have a good starting spot for the feature and be able to have a chance at it.
Yeah, I mean, talking about surviving through the heat races, Evan, you've got experience doing that at the IME Worlds this year, over 150 drivers at that one, but that's a much different racetrack to here. We talked before this, you haven't been to the SuperNationals before, so what's been, your first kind of reactions to seeing a parking lot racetrack?
In France, I already did a race like this in France. We had a race between 3 streets, and we do like the old one, the old track. And to be back in the parking, it's really nice. I really like the atmosphere and everything. I'm happy to drive there.
And then the Trinity guys, they got some pretty cool Vegas kits as well. Have you gotten to see a little bit of the Las Vegas city so far this week?
Yeah, the Kidco and the race shoot also is really nice. I really like the style of the team, and that's good.
And what do you think the city? Have you gotten to check out the city yet?
Yeah, of course. Every night we go a bit to see on the night the casino, everything. But I don't have 21 years old, and I'm a driver, so we stay focused for the moment. But it's nice on the night. Vegas is really nice.
For sure. Ryan, over to you on the track design. We've talked a lot throughout, the last really year and a half almost about temporary track designs and kind of good or bad. What stuck out to you so far from this year, the first take on it?
I think really the just low levels of grip. I think just the way the track is laid out, there tends to be a lot more grip on what is the end of this track. And what would be the start of the other tracks. This section tends to grip up quite a bit more, and that kind of helps. When you're going into the first corner fast and you're leaning on the front tires, it helps to have that grip. Right then. And then the slower portion of the racetrack, you want less grip, and it's kind of reverse, right? The faster corner that we're entering at the end of the straightaway has probably the least amount of grip, and that's kind of the graining that Connor was talking talking about comes all from that first corner. And so, yeah, I mean, to say it's my favorite layout, I think I'd be lying, but it races. It's going to be interesting to see how it races. I mean, it's just the low levels of grip is what's kind of sticking out to me. I mean, it's normally the track grips up a little bit at this point. You're starting to kind of find your groove a little bit, but I don't necessarily see that too much. And so, yeah, I mean, that's just mainly the main characteristic that I've noticed this weekend.
Connor, on to you. What else has stuck out to you about this layout?
Yeah, really the thing that I'm thinking about is how the track's going to race. Obviously, a bunch of switchbacks, and turn one, obviously on the start's going to be hit or miss. You know, being at the front, it's a little more comforting. But, you know, if I'm at the back like I am in KA, I start 13th in KA, so that's going to be a little bit more sketchy, I'd say. But, you know, it's just going to be avoiding the crashes in the back there. But at the front, I think just really how the racing is going to go. Obviously, there's not as many passing zones as there are if we're going the other direction, so it's going to be a little bit tricky to figure it out at first, and I'm sure the first few heat races are going to be a little bit chaotic until people really learn passing zones and how this track's going to race. But really the one thing that stood out in this track in practice is definitely the low grip as well. You know, we go into turn one, and no matter what we do with the go-kart, you're just understeering, so really finding a balance for that, and you know, that's been the trickiest part so far. So hopefully tomorrow we'll be able to make a few adjustments, and hopefully the track will grip up some as well, and we'll be able to go quicker. So we'll see, but it's been a lot of fun so far. Vegas is always my favorite event, right behind Miami Grand Nationals. So you know, I've enjoyed it so far, and hopefully the racing stays clean, and we can have some clean heat races.
And we talk about, you know, the temporary track. We're back at the Rio parking lot. This place, you know, has been a mainstay for a while. Ryan, over to you. You know, where have the bumps been in terms of the way they laid this track out? Has it been relatively smooth? Is there anywhere else that's been pretty bumpy so far?
It's a bit more bumpy than normal. I think, you know, the bumps previously were in more kind of the exits of the corners, and now they're on the entry, especially like turn one, for instance. There's a big bump on the entry into the corner. The right-hander, right the third to last corner, I think it's turn number 8, right when you enter into there, you know, you try and get to the inside of the bump, you hit the curb. If you go to the outside of the curb, you hit the bump. And normally, you know, we're coming the other direction through there. We're already pretty much flat out, and we're going onto a straightaway, so, you know, you don't really feel it that much. But definitely it's a bit more bumpy, and I think it's just because of the way the track's laid out. You know, the bumps were on the exit, and now they're on the entry. Luckily, you know, we're going so slow on the exit of those corners, it doesn't seem like you really get sideways or anything or get close to the walls. But it definitely makes it difficult when you're going to make a pass or something and you get a little bump and the tires come off the ground a little bit. It does make it a little harder.
For sure. We go back over to you here, Evan. Coming, you know, as an international out of the country to here. I mean, this is a native race that, you know, both myself, Ryan, and Connor have kind of grown up coming to you years and years and years. Coming into the U.S., have you been off of Europe before to race?
No, I'm happy to drive in the US. I never came there to race, and the atmosphere and everything in the US. I really like the track, and like I said, the atmosphere of the SuperScat USA. I really like it. It's nice. Yeah.
So do you have, you know, I know you have your family here with you this week. Do you have your own mechanic that you've normally worked with brought over, or are you working directly with the Trinity Karting Group guys?
No, my mechanics came with me to help me. And no, just my mechanics and my family, and everything after, it's all the Trinity group. And no, just two men from KL came with me for helping me like everything to set up the kart, and because you know I don't know I don't know the team, so I came there with no experience, no contact, and yeah, they helped me a lot for that, and I really like I want to thank them for that. Yeah.
And, you know, we were talking right before we went live here, you know, you get the BRM watch for being on the pole, but this is a sponsor of yours, right? Yeah. So, you know, I mean, you know the value of that watch, but these guys, I mean, I'm sure they would have loved to have it.
Yeah, but I'm really happy to have this watch because I already won, I have 1 and 2. And my third one will be the one from SKUSA, so I'm really happy to have it. Yeah.
Well, that makes your sponsor a little bit easier instead of getting asked for you for some more, for sure. Ryan, looking forward into the rest of the week here, man. Where's your head at with you know, the overall setup? I know you thought that this would be the hard point to get through. Do you feel confident going into tomorrow?
Yeah, I think we do. I think we're making some good adjustments. We kind of threw a lot at it before the last practice session, and we kind of figured something out, which was good. But yeah, like I said, I mean, the early portions of the week are normally where the OTK tends to struggle at the street courses. You know, you tend to see the other brands, you know, excel in this, the ones that have a lot of grip just built into the chassis. And so, yeah, they tend to excel at this portion of the week. And so, for me, to qualify second, obviously, is okay. But it's like I said, I mean, the track changes so much per day. I mean, there's a whole group that goes out in the morning, and, you know, that changes everything. It's a different tire compound mainly for that group. So the track condition changes so much day to day. You really have to figure it out in that opening, in that morning warm-up, and then kind of go with that as the race goes on. But it's about adapting. You have to constantly, you know, even when you feel good, I think that's where your Vegas always goes wrong. You know, whenever you feel the most comfortable, that's when things go bad, at least from my experience. So you've got to be comfortable being uncomfortable, getting out there, trying different stuff every session. Even when you feel fast, you know, continually adapting the go-kart, because, you know, every heat race, you've got to be up front. You've got to survive.
And then moving on to you, Connor, what about you? Where does your head at stand for this week, and, you know, changes you guys have made? Any more stuff to go into tomorrow?
Yeah, we might try some stuff in warm-up just to see what we can find out. Obviously, there's a lot of worry on the tire graining, and obviously I looked at Ryan's tires after qualifying, and his looked better than mine. So that's one place that I think we're going to have to work on and hopefully try and find a solution for that going into the heat races tomorrow. And obviously the heat races, it's kind of a question mark. We're here in Vegas, we're gambling, and that's kind of how the racing goes too. So sometimes it's not in your hands, and sometimes you just got to make the most of the opportunities that are presented to you, and that's kind of how it's going to be. Just stay patient, and as long as you get through the heat races with 3 top 5 finishes, you're going to start at the pointy end of the field. So really just staying clean and having some good heat races is really just what I'm focused on, and making some few adjustments to the go-kart to see if we can get a little more out of it, and maybe some motor adjustments as well, carburation. Obviously when the night falls, some things change, and we just got to stay on top of that and going into the heat races tomorrow.
Well, that sounds good. We want to wish, obviously, the best of luck for you guys. Hopefully you won't have to need it too much. It is Vegas, and it is a little bit sketchy for turn number 1. We'll take it over to commercial break. After the break, the top 3 in Pro Shifter will be joining us here. So these are your top 3 qualifiers in X30 Pro. Evan Giltaire, Ryan Norberg, Connor Zillish. You'll see them in action tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow night here on the live stream. Coming up, Pedro Hiltbrand, Marcus Kijek, and Danny Formal.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching, to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
4-time champion Ryan Norberg winning SuperNationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USBKS, SKUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at mikedotyracing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
Welcome back here. Now we've got our pro shifter top 3 in qualifying, Pedro Hiltbrand, Danny Formal, and Marcus Kayak. So Pedro, over to you. Talk us through the lap. You were kind of mid-grid where you placed yourself to go out for qualifying. So walk us through the session.
Yeah, I went behind Matteo, which I knew he was fast. And I took a good lap. Like, let's say 2 laps were really good. And last 2 laps for me were off because tire pressure we changed a lot for the quali. We try a new tire pressure which works really immediately, but it's okay for tomorrow.
And then through the week so far, how has your week kind of progressed with the shifter especially? Obviously the X30 not in the top 3, but the shifter's been good at the end of qualifying. So what's the shifter kind of roller coaster ride been like?
Hopefully not a lot, but let's see tomorrow. I mean, especially we only have one session which we make like 7-8 laps. Tomorrow is 10 laps the heat, so I think kind of many of us didn't know a lot about how it's gonna work with the tire, especially with all is happening about the tires. But let's see after the first heat how we are, and especially also in senior, which was not that bad as quali, but I made a mistake, big mistake.
Yeah, well, I mean it's tough. You're doing double duty in the hardest way in the same group of sessions, right? You know. And so you only get maybe 20 minutes between, maybe 10 back at the 10 and then right back out?
Yeah, but it's not an excuse. It was going well. Not to be Paul, to be honest, in senior we're struggling a bit, but top 10, top 15, easy. But I made a big mistake. I don't know if you see it, but in front of everyone, world champion. Whoa, here we go.
Yeah, no, don't worry. We saw it. We told Rob Alden over here he was 35th in KM Master. At least he's one up on a world champion not spinning in qualifying. So. Yeah. We caught it. Danny, over to you, man. How's your week been going so far? Obviously, ending qualifying pretty good, especially coming out of Q2, but you're in Q2. So walk us through the whole week.
Yeah, it's been going really great. We struggled a little bit the first time I drove with this product, and we worked extremely hard, and we came here out of the box. The go-kart was phenomenal. Session 1, I knew we had a chance to fight for the win right away. The go-kart was just phenomenal. The motor was really, really, really strong. Like Pedro, I made a huge mistake in the practice before qualifying. Going through turn 2, someone had hit the barrier the lap before. There was no yellow flags. I was hitting the curb pretty aggressively in turn 2. When I landed, the barrier was right there, so I destroyed the front end of the go-kart. Luckily, I had 1 lap in before that, and was I think like P26, P27 in the last practice. But I know we had the pace, the chassis, the motor, everything's been really, really strong. And yeah, we almost had it, but Pedro had a little bit more in the second quali. So super happy, super grateful with RPG, with everyone in OTK supporting me, with the Vortex, Cedric, my mechanic Mike. And yeah, like Pedro said, we haven't really done 10 laps at all, 10 push laps at all. Everyone does 3-4 laps, cools off the tires, and we go again. So we don't know what's going to happen. A lot of blisters on the front tires, the rear tires too. So we need to see. We need to manage. It's 4 heats. Three heats. 3 heats. So yeah. 30 laps plus whatever we didn't qualify. 40 laps on the tires. We haven't done. No one has done that this weekend. So we need to see what's going to happen, and hopefully we're in a good position for Super Sunday.
We move over to you here, Marcus. First race stateside. You were quickest in one of the practice sessions. You've been, pretty solid, it seems like, throughout the day today. Walk us through your week so far.
Yeah, yesterday was quite difficult coming here, but today we managed to figure out some things, and yeah, first 2 practices were P1. Then going into quali, the tires didn't really start to work that fast. So one driver overtook me, and yeah, after the tires started to work, I had to overtake him on my fast lap. So yeah.
Oh, so you had a little bit of traffic on the quick lap then?
Yeah.
Yeah. Moving over to you, Pedro. Let's talk about traffic and racing here on this racetrack. You've got practice sessions working through. How do you think of all the layouts you've run at the SuperNats for this one, raceability and the shifters? What do you think?
Well, being honest, the quali was the best place I got in compared to the free practice, where before quali I was P8, but missing my lap, many traffics. for me, it's also if between the drivers we are clean, let's say, and clever, and we see back, maybe someone is faster, you let him pass and take space. But to be fair, it's not that big problem. Especially here, we make many groups, so which I think everyone is happy about that.
And then moving into the heat races here, what do you think? Do you think you'll be able to pass the good places on this racetrack, or not so much?
I've been here, I think, 3 or 4 times in SuperNats, and I think it's the best race track to overtake.
Really?
I was speaking with Danny, and for me, there's 3 or 4 points which you're gonna bet. Obviously, if the other one close,
yeah,
go tight. But it's KZ shifter is like this, but I think it's the widest track I have ever raced in SuperNats.
What about you, Danny? You and I were chatting a little bit about the turn 7 change. Obviously, it makes things a little better, but you guys can still cover it off. So what's your take on this track so far? We look to the heats tomorrow.
No, like Pedro said, it is very wide for a parking lot track. Obviously, turn 3, 4, 5 is quite tight. No one's going to try to overtake there. Turn 6 could be an overtaking place, especially in tag. At KZ, we're carrying a lot of speed. Turn 7 for sure is probably one of the cleanest places to pass. Again, KZ, it's so easy to, if you hear somebody's engine, you go down, press first gear, you stop, and you go. Especially with the drop-down bumpers, it becomes a lot easier to block. But yeah, it looks very good to race. I pass people in qualifying, I pass people in practice, so you could do it. But in KZ, it's hard to pass in any racetrack in the world. So yeah, it's going to be exciting to see how it plays out, how people drive. If people are going to white line for 10 laps or they're going to race. So hopefully we don't have to deal with that. We're all 3 starting pretty far up in the grid. So yeah, we'll see tomorrow.
And Marcus, what about you? Kind of, first time both in. This is your first in top 3 for Pro Shifter qualifying. Have you run the SuperNats before as well?
No, it's my first time.
So it's first time in everything. Have you run even a temporary circuit? At least Evan had run one, but anything on a parking lot or street race before?
No.
Really? So what's your first take on the whole deal?
It's quite fun. It's a different experience than in Europe, so yeah.
And then what about the grip levels, right? I mean, obviously here, much lower grip than what you're used to, yeah?
Yeah, the grip is like quite bad here compared to Europe, but yeah, I'm getting used to it now.
I talked with AJ and Amber about last year a little bit, and some of the racetracks we've gone to, even for both of you guys, Danny especially with the winter tours, we've been popping first gear a little bit. On your guys' lap, first Pedro, you first. Have you guys had to really get into first gear at all much on this racetrack on a hot lap, not on a pass or defensive move, or we've been able to stay more second?
Well, I don't know if speak a lot.
Oh, there's a little secret right here.
No, joking. I mean, you have two ways. One way is use second, one way is use first. So
but
I don't remember which one I use in the quali, but let's say there is 2 options for me. Obviously, in the corner, last 2 corner is first. But then depends if Procket, you can use second.
Gotcha.
For sure in the race, we're going to be tight. We're going to use the first. But I like.
Yeah, and the reason for my question on that, Danny, you and I have had a few Pappy Hour podcasts where we've kind of talked about trying to design the street tracks where we keep you guys out of first, because that's the trickiest part of the bottleneck, right?
No, for sure. Like Pedro said, most of the racetrack is second gear. Obviously, when I walked the track, I definitely thought at the end of the straight was going to be a first gear corner. It's not. It's a second gear corner most of the time. Racing will be completely different. You drive a little defensively when the tires are cold. Obviously, you have to slow down a little bit more. But they did a great job with this. The corner after pit exit, that left-hander is extremely tight. It's very hard to do second gear. But yeah, they managed in a really good lap. You probably use first only once. So it's for a temporary circuit. That's really, really good.
And moving to you, Marcus, here. I mean, it's, OTK in the U.S., right? We get the heck all the time, Danny, even with you going over to RPG, about it not being that good of a gearbox program. But here you are, 2 out of the 3 guys in the top 3 being on the OTK product. From a chassis standpoint point of view, how's the kind of cart been coming along? Do you have changes for tomorrow coming?
We didn't really quite change anything. So, yeah, chassis has been really good out of the box. So, yeah, just need to improve driving, and that's it.
Gotcha. And moving over to you, Pedro, again, looking from your lap here, obviously you're top of the boards. Do you feel like you left a little on the table with driving or with chassis when we look to the lap to go faster?
No, talking about setup, we are all I'm all standard, almost Marine also, Matteo. we work a lot on the sprocket and the tire pressure.
That's been the big thing here this week. And then I guess we'll move on over to the heat racing tomorrow. So what do you expect from the races? We know how close it'll be, but what can the viewers kind of expect from the heat racing and shifter for sure?
I think for one lap, we are really close, as we see. But as I said before, looking the tires, the problems that is going around, I think after the first hit, we're going to see many things.
And has that been the case? These two have talked about it. Have you seen some of the blistering on your tires as well? Same thing?
Yeah.
Interesting. So, Danny, again, that's more of the wild card than anything. Take the track out of it, right? Is tire degradation seems like that's the story so far?
It's not really degradation. The hole is big. The hole, you can still see the line of the brand new tire, just completely destroying the left side, the fronts and the left rear. This corner right here in front of us, the flat-out right-hander and the KZ, you're grabbing fifth gear in the middle of it flat.
Wow.
So you're putting a lot of load, a lot of stress on the tire. Also, turn 8, you're putting a lot of load, a lot of stress on the tire. I'm guessing it's also the asphalt, it's all broken apart and it's scratching the tire. Yeah, I'm really interested to see how the tires hold on for 40 laps with the blisters. I don't think it's the actual hole of the tire. It's just really breaking the tire itself. So, yeah, whoever could really keep that together and keep the tires holding on for 3 heat races, it's going to have an advantage come the last heat race.
So it sounds like that's on your mind. Is that something that you're going to be thinking about for Heat 1 and Heat 2, is trying to do what you can? Is there anything you can do? Because, I mean, those are flat-out corners, right? You think tire saving in a braking corner, you just brake a little bit earlier, a little lighter, right? But is there anything you can do from a driving standpoint to try and impede that?
Not really. I guess if you get a nice gap, you start, braking, lifting a little earlier and trying not to load like I do,
Yeah.
I load the tire a little bit harder than these two, especially me being 7 foot tall in the go-kart. So, yeah, you just try to keep the heat away from the tire. But I've been all over, like Pedro said. I've been the lowest tire pressure and the highest tire pressure, and it breaks the tire with whatever tire pressure. So it's not something we could do with temperature of the tire, obviously, right? With lower tire pressure, the temperature of the tire gets colder. It doesn't really affect it. It just really hurts the tires. And what's crazy to me is us KZs actually take my tire looks better in KZ than most of my tag guys. The guys in the X30s look way worse than ours,
really?
Which makes absolutely no sense if we're carrying a lot more speed going to 8 and going onto the back straight. But yeah, it's definitely something to look for. At the end of the third heat.
Well, interesting notes here to move on into tomorrow. We'll give you guys some final thoughts overall here. Pedro, closing words for the viewers back home and for your week, both to this point and to on?
Well, I have a question for Danny.
Oh, okay, go for it.
So you say you put in 5th before the first corner and 2nd in the first corner, yeah? After the straight.
Now he knows my gear ratio.
I'm happy. I want to say thanks to PSL and Franco TM for the poll, for the material, the opportunity to be here. Hopefully, I'm doing better in X30 tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's just the poll. We need to be happy now, but we need to work for tomorrow. It's going to be 3 hits before the finals. Many drivers are fast. The level is so high, so we need to work.
Definitely. Danny, on to you. Final thoughts here at the end of Thursday?
No, like I said before, super thankful for Mike Rollison for this opportunity. This is my 2nd race with them. This is my 1st race in 5 months, so it's super happy to be back racing karts again. And thankful for Alberto, Mike, my mechanic, with OTK, Cedric doing the engines, and everyone in OTK and everyone under RPG. It's a long week. A lot of things that happen in 3 heat races. And yeah, hopefully come Super Sunday, we're still fighting for the win.
And Marcus, new environment, a team, a country you haven't been in all year. Where's your head at here at the end of the today and looking to tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm really happy with the team. Like, the guys there are really great and trying to help the best way as possible. So yeah. Also the engine from Galifa is really great. So yeah, I'm really looking forward for tomorrow.
Well, we're happy to have you guys all here again. Marcus Kayak with Ryan Perry Motorsport, Tony Kart, Danny Formal with Rollison Performance Group and Cosmic, of course, Pedro Hilbrand, our pole award winner in Pro Shifter. We got one more commercial break and a quick little segment at the end of this. But our Pro Shifters top 3 in the starting lineup will be split apart for the heat, so they'll all be pole at 1 point, or in these 2 cases, 2nd and 1 point for the heats tomorrow and Saturday. We'll be right back after this. back here to the post-race show. Justin Adeconis joins me, highest rookie, 4th overall in X30 Pro qualifying. Justin, that's normally good, except at Vegas, 4th means you're 2nd in every single heat race in a hairpin corner. Where's your head at?
I mean, it's a good thing, I guess, starting on the 2nd, because I get a clear shot out in turn 1. But unfortunately, I got a 4-spot grid penalty for heat 1 because the battery shot fell off on track in qualifying, and they went look at the video to overturn it. So I gotta start a little bit farther back in heat 1, but after that, I think it'll be all right.
And, you know, we had you here, obviously, because, you know, we were going for the top 3. And not that you wouldn't be invited up here at always, but Ryan Norberg, he had some duties to attend to and was here right on time. And we were worried a little bit. I appreciate you taking the time here, first of all. And then we'll give you the chance here to answer a little bit, too. In terms of the racetrack, what's been your take on it so far this week?
I mean, at the start of the weekend, I wasn't a big fan of it, but it's kind of grown on me a little bit. It's just I don't know how it's gonna race. I don't know if it's gonna race very good, but it's definitely pretty fun to drive. I mean, I guess I gotta say that now since I qualified 4th on it. But
right, you gotta like it a little bit.
Yeah. But when I wasn't too fast, it wasn't my favorite. But it's kind of grown on me a little bit. It's definitely fast. Definitely got some sketchy spots, but I don't know how it's gonna race. I guess we'll find out tomorrow.
We'll definitely find out tomorrow. Justin Adeconis, top 5 overall in qualifying with a 4th position, highest rookie. So he's getting some fantasy points here, at least hopefully will through the heat races. And then again, little heat race, 1 penalty, but you should be good for heats 2 and 3. So we wish you the best of luck here, Justin. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you, Jake.
All right, we go back here, guys, live tomorrow. First thing in the morning with the morning groups. Justin, along with the X30 pros and pro shifters, will be back in the night sessions. Thank you for tuning into the Kart Chaser live stream here live from the Rio All Suite Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning.